This is the 2022 NFL Draft with Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Dave Hellman, and Kyle Yeomans.
Night 2 is officially upon us. The 2022 NFL Draft coverage live from the Star in Frisco, Ford Center at the Star in the SWBC studios. This is the Draft Show presented by Miller Lite and on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Like the big voice man said, David Hellman, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, I'm Kyle Yeomans. Gentlemen, we are 32 picks into this thing, and the Cowboys have made one selection. That was Tyler Smith, interior offensive lineman / offensive tackle out of Tulsa with the 24th overall selection yesterday. They are picking at 56 in the second round and 88 in the third round. But Brian, this is where things start to get ramped up. This is where the meat of the draft seemingly is, where a lot of value can be found.
No, you're absolutely right about that. And some teams kind of position themselves with that in mind. If you go early at what we have in the second round, that's Tampa, Minnesota, and Tennessee, replacing Jacksonville, Detroit, and the Jets. So some teams had some idea. There used to be a time when this draft would kind of go on. Now with it being, and it's been a while since the first round, and because of the TV and stuff, and used to be able to just keep going. And then it was always the fourth round was the one where guys would sleep on their boards and stuff like that, and those tags would show you where you need to go. But now the teams have that opportunity after they make their first round picks. Some teams are going to start to join us here in the second round. But, yeah, it will be a very, very exciting time. I don't know if we'll see the chaos like we did a little bit of yesterday in the middle of this draft, but I'm sure looking forward to seeing those names coming off.
Now that you've gotten to sleep on your board and you've gotten to sleep on the pick of Tyler Smith in the first round for the Cowboys, has anything changed for you from where you've talked about last night? New information kind of arises. You look at the situation that unfolded. Anything change?
No, I kind of felt like, though, that when I did the work on Tyler Smith, I felt like there was a guy that was a mauler, a big, massive guy. I asked Nate Newton. I called Newton. I trust Nate so much about play and offensive guard play, and I asked him about, well, hey, how hard with a guy with hands? How hard is that to deal with a guy that's got that, if he's got a little bit of a deficiency with those hands and the way he plays, the holding and stuff. He goes, the problem you run into a little bit, though, is about with that, when you play guard, you've got that guy, either that 3 technique on you or that 1 technique. Sometimes at tackle, you're able to kind of just push, shove, get a guy behind, past the quarterback with. But inside, if you miss with your hands, you're put into a bad spot, because then they're right on that defender's right on top of that quarterback. So he was talking about, is it something you could be taught? Absolutely. Is it something you could work on? Absolutely. He says, though, but it's one of those things you have to be really, really careful that if you're not very good at it and you're trying to learn it, and then all of a sudden you go back and revert to old habits. And that's the thing that Nate was talking about. Don't let yourself revert back to old habits. I was just curious because this kid's talented. He's an athlete. I said he's a big guy. He's a mauler. You watch him. He's one of the better run blockers that I saw. I just saw a guy that was deficient with those techniques, and hopefully they can get that out of him.
Yeah, size, strength, athleticism, he has all the traits. He is definitely one of these just high potential, checks all the boxes that you want in terms of the physical attributes. So, I think that's why the Cowboys were willing to take the chance on him, is because I think they look at it as like, look, we kind of got wiped out here a little bit in some of the maybe safer, more ready to play offensive line options, but this is a guy that it's just going to take some coaching. These are fixable issues. I think they think a lot of the stuff that's deficient with him, with the hands and stuff like that, I think they think that that's a 20-year-old player who could stand to use some NFL coaching, and we can get that out of him. Once we get that out of him, he's going to be a really, really good player.
It's funny because, there's 1,000 of these prospects. We can't give you the life story of everybody, right? But once Tyler Smith is picked, then people start to dive in. You learn things. You talk to people. All the stuff that y'all said holds true. And then first of all, you get to meet the guy.
Yeah, and so great.
I don't know what that means for him as a player, but it's about as impressed as I've ever been by the personality of a draft pick right off the bat. Just the maturity, the ownership he took of all of that stuff. He had an answer for everything. He seemed, and When Zach Martin can do that, it's not surprising. He played at Notre Dame and was a 4-year starter. That's, this is nothing to him by the time he gets to the NFL. This kid played at Tulsa. Played 25 games in the American Conference, right? Mm-hmm. Was the biggest game he played, against a good Cincinnati team, maybe?
Sure.
That's it ain't so for him to show up. I counted it.
Well, he did play at the Shoe. You can watch tape of him playing.
You get my point.
Way to go, Dave.
You get my point. You're being pedantic. You get my point. There were 50 people in there today.
Is that nice?
That was such a great word.
Thank you.
Is pedantic bad?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it means we need a definition.
Jerk?
It means you're being nitpicky.
Oh.
You're like, you're being a actually
you were questioning
guy.
in the conference. I did say I watched tape of him play at the Shoe.
You're being a actually guy. It's fine. Anyway, to come from Tulsa to the NFL, to the Dallas Cowboys.
Thanks for dinner tonight, by the way.
Handle. You're trying to throw me off. You're getting there. To handle all of that as well as he did coming from Tulsa, I was incredibly impressed. You hear things, man. I heard whispers today. He came out early.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. If he had stayed in college football, I don't think it would have been at Tulsa. I think there were big time programs like Blue Bloods asking him to play football for them, and so you're like, okay, is the school the reason we think less of this guy? Like, if he had played another year at a huge program, would you have a different opinion? Probably. You hear stuff like that, and you're like, okay, I see the logic here. I don't know if it'll work out, but I completely see the logic.
Well, and like you say, when you talk about, I don't know what that means for him, the personality and everything like that, I think there are clues, though, to the mindset. And the mindset's going to be big for, okay, are you coachable? Do you have the work ethic and things like that? My favorite quote from him today was when they were talking about the critics of the pick and of his play, and he said, you never want someone's opinion of you to become reality, and I simply won't let it. It's like, okay, that's the mindset you need to have. And honestly, not pointing anybody out here, but there have been players in the past who they had the rabbit ears and they internalized a lot of that. He doesn't seem like a guy who's going to internalize all of that, and that's a very mature position to have at 21. I didn't have that disposition at 21 that he has.
Dude, no. I think about where I was. 21? Are you kidding me? I'm a nightmare now. Can you imagine me at 21 trying? No way. And I've said it a million times. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. He turned 21 this month.
Yeah.
He's a young man. So for him to be where he's at, he impressed me a lot as a person. And my confidence has boosted since last night that he can meet this projection.
I think the only thing was wrong were the penalties. And the technique. I think that's the only thing that you could really, really say that's a problem with this guy. And that's what you hope. And that's what you hope that the Joe Philbins and those guys can if they can coach that out of him. Because he is a big, powerful guy. I mean, I'm talking with Nate about this, like a guy like Kevin Gogan. And he's a better athlete than a Kevin Gogan. But when you talk about a massive guy that, that fought with his hands and stuff like that, that was a name that we were kind of kicking around that he and I kind of knew. But this kid is
former Raiders and Cowboys guard for the younger audience.
Yeah, exactly. Well, just you can look him up. He was on your Super Bowl teams. And
He's
stuff
on
like
Google.
That.
It's fine.
Yeah. Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith knew where Larry Allen went to college, which I was very impressed by.
Me too.
I don't care. Sonoma State, which I don't care if Cowboys PR told him that 5 minutes before the press conference.
He internalized it.
Exactly. I was like, if that's an impressive amount of recall to be like nobody knows.
The jersey
Sonoma
number
State.
2, the jersey number 73 too. You just don't hand that thing out.
That's
a pretty big thing. I do hope for the best for him. I do. Yeah. And this is one of those picks that I'd be more than happy to admit, hey, you're way wrong about him. I mean, I have him in third round, okay? I bet there's others I liked better. That's drafting. That's what the draft's all about. And we're not all going to agree on all these players.
And one of the best things about it is now we get to make a couple more picks tonight. The Cowboys, like we said, on the clock at 56 and 88 second round, third round picks respectively. Roger Goodell just kicked us off in the second round as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Let me run down the first 5 picks of this second round where things can get really interesting. We're going to talk about the Cowboys' needs here in just a couple of moments, but the Buccaneers pick first, followed by the Vikings, the Titans. All 3 of those first picks here in the second round were trades from at some point in the day yesterday. And then you've got the Giants and the Texans at 36 and 37. So Buccaneers, Vikings, Titans, Giants, and Texans to lead things off. And now that the Cowboys have addressed their offensive line, Bobby, what are you hearing in terms of some of the ways that they could go in this second round? What are some of those next level needs that the Cowboys could spend a premium pick on?
I thought pretty consistently going back to January, just when you talk to people, it seemed like if they had their druthers, if they could get things to fall just the way they wanted to.
Good word.
Thank you.
We're throwing out the SAT words tonight.
I'm going to bring a bell in here tomorrow.
It's not coming from me.
I think that if things could fall just perfectly for them, I heard this back in January, up through Senior Bowl, up through Combine, it was, man, if things could go perfect for them, it would go offensive line, receiver, edge. Like that was a lot of the talk that you heard. And then somewhere in there sprinkled in tight end. Maybe you could flip-flop some of them if value's different. But that was a real focus. So I have this whole time thought, like, you got to come away in the first 2 picks with offensive line and receiver. So I would really be looking at receiver here.
I'm going to keep harping on it because it was a blatant fabrication. The Cowboys don't have any musts, but if they have their druthers, they're going to come out of the first 2 picks with an O lineman and a receiver, which is what we've been talking about as their musts for 2 months. So I do think that's where they want it to go, though.
But you kind of feel like, we did the mock draft the other day where we took Watson.
Yeah.
And when you do that, then you're like, hey, listen, you talk to people and you go, hey, we took Watson, and everybody's like saying what? Really nice player. What are the hands? The hands.
Hands are a question.
Hands are a little bit of a question. And I know, Bobby, you brought that up when we made that pick. Mm-hmm. You're like, listen, Tolbert's a guy that you could really, really count on.
Clean route runner.
Clean route runner, make plays.
XYZ.
Yeah. So that to me is, if you start to like, hey, we did this mock, like I said, and you reach out and people are like, yeah, good player, but does he catch the ball all the time? That's the kind of the things that you kind of get from talking to people around the league.
And my big reason, I think, for wanting a receiver here as opposed to waiting to 88 is because I think when you look at kind of like, I'm just looking down the list of some of these receivers here. I think if you start looking in the 3rd round, then you're looking at like what we've talked about, like these slot specific guys. A lot of the cluster in the 3rd is slot specific guys, whereas I think you've got a chance to get some more scheme versatile guys now here in the 2nd round. Like this might be your last chance until 4th round value. And so I feel like if you delay it this pick, you might be delaying it till the 4th round.
Yeah, I kind of, maybe this is just the old crusty way of scouting, but I always put those smaller guys in 1 round so I know where they are. And it's like Robinson and Austin and Phillips.
Shakir, Phillips.
Yeah, Shakir. Yeah. I mean,
depends on if they believe, if they view more that way.
Yeah, but see, to me, that's kind of where I'm looking at it and I just kind of have an idea like, okay, of the smaller, potentially, I'm doing the air quotes of slot guys. I'd say just kind of put them right there and just see if they'll pick those things off one after the other.
And who did we get the sense that they really liked yesterday at receiver? Were Burks and London, and like those are not the smaller slot.
No.
So I mean, that's. Do you look down and do you start going like, okay, is Pickens more of that type of a person? That I mean, obviously London is giant and
yeah.
I mean,
you can't really compare many people to Trey.
No, like I'm saying, London and Burke, and I mean London's 219, Burks is 225. Like those are big, thick-built receivers, and there's not really anybody in this range right now that's got a similar build or type of player.
No, but there are guys that can be like an X receiver though.
Sure, no, but I'm just saying like in terms of I think that if we're trying to like narrow down who fits more like those type of players that they were clearly interested in the first.
And again, like I harp on this all the time. Like if you're just looking at this with no context, you're like, oh, there's 10 of these guys. But then you're like, okay, well, maybe they don't think Skyy Moore can be an X. Maybe, maybe they don't like John Metchie because of the injuries. Maybe they don't like George Pickens because of some of the maturity issues. And all of a sudden, like the list is suddenly a lot shorter,
What do you think teams have Metchie as injury-wise?
Some teams might not have him on their board. Some others may have him as a 2nd round or 3rd round player.
Yeah,
it's just an ACL. I don't care. That's David Hellman.
I don't.
I'm the same way. I don't care at all.
I don't care.
I think Metchie's a great player. I would have him in the early parts of the 2nd round. Now, do the Cowboys think that way? Probably not. Yeah. They've been very adamant throughout the entire process of having the need for receiver now and not wanting another rehab project, because Michael Gallup's already a rehab project.
That's the discussion I've had on the radio on 105.3 a lot, because people have asked me about Metchie a lot, and I think if he didn't get hurt, he would be a guy that we would absolutely hear early in this day.
I feel like Metchie and Pickens could both be gone by pick 40, or they could both be hanging around for a surprisingly long time. It's just one of those things, I guess you have
Which
to wait
one
and
would
see.
you take out of the two?
Ooh.
I know that's tough, and there's off the field stuff with Pickens with the sort of deal there. By the way, we've got the Buccaneers selection, first pick of the second round.
Here we go. And with the 33rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Logan Hall, defensive end, Houston.
First player off the board. He's a Texas product, went to Belton High School down in the Super Syntax region. Edge rusher, tweener, you could really call him both. The Cowboys liked him as a potential 3 technique, but Logan Hall off the board with pick number 33 of the NFL Draft, Brian.
Yeah, and I really liked. I think the Cowboys looked at Logan Hall as a defensive tackle, possibly as that 3 technique. There's some people that talked about him also playing off that edge. This is one of those guys, and it's really funny about this draft is there's a lot of these guys that are really long and tall, a lot of those tight ends, but Hall is one of those guys, though. You watch him playing this scheme, he's built a lot like a 5 technique. Yeah, that head up defensive end and a 3-4 type of a defensive end. So we'll see with the Buccaneers how they use him there. But you'll notice one thing about him is 6'6" and 283. He comes off the ball quick. I mean, you think for a long guy that he's going to it's going to take some time for him to get going. But, man, you can get him off the ball quick. I think his power, though, is his best trait. You can watch him he bends the knees, gets under those guys, and will forklift some of those guards that he plays against. Really, really good player here.
Senior Bowl guy, was really impressive down in Mobile. Let's continue talking about Logan Hall, and we've got some other picks on the way coming up in just a bit. The Vikings are on the clock now, followed by the Titans and the Giants.
The Vikings are not on the clock,
Vikings just traded
we
out.
We have got an NFC North trade.
And that's going to be a fun topic when we come back. We'll talk about it on the radio, but we're going to go to the internet side of things. Join us on DallasCowboys.com. But we'll be right back here on 105.3 The Fan.
Brian Goedeke saw somebody he wanted right off the jump, huh?
Got to be this has to be the receiver. I know we say that every
Pickens.
time we pick.
Well, they've got all those. I mean, we ran through all those guys. I know when I talked to those guys during the week, they liked Pickens, and they thought about Pickens actually at 28. So maybe this with him still being on the board. They took Wyatt. There were some questions about his off the field stuff. Brian might be up there like, man, we've got to
Just make it a bulldog.
Well, there's a kind of they were thinking about this the 2 picks that they have. I believe they have another one. Yeah, they have another one at 59 unless
they sent that to Minnesota.
Move
too.
that. Is there another one that they have? They got 53 well.
They sent 53 and 59 to Minnie to get this pick.
Okay, so they were talking about hitting receivers back to back in the second round. What they did was they just took both those picks, and they're going to probably go up here and get them one of this. Like I say, I mean, we'll keep an eye on Pickens and stuff like that. I know that they talked about him potentially at 28.
This is interesting. This is the 3rd time that this pick has been shifted around the division, because it went from Detroit into Minnesota and then now to Green Bay, and it's ultimately going to be a wide receiver here. Bobby, are you hearing anything on who this wide receiver could be?
I mean, what are the names here? Pickens, Skyy Moore. There was chatter that Watson could have slipped into the back end of the first, which I know a lot of people. I mean, there was enough chatter that it could be something that they were interested in, but I know there were other people around the league that were like, "That's rich." Watson going that high is rich. We like him, but that's a little much.
That's kind of what the impression we got from talking here.
Here's the pick.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 34th pick to the Green Bay Packers. With the 34th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Christian Watson.
There you go.
Receiver, North Dakota State.
Good call, Bob.
And because he was picked in the second round, Aaron Rodgers doesn't think he'll bust.
He's going from
you
wearing,
missed that on Twitter today, I guess.
wearing the green and yellow.
He justified it was great the Packers didn't take a first-round receiver because first-round receivers bust. That's what he told Pat McAfee today.
Okay. Stays up north, and he's back on the green and yellow side. So we mentioned it heading into break, but there was a trade out of the 34th spot for the Minnesota Vikings. They pick up picks number 53 and 59 from the Green Bay Packers, and the Packers go up to get another target for Aaron Rodgers. Christian Watson, wide receiver out of North Dakota State, off the board with the second pick in the second round. Brian, when you look at this guy, we talked about him a minute ago as a potential Cowboys target, but really this is one of those guys that fits that Packers mold quite well.
Yeah, they absolutely. When you start to talk about, they do not want anything to do with a small guy. Yeah. And this guy is clearly, if you look at him, 6'4", 208 pounds. He's the son of a former NFL player, Tim Watson. He played in the league in 93 to 96. And he's a Tampa, Florida kid, which is interesting. And you wonder, how does he end up in North Dakota? But, there was some talk. Sometimes these kids do. They fall through the cracks. You thought maybe this would be an SEC kid or an ACC kid. But the majority of his catches are really these chunk plays. He's super explosive with the ball in his hands. He could stretch the field in a half in a flash. I kind of feel like, though, that, there was some of the talk about his ability to catch the football, how consistently. We talked about that a little bit leading up to this drafting to the second day here. But, man, the thing about him you got to like about him is how well he finishes. And that's something I have absolutely no issue with at all.
He is I mean, you want to talk about traits. Yeah, there's questions about the hands. The route running could still get better. I think you saw, if you look at, tape from previous years, I think you saw he steadily improved. And it's not leaps and bounds, but I think you're seeing improvement from him. And that may be something that you can project out a little bit. But yeah, big question for a lot of these teams was going to be about the hands.
Dave, how much does that knock a draft stock for you? Real quickly, let's talk about the Titans selection.
Billy White Shoes Johnson.
It's these Houston Oilers.
He's got the purple or the powder blue shoes, too.
All right, here we go. With the 35th pick in the 2022 draft, NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans select Roger McCreary, defensive back, Auburn University.
Your guy, Kyle.
I do like Roger McCreary quite a bit. And, I mean, cornerback out of Auburn, there's not a ton of people that are more battle-tested than what he brings to the table from going up against some of these guys in the SEC the last couple of years. Jamar Chase had a good game against him. He was able to shut down some of those Alabama receivers over the last couple of years. Brian, tell me about what you like about Roger McCreary going to Tennessee.
Yeah, and you mentioned that. I mean, there are times when you watch him play. I mean, he gets right up on these wide receivers, and I mean, he is going to be an all-day type of guy. I really like the fact that how well he played in the red zone. I mean, there were times where I felt like, though, the game was kind of on the line for Auburn, and his ability to drive on the football, especially down there in that tight area. Yeah, he's pretty impressive. Like, he reads the play really, really quickly, and then he bursts. And I could say he's a really nice player in that red zone. He's not going to give up many catches down there. The relaxed back pedal, the positioning and route, he's able to play with balanced body control. You're not going to see him get flags for being out of position or being lazy with his technique. So he's not afraid to tackle either, too. I like that about this kid.
Had 4 pass breakups in that performance against Alabama. The speed, the footwork, all ready for that next level. And I really do, like I said, I love his experience. He's been that starter on the outside for the Tigers since 2019. And I think he comes in as one of the better, more battle-tested guys in the league. Dave, you got a chance to see him at the Senior Bowl, too.
We got a trade, by the way.
We've seen a lot of these guys at the Senior Bowl. That's the Senior Bowl rosters just get better and better and better.
The Jets are up. They just flipped with the Giants. So the first 4 picks of the second round have all been traded.
Also, they're all like. I mean, I guess would you call the Jets and Giants rivals? I don't know, but it's funny to see like NFC North teams swapping picks. Jets and Giants.
Cowboys traded with the Eagles last year.
I know
it happens.
I wonder, teams are maybe more willing to do that because more and more it's like
if you want a
draft
player,
these guys and move on from them.
I think what happens nowadays is you're just interested in getting a player. I mean, I don't care who it's. You're in my way of getting it. If it's a rival or whatever, and they're willing to trade with you so you can get your player, I think that's the most important thing you have to think about.
What is the compensation on the trade? Do we have that yet?
Yeah, it's a flip because the Jets were at 38, so they go up to 36, and they're giving 146 to the Giants.
Okay. So the Jets had 3 picks yesterday, and they were all very nice picks, with Jermaine Johnson being the last one. They took him in the back half of the round. Garrett Wilson went and got their wide receiver, but probably the best pick for them thus far, Ahmad Sauce Gardner, early in that first round. So this is already their 4th time selecting here in the first 36 picks of the draft. Who could they be going at here? Is this an offensive lineman maybe?
Maybe, but who?
That's my biggest question. Is it going? You probably wouldn't see a tackle here. Maybe interior guy, but there's not necessarily anybody.
I mean, Ryman could play inside.
Could he?
I think so.
Yeah, I do. I think.
Tell me about Ryman and what he brings to the table.
I mean, Ryman's already look. I mean, he's obviously converted tight end, and he's put on a lot of weight since he got to Central Michigan, and so there's this discussion of well, that's obviously a raw player, but I know Brian, you've heard that a lot of NFL teams don't view him as raw at all.
No, they don't.
And so I mean, he's somebody that I think with the athleticism he has to get to the second level and stuff like that, I think he'd be fine playing guard.
Yeah, he's it's funny the people that you say, well, is he's just because of the converted tight end and stuff like that. The question about him is going to be about putting on the weight and things like that. But he's done a pretty good job of that, through his time. So, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I say, the Jet, I wonder if these one of these teams that maybe double dip a little bit on a cornerback. Maybe, I mean, when they get Sauce, I mean, maybe you're in a situation, maybe one of these safeties coming off the board. Robert Saleh, though, being that defensive coach, but they've got to find weapons, though, too, for that. I mean, they got to find some guys to be able to help that quarterback.
The value at corner does look really good. I mean, I thought Kyler Gordon had a shot to go in the first round.
Yeah, Kyler Gordon, Andrew Booth is still there. That's Dane's highest rated guy left.
I wonder if his hernia surgery's hurting him in that regard. I mean, it doesn't seem like it should, but anytime a talented guy with an injury falls, it makes you wonder.
Brian, who are some of the top overall guys? Really, no necessarily ties here to the Jets, but who are some of the top guys remaining on your board?
Yeah, go back through it here real quick if I can pull it. Yeah, let me look at my other. I got too many tabs open here.
You got a lot going on. We can take a break and hear the pick.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we know that. That'd be great.
Darrelle Revis.
The New York Giants have traded the 36th pick to the New York Jets. With the 36th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Breece Hall, running back, Iowa State.
First running back off the board.
Shout out Philip Tanner. Trained him out in Frisco leading up to the draft. Cannot say enough good things about Breece Hall.
Let's hear about him.
I mean, you look at the testing there, 4.39 guy at 217 pounds. And I know Dane has talked about this. The testing doesn't quite show up, I don't think, in terms of it doesn't look as obvious on tape. But to me, Breece Hall is like a legit NFL running back in terms of the way he sees holes, how quickly he's able to spot them, how quickly he's able to get into that lane. Contact balance is really good. He's hard to get down. I like Breece Hall a lot, and he can dunk a basketball, according to Philip Tanner, which he loves.
What were the terms of this trade? Do you know him?
Yeah, this was This was jumping 38. Up 2 to get one. What was it? 146.
So it's not a huge price. I bring it up because every time it seems like the league is trending into this forward-thinking, analytic-driven league, you see teams trade up to draft a running back. But hey, if you like the guy, go get him.
Yeah, I mean, who do you think they thought the Texans were about to take him?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, actually, I did see him linked to the Texans. So if you're worried about him going there, fine. And that, like I said, that's not a huge price to pay.
No, it's not. And this, by the way, is my number one running back.
Yep.
And I'm really. When you watch him play, this guy, you could see him score from any point on the field. I mean, he will make some seriously nice long runs, and he'll get into the open field. I love the way he's one of those. I thought he was the best finisher of the backs that I saw. Again, didn't matter where you hand him the ball. He's gonna make tackles miss. He's gonna turn the Jets on. He's gonna get into the end zone no matter how you go.
Here's the Texans selection at 37.
But here's Jonathan
With the 37th
Joseph.
pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Pitre, DB from Baylor.
There you go.
This is my guy. I've always been on him, man. I thought he was a fantastic player at Baylor. Joking, of course. Now, I do think he is a good player. Brian, tell me why you love Jalen Pitre so much.
Yeah, I tell you what I like about him. I think that he's got some Tyrann Mathieu to his game. I really, really do. I think when you put him around the line of scrimmage, he is going to find ways to make plays. He is not going to, he's kind of a hybrid linebacker safety. He's a sneaky player when it comes to shooting the gap. He makes plays. He communicates to everybody what's going on. He makes sure everybody's on the same page. You could see it. I mean, he's telling everybody, hey, look at this wing. He's going to come across. I mean, those are the kinds of things I love about him. He really does a great job of timing his rushes, his blitzes. He's the high football IQ. He's always working towards the ball to make a play. He can really cover some ground on the move. 5'11", 198. I think that's a heck of a football player right there.
People around the league talk a lot about his leadership traits and what a big culture guy he is. Brent Calloway, the performance director over at Exos in Frisco, he raved about the kid's work ethic and just his drive to constantly improve everything that he could. People just talk really highly of his football character.
Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. He was two-time first-team All Big 12, and he actually started his career off as a linebacker when Matt Rule was the head coach down in Waco, and you could see some of that linebacker in the way that he plays. I mean, he plays downhill, does a lot of things exceptionally well. He's a really big part of that Baylor defense. By the way, Chris Beam in the other room, very big Baylor fan. He said sick 'em Bears whenever the pick was being made. So congrats to Chris Beam. First of many Baylor Bears, I'm sure, to be taken on the board.
Giants just traded back again.
Yeah, the Giants are just trying to stockpile picks. Which I can't help but think about which that apparently might not have been a lie, because I was giving him grief earlier. Steven said like rounds 1 and 2, maybe a little thinner than you're used to. Rounds 3 to 5, incredible value, and it seems like everybody in the league is trying to drop back and add picks into that range.
Yeah, Giants get 43 and 114 from Atlanta for 38. And their pick's already in for Atlanta.
Picking in the
Malik Willis. I'm just saying.
Oh,
I'm not really calling it. No, we would have played it. I'm just saying, is this who it is? Sorry,
did
people.
I miss a cue
I didn't mean to send people into a panic.
I think this is where
you did.
I know. I realized it as soon as I did it.
I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised that people are the Giants are. I'm surprised people are letting people into the top of the rounds. I really am.
Well, if they don't think the talent is as good as usual in the first 2 rounds.
But I'm saying people dropping back. Usually when you sleep on your board the next night, the next day, it's like, no, we're going to go get this guy. We're going to get this guy. Sometimes people won't let you in.
Maybe they're trying to tell you something about this draft class.
Yeah, maybe so.
And it was really that way yesterday. We were having Bobby break down the trade values and the trade charts for all of these picks in live time, and I mean, it feels like much of the same. These haven't been massive King's ransoms to go up and get significant players. I mean, look at the guys that have been traded up to go get Christian Watson. That could be Aaron Rodgers' top target in a couple of years. You look at Breece Hall. That's the running back of the future for the Jets. I mean, these are big-time players, or at least positions that could make a big impact, and it hasn't taken a whole lot to go up and get players like that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen now. This is definitely people are willing. I think that's the reason why you're seeing it's hard to find traded back part, or was hard to find trade up partners. Yeah. But B, it's also like a 5th round is more valuable, I think, to people than a normal 5th rounder would be, because they think that there's going to be potentially 4th round graded players there and things like that. And so it's almost
Dallas
like you're
has got 4.
We'll
find a way to go up and get one of these players we're talking about. Right?
I was actually going to say the opposite. I don't. Maybe our Cowboy fan listeners don't want to hear it, but if that's where the value of the draft is, maybe the Cowboys are like, hell no, having 4 5th-round picks rules.
I'm just looking at my board right now of the stack I had. I had Hall at 30. Excuse me, I had Breece Hall at 34. I had Logan Hall at 36. I had Pitre at 38. And then McCrary I had there down at 48. So he's the lone kind of down the guy.
Would you like a round of applause?
Well, here we go right there.
Here's the Falcons
I like
selection.
a gold star.
Here we go.
On this day, April 29, 2005, in Iraq. Go ahead, you take a bow. I got you.
Rod knows how to play for the crowd.
You guys salute them better than ever, but we salute him and thank his family and the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, TAPS, which offers care to the grieving families of lost military loved ones. Now it's time to make the pick, and I'm going to turn it over to Minerva, Gadsden's mother of fallen hero Clifford Gadsden. Minerva, go for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let's go. With the 38th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Arnold Ebiketie, linebacker, Penn State. Yeah!
Marked him as a linebacker.
Cowboys Twitter just cried.
A little bit, yeah.
They love him. That's one of Cowboys social media's favorite players right there.
How do you feel about him?
I honestly didn't watch Ebiketie nearly as much as everybody else did. But I mean, the little bit that I saw, I mean, he flashes, he gets off, he uses his length well. I mean, I didn't have any problems with him. I know there was a lot of buzz. A lot of people thought he could go back into the first.
I thought he was going to, and really, well, I would love to hear a fuller scouting report because my radar just goes up for one of my favorite Jerry Jones isms, Gumby. And that he's got that sort of ability to like bend, and that stuff gets you drafted highly.
Yeah, this is interesting about this kid because I mean I didn't see him as a back end of the first round guy. I saw initial quickness. I saw he was a little, when you watch the Auburn game, he was a little late in that game getting off the ball. Iowa and Ohio State, he was a lot better. He was able to create pressure with inside rush, which was pretty good. He relies on his quickness to win more than he does having moves. There are snaps where you see him close to finishing, but then it gets a step late. And I think his length really helps him in the running game. On film, he appears to be really long-limbed and able to hold the blocker in place. I thought he could get rid of that blocker a little bit quicker, and the blocker was able to tie him up some. So I had some concern about his balance. There were snaps where he was playing on the move and wound up on the ground. I thought he needed to do a better job of playing on his feet, but that's kind of what I think about the player.
And looking at the board right now, just recapping some of the most recent picks off the board here in the early parts of the second round. Logan Hall, defensive tackle from Houston, started tonight. Christian Watson, wide receiver from North Dakota, goes to the Packers at 34. 35, Roger McCreary, corner from Auburn. Breece Hall, the running back from Iowa State, goes to the Jets at 36. The Texans take Jalen Pitre from Baylor, and then most recently Arnold Ebiketie, edge rusher from Penn State, goes to the Falcons. The Chicago Bears are on the clock, followed by back-to-back Seattle Seahawks picks. We're going to step aside on the 105.3 The Fan side, and we'll be right back on 105.3 The Fan, DallasCowboys.com coverage of the NFL Draft. And here we go again on the internet side of things.
Actually go anywhere.
We are right here for the remainder.
We were at a remote at Bar Louie today, and a Bears fan came up and asked me who they pick. I was kind of thinking about a receiver or an offensive lineman here.
Ooh, I would hope I think if you're the Cowboys right now, you're hoping as few receivers go as possible, and so that would not be fun.
Let's look at receivers that are on the board. With that being said, because you've got George Pickens from Georgia still there, David Bell from Purdue, Jalen Tolbert, who we mentioned as a fantastic option at or at least one that the Cowboys have had their eye on.
I think this is early for Bell. I don't think this is his territory.
I'm right there with you. I'm just naming names, and then you've got Skyy Moore from Western Michigan, Wandale Robinson, Kentucky, Christian Watson off the board. So they've got plenty of options.
My guy Pierce from Cincinnati. Did we mention him?
Pierce, yeah.
Whether it's the Bearcats or the Bengals, Brian just loves Cincinnati.
That's true. Good talent.
But I hate the chili they have. That Skyline chili.
His favorite place is like, I love Sauce Gardner. I love the Bengals and their decision. He just loves Cincinnati. You should just go.
Cincinnati chili is freaking delicious. I don't care what you say.
You're just a homer, though. You're a big Bengals fan.
No, I ate Cincinnati chili years.
No, that's more about his
Burrow
media dad, Todd Archer.
What's not to like about noodles, chili, and cheese? It's incredible.
My dad grew up in Cincinnati, so he made that for us all throughout our childhood. So I'm used to it.
You're scarred right now.
Tired of it?
It doesn't bug me. No.
When does Nakobe Dean?
That's what I was thinking right now. After I was thinking a bowl of chili, and I was thinking like my stomach is turning right now thinking about it.
Man.
My stomach is also turning thinking about Nakobe Dean, and and what.
That's pro radio. Right there.
I reached out to people about him. I was thinking, man, is this guy beat up? Is he banged up? Is there a problem medically? Bobby, I know you and I were trying to run this stuff down. Guys were saying, no, he's a beat-up guy, but they're also worried about the fact he's a 5'11 guy.
So maybe that doesn't help. You're a 5'11 guy who has questionable speed, and you're beat-up guy.
Yep. Yeah.
That's tough.
Yes. They're saying a questionable speed about that. I mean, I can't. Does the tape look like questionable speed?
No, I don't think so.
He never ran, right?
But is that the case? Is it he's just so instinctual that the speed just seems natural?
Yeah.
And so it doesn't stand out because you're not seeing him out of position and needing to catch up.
By the way, he did not run, Brian. So
yeah.
You don't have the numbers on it, but you look at the draft, and that's the. Back here on 105.3 The Fan, DallasCowboys.com, alongside Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, David Hellman. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Glad you're with us. We're day 2 of the 2022 NFL Draft, and we're broadcasting live from the Star in Frisco, Ford Center at the Star. We're talking about the potentials for the Chicago Bears at pick number 39. They are flying in hot and heavy in Las Vegas, and we have had plenty of picks already. Here's what Chicago could do at 39 overall.
Oh, is that Maniscalco?
Sebastian Maniscalco.
All right, Bears fans, with the 39th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, Chicago Bears select DB from Washington, Kyler Gordon.
There you go.
Cowboys liked him.
Bobby and I heard this independently. Bobby and I talked to a lot of the same people, but McDuffie got all of the hype over at Washington, but a lot of people think this guy will wind up being the better player.
Yeah, and that wasn't just. I mean, we talked to a lot of people, surrounding the Cowboys and everything else. That's conversation from a lot of people around the league. There are a lot of people who thought Kyler Gordon was a better player than Trent McDuffie. I'm surprised he didn't go in the first.
What I kept hearing is Trent McDuffie's a better player today. Kyler Gordon will be a better player in 2 years.
It's kind of like the discussion about the type of offensive lineman that the Cowboys were looking at yesterday.
Yeah.
Like that these are guys who can come in and play right away, and it's okay, is Tyler Smith that guy yet? Maybe not, but Tyler Smith may be the guy with the ceiling that's an all-pro offensive lineman. So, I mean, it's kind of the similar question.
And Kyler Gordon, he was in the green room, so he was waiting this one out.
He was in the green room, and that's usually an indication from the league that they think you're going in the first round.
My man has some swag.
I'll tell you what, let me tell you this, though. and the Bears,
dude.
Listen, let me say this about the Bears real quick. Bears didn't have a first-round pick, right?
Nope.
Send it away. They wait all the way here to 39 for their chance to pick. They might have got a first-round guy at a cornerback at 39.
Yeah.
Good point.
If you think about, seriously, sometimes you think about getting rid of your first-round picks, and you almost have to be a little fortunate that the draft gods smile on you. In this case, they just drafted my fourth best corner off the board.
Look, in a draft that we talk about, and that's not to just totally bring back to Cowboys, but in a draft where we talk
bring
about
it back to the Cowboys,
in a draft where we talk about how thin it is at the top and there's this and that, I think that those are the type of players you want to find are the potential lottery tickets where it's like, give me the guy with the ceiling that's an all-pro in a thin draft. And so while Kyler Gordon, maybe you don't think he's completely ready to stand in and be a starter, or like people complain about with Tyler Smith or other people, like you're talking about a guy who his ceiling is higher in a draft that seems thin on all-pro type of players. So I think that's a lottery ticket worth investing in. I think this is a really good pick for Chicago.
I agree. I think Chicago's exceptionally happy with being able to go almost to the 40th pick in this draft and snag a guy who will most likely be a starter day one and be somebody that develops into a fantastic player in the NFC.
Yeah, they're going to need this guy to play. The division that they play in, now maybe, the Packers is along the way and stuff have lost some of that luster and things like that, but you look at some of the other teams that have had to deal with. To me, this is one of those guys that you could line him up at either corner, and he played in the slot. I was watching the Stanford game, and he was covering guys out of that. He plays a ton of off coverage, so you watch him kind of turn, but is able to react the way kind of like he kind of bails out. But when he's very quick-footed. He can break on the ball. He can read, plant, go when he sees the route developing. I was super, super, super impressed by the way this kid played for Washington. And I can understand why scouts were saying, hey, you need to watch the other kid. I'm like, well, what about this McDuffie? No, you need to watch the Gordon kid. You need to watch Gordon. 6 foot, 190 pounds. That kid right there is probably going to play a long time.
I'm not saying they're wrong, and he is a good player, but scouts love to be like, you're watching the wrong guy. Like, scouts love that. They're like,
I would never tell you that.
It's not this guy, it's that guy.
I love the quick-footed note from Brian there, though, because they just on NFL Network threw up the video of Kyler Gordon being a proficient ballet dancer as a child. They had home video of him doing ballet as a kid, so, I mean, he must know.
Sometimes footwork. Sometimes the draft gods smile on you. You're waiting all day and you're watching the league get better and you're just sitting there just grinding your teeth. And then a player like that comes to you. It's good for them.
So the Seahawks pick here back-to-back. They go 40-41. Then it's the Colts and the Giants and the Browns.
Oh, the Colts get to pick a guy now,
Yeah, they're finally there. Seattle up here at the top of the draft. Is this something that, of course they picked at, 9 last night, and they went and got a Charles Cross out of Mississippi State. Who could they look at here, or could they trade out of these picks?
They could trade out, but the talk last night when they were in the top 10 was they were looking for offensive line and edge.
They're not trading out of this one.
No, right, but out of what? But sure. Edge here, I would guess. Who's
Is there
left?
one left?
Mike J. Sanders, David Ojabo,
Mafe.
That would be just like John to take a guy that ain't going to play this year.
Who else?
I love this. I love it every time.
He hates me.
Drake Jackson.
Where is he? Let's see. He's right there in the middle. If you guys are there he is. He's like waving his hands.
Drake Jackson could.
Drake Jackson, Bonito, Boye, Mafe.
Maybe a Mafe goes here.
So we're not buying the media narrative that it'll be a QB. They're going to roll.
They got 2 picks. It could be the next one.
It could be the next one. You're right.
Why though? You got Drew Lock.
Yeah, you're set. You're good.
Was that tongue in cheek? I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, it was.
2022 NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks select Boye Mafe.
There you go.
Linebacker,
Good job, Bob.
Minnesota.
Row the boat.
Boye Mafe, 6'3", 260 pounds. His 15 sacks this past season ranked 9th in program history. He came off of this was a guy who, at least toward the back end of the draft process, Brian, looked like he could have snuck into round 1, but the fact that he goes here in the top 40, not surprising at all.
I kind of asked, okay, this is my last line of my draft notes, and I don't know why I said this, but I must have done this guy early enough. I said, don't know why folks aren't talking about him more. Seriously, I typed that. And so, but he usually plays the open side or the weak side, which is with an open side where you can kind of rush off that tackle. There's not really a tight end to your side. On film, this guy can really, really run. And I think he plays with a burst. I think he's got clothes. I think he's able to chase the ball with the best of them. His first step is super impressive when he gets off the ball to make things happen. Good finisher, tackler. He makes a ton of plays when he has to run the ball from the backside, run the ball down. I think he could really, really cover some ground. The redirection stuff is really, really good. So I saw him also when the ball came to his side, he'd string out the play, and then be able to make the stop right there. But he plays in a 2-point stance.
Yeah.
He stands up when he plays. But he doesn't let those blockers get on top of him that way. So I was pretty impressed by the way that he played from watching Ohio State, Michigan, and Purdue.
4.53, and he had a great split at 1.56. Excuse me. You talk about that raw talent, that athleticism, and by the way, the Seattle pick is in again for 41, so they didn't trade out. They went back-to-back here in the early second round. We'll see what their pick is coming up here in a second, but it's talking about Boye Mafe, their selection at 40. Dave, you saw him at Senior Bowl week, and he looked like a guy that, once again, very quick off the edge, and he shows a little bit of that burst. Here's the pick.
The Seattle Seahawks select Kenneth Walker, running back, Michigan State.
He can't help himself.
Speaking of
John can't help himself. John cannot help himself taking running backs.
He loves it.
He can't. It's like a drug. He can't help himself. Seriously.
They just re-signed Rashad Penny, didn't they? The first round pick that
this guy's a hell of a player. Don't get me wrong. John can't help himself. I bet you Pete Carroll's like,
dude,
John, you see that running back from Michigan State's up on that board, right?
Those guys up in Seattle are like, beat these two rocks together. We're playing caveman ball all the way.
My favorite thing in the world
can't help himself
is when somebody makes a pick in the draft and it's somebody Brian knows making the pick. because then it's
so
much more like,
fun.
John, what are you like? It just becomes so much more personal, whether it's a good or bad pick for him.
You know what's funny? Like when I first met Brian, I mean,
I wasn't a jerk.
No, definitely not. You've always been a jerk.
Yeah.
When I first met Brian, I was like, yeah, whatever, bro. Like maybe you've met John Schneider. But then like we go up to Indianapolis and whatever, and Schneider's like, hey, dude, what's going on?
Yeah.
Like he's like, oh my crap, all these stories are true. This is incredible.
What you're telling me is when you first got here, you were a Twitter troll. Yeah, bro. It's like John Schneider.
I think it was just more like in my head. I was
You couldn't
like,
believe he was my
okay.
actually my intern.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, you're sitting like I'm like we're sharing a moldy office together, and I'm like, okay, the GM of the Seahawks slept on your couch, whatever, bro. Sure.
Yeah. John was one of those guys that like when he first started in the league up in Green Bay, like the scouts would take him out drinking. And like he would be like hammered and he couldn't function the next day. And like I'm going, should you go out with the scouts again? He's like, yeah. And I go, dude, those are professional drinkers. Don't mess with those guys. They're going to kill you.
You get a GM job, Brian.
Yeah, that's my $3.5 million intern right there. Is that it? Yeah.
And he's making a running back pick with Kenneth Walker.
My man
out of
can't help him.
Michigan State.
He's a good player. Kenneth Walker. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has seen him. He's a really good player.
He was a Heisman front runner at one point during the season. He's a good player. It's just funny that the Seahawks are bound and determined to play football like it's 1985.
Which back was he for you?
2.
He was number 2. Yeah, he was number 2. Sure was. I mean, compact, stout runner, impressive start-stop quickness, burst, plenty of snaps where he appeared to be trapped, and then he finds the edge around the corner. He's got a feel for how to get the ball in the end zone, too. He will not be denied when it comes to scoring them touchdowns. Maybe John knew what he was doing after all. I have to read my notes here. But great job of really avoiding contact initially. Then he's got that lower shoulder, and he's willing just to hammer people with that shoulder. And I wouldn't always call him, though, a finisher when it goes open field long, but because there were a couple of runs where he got brought down from behind. But he can make a tackle miss and stuff like that. So I didn't see any huge issues, about catching the football or anything like that with this kid.
Doak Walker Award winner. He also won the Walter Camp Player of the Year as well. And you mentioned some of that quickness on the back end. I was surprised when he ran a 4.38 40. I mean, top 3.
Yeah, but
in
you
the
don't
draft
see it on
class.
tape.
You don't.
You see him get fetched a couple of times.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa.
Some of those Big Ten schools, like the weather's crap and the
grass is real deep.
The grass looks like it's shin high.
You sound like me.
It's true.
You sound like me. So you sound like me with I used to say, it looks like those. They get tired playing down there in Florida at the swamp. The humidity zaps you and all that.
You turn on like Purdue, Michigan State.
The grass is like 2 feet deep.
You're just like, it looks like it's about 24 degrees. The sun hasn't been out all day.
It's rained for a while.
Yeah, everybody's running in shin high grass. It's just like, and that's every stadium in the Big Ten.
It's honestly so interesting because he was a Big Ten runner. Like
he
was.
Looked
like it. He had that power, that
5'9", 211. John will be able to look at him in the eyes.
Would you be nice to that man?
John and I go way back. We won a Super Bowl.
They make a great pick. They take Charles Cross, his favorite player, and he goes, "Well, John must not have been in the room." It's like, goodness, come on.
I'll tell you what, though, Cross was my favorite player. But Walker's good too. I mean, my man's had a good draft. I have to admit, he's had a good draft.
I just love double. Like they're like, okay, bye Russell Wilson. We'll get a tackle and a running back, and we're just going to ground
and pound this
thing.
This is not. Did Indianapolis trade back again?
Yeah, this was supposed to be the Colts.
It looks like the Vikings have traded back up into the 42nd slot, taking that Colts away. Colts don't get to make their pick after all, Brian.
No, that's a shame.
Is this the quarterback finally?
Well, actually, it's funny you said that because Minnesota was linked to a quarterback at 34 earlier today. Then they traded away. I wonder if
Zimmer right about the Kellen Mond?
I thought we all agreed he was right about that before he even said it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just wondered.
Did not like that pick personally.
Okay.
So we're awaiting Minnesota's selection. By the way, it will be Minnesota followed by the Giants. So NFC East back up on the clock here in a couple of minutes, as the Giants have also traded out of their picks twice already in this round. Then it's the Browns, the Ravens, and the Cowboys. Still a little bit away from their first selection here in the second. By the way, we do have the compensation. So Minnesota receives the 42nd pick and 122. The Colts receive 53, 77 in the third round, and then a sixth round pick as well. So that's the compensation for the Vikings to get back up into this 42nd selection. Are you guys surprised at the fact that Malik Willis has lasted this long? I mean, we've talked about this quarterback class not necessarily being
I
deep.
have. I'm surprised.
But I thought at least in the first 10 picks of this second round, he would at least be gone by then.
I'm impressed.
That he's not there?
I'm impressed that
teams aren't reaching for quarterbacks.
I'm impressed that the league is having patience and letting these flawed quarterbacks fall into more realistic draft ranges. Because we say this every year. We're like, well, yeah, I got a 3rd round grade on him, but he'll go in the top 18 because he's a quarterback. Like, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
So good for the league for showing some restraint.
Man, there was so much smoke too about like Ritter. Like, Ritter's blowing people away, so Ritter's going in the first. Like, there was all that chatter.
So my little self-serving game where I write down 32 names, 30 of them are crossed off. The only 2 left are quarterbacks, Willis and Ritter. I fell for the hype.
I'm gonna look. I wonder if Jermaine Johnson and Desmond Ritter have the same agent. Sold us all that they were going so much higher than they were.
Here's the Vikings at 42.
This is crazy. We didn't have this many people when I played in the Super Bowl.
Rice Stadium.
And you know, I got to tell you.
Oh, no, Eddie.
Finding a Viking purple sport coat is not easy. But I did it. And I hope you appreciate it. You know, the significance of me being here was that 50 years ago, I was drafted by the Minnesota Vikings.
Cornell.
You just throw your pin? I know what you're thinking. I look pretty good.
I just threw my pin.
But it was nothing like this. I was in my little apartment in Ithaca, New York.
This reminds me of what I'm going to be like in a few years.
And Jim Finks, the general manager, called and told me, "Congratulations, son. You've been drafted by the Minnesota Vikings."
This is not story time.
It's a new residency here in Vegas.
He begs to differ.
And now somebody's like waiting for that same honor.
Teams I wanted to be drafted by.
Start playing that Oscar music.
In fact, there was only one team that I wanted to be drafted by less.
Oh my goodness.
But I'm not going to mention Green Bay.
Oh, that's some red meat right there.
I see those cheeseheads over there.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, it was a great experience. Got to play in 2 Super Bowls, and now, 50 years later,
didn't win one.
Here I am in front of all you folks. This is really exciting for me. So, as a ex-former Minnesota Viking,
my word,
and former head coach at Blue Mountain State.
Wow.
Come on, we got to have some GOAT fans out there.
We have NFL draft fans.
Is he on the TV show?
Go.
Yes, he is.
Anyway,
he's the coach in the TV show.
Tell him you need to make the dang pick.
Get off the stage.
Somebody, she come up to yell at him? Somebody came up to tell her to make the pick.
That does get in the hook. Not even any playoff music. Just read it. Just read it.
Oh, now he's still not reading it.
With the 42nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select defensive back Andrew Booth from Clemson.
Poor Andrew Booth had to wait all this time to get picked, and then when he gets picked, that's the announcement.
At least when Drew Pearson did it, it was awesome. That was fun.
There was momentum.
Yeah.
There was some entertainment value to it.
And Drew didn't go, I initially thought about signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers as an undrafted free agent.
All right, we're going to break down Andrew Booth, and we're going to continue on. Hopefully, we'll get some other
day
picks.
3 of the draft. Next,
we're going to make up some time. We'll be right back with 2022 NFL Draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Oh, you're going.
And we're back on this side of things as Andrew Booth Jr., the pick. I'm still reeling. I thought that was hilarious.
Ed Marinero, what are we doing? Seriously.
That was next level. All right, let's talk about Andrew Booth. He deserves all the credit here of just going in the draft because it took that long to get there.
Yeah, it was.
Before we talk about Andrew Booth, let me tell you about when the Vikings first, when they asked me to come on the draft show. Yeah.
I was sitting there thinking like, when 1992 when It was a 12-round draft at that time.
Larry Brown would have been an undrafted free agent out of TCU. Oh, here we go. The Giants are picking.
Oh, this will be much quicker. Here's the Giants selection.
That's right.
Hopefully.
We out here.
All right, let's go, man.
Hilarious. With the 43rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Wandale Robinson,
there you go.
receiver from Kentucky.
Fake pen throw. I think
Were the
that's
Cowboys ever really that interested in
No,
Wandale?
that's what I'm saying. I think that's a fake pen throw for the Cowboys. They want a receiver. I don't think they would have taken him.
Yeah.
Not here anyway. And I mean, by the way, drafting Wandale Robinson, that definitely sounds like the end of Kadarius Toney.
Oh, yeah, that's a very similar role. You talk about a slot guy.
Right
very
here in the second
speedy.
round. That means you're going to be purging Toney soon.
Would you make the call there? Would you at least go entertain that option?
Tony?
Was there some questions about him that people were not really happy with him on some things?
I mean, you've heard it like since he's been in the league. I didn't hear a ton about Tony. I mean, I never dug in on Kadarius Toney because I never thought he was really going to be anybody that was talked about the Cowboys. So I didn't hear a lot about him. But I mean, you keep hearing it now that, since he's been in the NFL. NFL Network says Wandale Robinson was called the Barry Sanders of youth football. Tyler Smith, a big fan of Wandale Robinson.
I'll tell you what, though, you watch him play at 5'8" and 178. I mean, he is super, super impressive. If you ever have a chance to watch him play in that bowl game against Iowa, he was outstanding. You see the highlights right here, though. He's explosive when he gets up the field there. He'll be able to track the ball right there. He catches everything. He catches everything in his hands, though. I mean, he could be a very special player. And here's the Giants. They're in that situation right now. Here's the guys you're starting to have to compete against. That guy can be a handful to have to deal with. Again, 5'8", 178 pounds. I kind of feel like that you can, like I say, run him anywhere up the field. He's going to find ways to make plays, and make big plays for you, chunk plays.
You look at some of the receivers that have come out of Kentucky the last couple of years, and I mean, Wandale Robinson, transfer from Nebraska. He was recruited initially as an all-purpose back, and he made that switch into more of a one, not even one trick, but just a singular wide receiver. But they used him in so many different ways. They used him in the receiving game, the return game. And like you said, he is just a pure possession receiver. He did some things better than all of those Kentucky receivers that we've seen over the last couple of years. He's done it better than they did, even at the same sort of role that they've had throughout their careers as well.
Sorry if y'all already said this. I ducked out for a sec. I feel a little early for a 5'8", 175-pound wide receiver.
It might be a little bit.
Feels a little early to me.
You think so?
This is so lazy, but I just think of Tutu Atwell from last year.
Yeah.
Who I think is still waiting on like his first touch with the Rams.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just I heard what y'all were saying, and I'm not saying he's a bad player, but
he's definitely not.
Well, I had him in the 4th round because, again, I take all those small guys and put them all right there.
Maybe I'm just biased by what I think the Cowboys' thought process is, but.
This was Cleveland's pick originally. Now it belongs to the Texans, right? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Yeah.
I don't think this was a part of the Deshaun Watson
I don't think it was
deal.
either.
This is something new because I'm looking at the Browns as they should be on the clock at 44 here, but looks like the Texans are back up there. What could this potentially be for? That's interesting. I mean, do you really think this could be a quarterback? Is this Malik Willis territory, or do you think that they believe in Davis Mills enough to give him another year at
I'll tell you what. You know what? You say that, and I don't know if you're married to Davis Mills, but do you do it as right now as maybe to see what you might have, and then you go for if you're not good enough next year, you draft another quarterback. That I'm just saying I think there would be tremendous value if they did take this guy right now.
Take Willis at 44.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I think this would be a big time player for them if they went out and got Willis here.
I think anybody who selects Willis here is going to have a fantastic value.
I just love the upsides of the player. I do. I'm excited about he was one of the most exciting players. I use that word here twice, but when I watched him play, I was in awe of how he was moving around and the way he makes throws and all the different platforms he avoids. I mean, there's something to this cat's game when you watch him play, really.
Now, we are starting to get into, we're still a dozen picks away from the Cowboys here. When you're looking at the board and you're seeing what some of the potential could be for Dallas, does anything stick out to you? Any red blinking lights at the moment that are starting to fall?
I'm just watching for, I want to see if Tolbert and Pickens get in their range. Those are the two I'm looking at right here.
Do you think they would go for Pickens?
Potentially.
Yeah.
So
I think
I'm
value.
asking that. I would love it. I would love it if they drafted Pickens.
I don't know that he'd be a prior, but like if you get down to that pick and he's there, he may be somebody that's just high enough up on their board that they go, well, let's go.
Also, similar to the Thibodeau conversation we had last night, like there are two different types of red flags. Like, is this are we talking about like a bad guy red flag or like he falls asleep in meetings red flag?
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select John Metchie, wide receiver, Alabama.
All right. Well, their medical was better than everyone else's medical.
There it is.
You know what, though? Again, if receivers are going to go off the board, take guys off the board who I don't know that the Cowboys were going to take anyway.
Yeah, I don't think they would have.
Could this be the run now we're going to start to see in receivers?
Man, I hope not.
Still got a little bit of ways to go. We would like to have
we're talking about
guys.
maybe like two receivers here that need to get in your range in 12 picks.
I love the thought process for Houston because it's like in my opinion, he's a hell of a player, and the Texans aren't trying to win anything right now anyway. Who cares if he's not healthy for the first month or two of the season?
Still got some of the names left at the top. I'm just looking over Dane's board. Some of the names he has left at the top still. Travis Jones has not gone. Ryman has not gone. Skyy Moore, Desmond Ridder, Jaquan Brisker. He still hasn't gone.
Safety from Penn State, yeah.
So, there are a few names here that maybe there's enough value that you don't have to worry about your receiver.
Let's talk about the receiver that just went, just real quickly to get it out of the way, playing down I-45 from us now. But, Brian, when you look at John Metchie, he's that prototypical Z receiver is kind of the way that I had him tabbed.
Yeah.
But outside of the ACL tear, he is as sharp of a runner and a route runner that you can potentially get out of college.
Yeah,
football.
this kid's Canadian, by the way, and he went to high school in Maryland, and he tore his ACL in the SEC championship game against Georgia. He's a dynamic football player with the ball in his hands, and he's going to show you running back type skills. I would not say that his hands are completely reliable, but they're good enough. And I thought there were some snaps where he double caught some balls. He's got a unique ability to win off the line. The coaches like to use him in bunch formations, and then they could scatter him. And what's interesting is the former Houston Texans head coach, Bill O'Brien, is the OC down there at Alabama. So that's kind of funny to see the connections there. But, an aware route runner, he'll find space to get open. He continues to work until the ball comes his direction. There's plenty of snaps where he was either dragging through the middle or standing wide open along the sidelines. He's got some receptions where the ball came to him on the back shoulder, and he was able to make those plays. So he's got a feel for how to get open and get in the end zone. He came up with the game winner against Auburn in the overtime game that I was able to watch. So he could be a little bit of a difficult cover. That's, again, pre-knee injury.
Well, and not just the knee injury. He was cleared to play football in high school, but he was diagnosed with an enlarged heart in high school. And so, I don't know if that's also a factor for anybody here or if they've got different view of the medicals and stuff like that. So, there may be other complexities there with his medical evaluation. What has Baltimore done? Is this one of our receiver risks?
Baltimore's done so much great stuff, and yes, it probably is.
It definitely is.
Because they just got rid of Hollywood Brown.
They have the Minnesota kid from last year, Bateman.
Rashad Bateman from Minnesota.
Is this Skyy Moore?
Could be.
Didn't they draft all those small, the SMU kid, and then
they
Texas?
Duvernay.
Those were late round, like
Duvernay was the third round. I hear you though.
Prochet's basically just been a special teamer. He's not, but if you just moved on from a guy like Hollywood Brown, not that like Skyy Moore's the same quite speedster or whatever, plays like that, but
Duvernay and Prochet would be starters if the season started today. So yeah, I think receiver is a big need here.
Okay, if they pick Skyy Moore here, is it going to be one of those things where you're going to say that's the right thing to do? Are you going to give them credit? Because we always like to give
trading Hollywood Brown.
Yeah,
like with the big picture in mind here. Maybe. Yes.
I always love the way the Ravens draft. I'm just saying.
I'm in love with what the Ravens have done this weekend.
It's phenomenal.
They got rid of a receiver they didn't want to pay. They made 2 first-round picks. They got 2 guys that everybody universally loves. They've got 6 picks in the 4th. And if this is a receiver, they could add a starter caliber receiver to the roster right here at pick 45. Yeah,
I mean, if they're gonna add a receiver, given that Hollywood Brown wanted out, would that be the type of receiver that they'd want to add? Is one like him?
Here's the selection for the Ravens at 45.
With the 45th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select David Ojabo, linebacker,
wow.
Michigan.
I can say this now that he's off the board. I was hearing murmurs that there were some legs that the Cowboys were decently interested in David Ojabo.
I think if he had fallen all that way, they would have at least considered it.
He was on the list. I wouldn't say he would be the pick necessarily, but he was on that list. The torn Achilles at Pro Day is what's going to stick around with Ojabo during this draft process. But overall, Brian, a phenomenal edge rusher and somebody that tore up the Big Ten alongside Aiden Hutchinson, who ended up being the number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, there's times you watch this kid, he actually looks better rushing the passer than the guy that went way ahead of him.
Yeah.
When you and seriously, and I was super impressed, because this guy, he kind of plays as a stand-up linebacker, defensive end. For a guy that doesn't have a lot of football experience, he does a really good job of playing with the knowledge that he does have. I think he's a slippery rusher. He's got that start-stop quickness with the ability to change directions. He's going to make things happen with that first step. He's going to gain direction, then he's going to gain ground, and when that first couple steps, and then he puts a ton of pressure on the blockers. Those are the kinds of guys that, those guys are reaching for him out of their stance, and he doesn't give you much of that hitting surface, nor does he let him get his hands on him. So, he doesn't stop to rush. The minute he feels the tackle off balance, he's working around the corner. So, yeah, if he doesn't get hurt on a pro day there in Ann Arbor, we'd have been talking about this guy probably a lot earlier.
He's the modern day edge rusher with these quarterbacks that the game's all about, like quick release and getting the ball out fast. And, he's able to get around that corner fast and close quickly. And so, those are the aspects of David Ojabo that make him really intriguing. I think in a league where it's going to be tougher to get sacks if you don't have some of the traits that I think he does, then, that's what I think makes him so intriguing. Which also, I just thought of that. You've got, Ojabo, if he pans out across from Boye. That's a pretty impressive coupling of pass rushers. Yeah.
I think we're moving inside of 10 picks until Dallas is on the clock.
Keegan-Michael Key.
Detroit Lions at 46.
With the 46th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Josh Pascal, defensive end, University of Kentucky.
Back-to-back edge rushers. Not necessarily the same style edge rusher, though. This is a much smaller player than David Ojabo was, just under 6'3", and then you've still got the 270, but he's still pretty light coming off of the edge out of Kentucky.
Yeah, man, but this guy, I tell you what, you could play him in a couple of different spots. I think he's got a feel for how to be around the ball. He'll make his share of tackles behind the line of scrimmage because of his ability to kind of knife through there and get behind the line. He's super quick, which allows him to beat blockers and finish the play. He's especially hard to handle when he's playing on the move. When he's on that move, they don't get in front of him. That quickness, he's able to get up the field. He finds the ball. He can hit the gap. He can locate it. He's got awareness that when the ball's coming his direction, you'll see him stay at home. He doesn't get fooled on those boots and those waggles, the jet sweeps, the reverses, things like that. He doesn't give much ground in the running game and can hold up against blockers and get rid of these players. I think he does a great job of playing with his hands, too. I was a big fan of this kid when I was watching him play this season for Kentucky.
Todd Archer just tweeted that Josh Pascal was a prime target for the Cowboys here in round 2.
That's what we were talking about leading up into that first pick, that he was at least in the conversation as well. They're hunting edge rushers.
Well, not just hunting edge rushers. They're hunting, I think this is a big year for them, of course, like I said, about toughness. We've talked about this last couple of days. Toughness, culture. They want leadership traits, things like that. That's one of the big things I did hear about Pascal during the draft process is people talked about what a the talk was like he's going to be a captain for a team relatively quickly during his time in the NFL.
It's interesting to think about. It's all those kinds of off-the-field stuff that you don't necessarily hear during a draft process, because Pascal does a lot of things well off of the edge. Second-team All-American, second-team on the All-SEC. He was at the Senior Bowl. He did a lot of things well there. But now you start getting into, and Dave, we had to cut you off with that last selection. I want to go back to what you were talking about, because you're getting into that 10 picks within 10 picks, and you still feel pretty good about the list of names you have on the board.
Yeah, it's ironic that Todd just tweeted that about Pascal. And I mean, I had heard his name, but like the names that we really have circled, I don't feel like the Cowboys have lost a ton of guys that we came into this round thinking they were going to get. You know what I mean? Like, of course, Jalen Pitre wasn't going to fall that far. Of course, Logan Hall wasn't going to fall that far. But some of the other guys we've talked about are hanging around. Like, I'm starting to feel optimistic that somebody we like is going to be available when they make this pick.
Who are some names at the top of your list, Dave?
I mean, the guys we led the show with. I mean, first of all, how much further is Nakobe Dean going to fall? And even if the Cowboys don't love him the most, at some point does he become a value? We mentioned Jalen Tolbert. Who are some other guys that I think we should talk? George Pickens obviously is still hanging around. Cameron Jurgens is a guy that they've brought in who's still there. I think this starts to make sense in this range.
You think they'd double dip?
Maybe.
They could. Jurgens is more of a thought process at center, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, still, you're double dipping resources at offensive line.
I think
that's
if that was the case, I would take Raymond.
Okay.
If you double dip offensive lineman, I'm taking Raymond at tackle.
He's still there.
Yeah.
Drake Jackson is still there. Sam Williams is still there. I feel. Name a tight end. They're still there.
They're all there.
Trey McBride, the consensus best tight end.
I don't know if it's here. I know they like DeMarvin Leal.
Yeah.
And they like look a big line. We keep hearing from them, and it's every year, but it feels like it's ratcheted up recently, especially from Stephen Jones. Just the talk of positional flexibility. That was a big when he got asked today on 105.3 The Fan about, well, why not Linderbaum? It was like, look, we really liked the flexibility of this player. We don't want to necessarily be narrowed down to this, and so
they spent a first-round pick on a guy that they didn't clearly define his position. So
no, and a guy who, when he came on here last night, he said, "I'll play all 5 positions." And so Leal, I know that's something they really like about Leal is that he has that flexibility from snap to play inside or outside or do whatever they need him to.
And we think that they're focused on receivers that wouldn't be limited to one receiver role.
Right. And so the question there is, if he gets down there, do they think Skyy Moore is limited?
I don't get the impression that they are interested in Skyy Moore at all.
I don't.
I'm right there with you.
I don't think they. I don't think he'd be in this conversation because I think probably like we're talking about. I think
it's a slot
he's
player
probably
thing.
Considered a slot player to them.
Yeah, and he can play outside.
He can.
I think he could.
Sure. Which, as always, my opinion is irrelevant.
They don't care what I
agree.
think.
I'll say that too. Dave's opinion is irrelevant.
It is. I say that all the time.
Yeah, me too.
It's fantastic. We love Dave's opinion. It just may not matter that much.
That's
okay.
A dumb guy who rubs his eyebrows too much.
Every once in a while. Commanders are on the clock now at 47, followed by the Bears and the Saints. Here's the Commanders.
A stupid name.
Commanders, I see y'all. Commanders, I see y'all. What's up, everybody?
Terrible name.
With the 47th pick of the 2022 draft, the Washington Commanders select Phidarian Mathis, D tackle, Alabama.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You liked him early on in the process.
I still do.
Okay, so that was a good wow.
Yeah, that was. I mean, that when you start talking about division and things like that, and big body guy. This guy. Now there's these guys that kind of just take up space and stuff like that. This guy is like 6'4", 310, and he plays like a much, much bigger guy. He's a stout point of attack player. He can be super hard to move when one-on-one. The initial quickness, the surge, he gets in the blocker quickly. He can disengage just as fast. He's powerful in the way he plays. He stays square along the line. He holds up against double teams. So he's not going to let blockers move him. I've seen him go to one knee and then pop back up in order to hold the blockers and then split them and then get in on a tackle. I mean, the balance, the movement, he's going to chase the ball over the field, the redirection stuff. I mean, this guy has got a lot of things. Coaches will put lighter or quicker guys in this spot, but when he gets the opportunity to get some pass rush stuff, I think he's going to be really, really a brute force with his effort and what he's going to have to deal with there.
What does this bring to the table, Dave, from another divisional team having interior pressure?
I just tweeted this. I mean, on top of that, like, hey, welcome to the NFL, Tyler Smith. Like, every team you're going to play twice a year has studs in the middle. But also, how many Bama dudes does Washington have up front at this point?
All of them.
They got them all.
Payne, Allen,
Mathis. I want to say
they drafted Ryan Anderson.
I don't know if he's
stand-up linebacker. I don't know if he's still there,
but they had Ryan Anderson. Is Landon Collins is not?
He was released.
He was released. Yeah. Right. Damn. They have to settle for 5 Bama guys instead.
Oh, darn. Oh, darn. All right, let's see who the Bears pick at 48 when we come back. It's the Bears, Saints, Chiefs. It's the 2022 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Back here on the internet side of things, as the Bears are on the clock at pick number 48, then it's the Saints and the Chiefs rounding out the top 50, and then we really start getting into the nitty-gritty for the Cowboys, who once again picking at 56, now within 10 selections up until then. Glad you're with us on the internet side of things. He's Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, David Hellman, I'm Kyle Yeomans, and Broaddus, you look at the Bears, they had a pretty solid pick earlier in the round you really liked with Kyler Gordon. What could they maybe be looking at here?
Yeah, I was talking to that Bears guy. I wonder if it's about now. The value there with that corner was really great. But is there a skill guy? Is there a wide receiver? Is there
Skyy Moore now?
Yeah, or is there an offensive lineman? You know, so those are the kinds of things I think that I would look at for the Bears.
Get Justin Fields some help.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking too.
So this could be a wide receiver potential here, maybe?
I think so. I think they need some skill there, don't they, on the outside?
They don't have a whole lot. Allen Robinson's now in Los Angeles. They don't necessarily...
They need everything on offense. I wonder, though, I mean, Chicago's O-line is pretty butt.
Hey,
though, right?
hot ones.
Whoa!
Sean Evans make him pick.
I love that guy. And he's in a Hester jersey. That's cool.
Bear down. Bear down. With the 48th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Jaquan Brisker, defensive back, Penn State.
God, they're having a decent draft right now.
All right, so the Bears are just going
secondary,
old school
well,
style.
They got our old buddies. There's the new head coach there.
Flus, yeah. Cowboys linebacker.
Flus is taking all these defensive cats, is what he's doing.
Tell me about Jaquan Brisker. He's a great player.
He is a great player. Hold on, I got to pull him up. I got too much stuff going on here in my life.
He's a top 50 player for me. This is right where I had him. I had him at 49 on my board. And
this guy loves to be around the action. The ball tends to find him. He's physical. He loves to mix it up. He throws his body around without any problems. He'll wrap up as a tackler. I think a lot of times he'll just go for a big hit, though, too. I've seen the coach use him in coverage in the red zone. He managed to hold his own. He had a game-sealing interception against Wisconsin. It was crazy ending there in Madtown. Is the best when he could play without much of an assignment and just let him roam around in the secondary. He's one of the smarter defensive players I've studied. He's really, really quick to read the screens and be right on the spot. I love the way he attacks the ball. He's disruptive in everywhere he plays. I don't believe he's a liability deep because I observed him defending the ball. He just needs a little bit better feel for how to play it, though, down the field a little bit.
Sometimes you hear about players during the process, and it's like, oh, scouts love this guy, or oh, coaches love this guy, or whatever else. Coaches really like Jaquan Brisker. They think he's tough as hell.
Pick number 48, the Chicago Bears select Jaquan Brisker, safety out of Penn State. Bobby, I want to go back to the point you were just making because I think it's a fantastic one. Brisker, phenomenal player on the field, but off the field, coaches are going to really like him to establish a culture up there.
Yeah, when we talk about, Brian talking about Kyler Gordon, where scouts will tell him, like, hey, you really need to watch this guy. And there are certain players that are a scout's favorite or some that are a coach's favorite. And that's just something that I heard about Brisker during the process was that coaches really like him because there's the toughness and the competitiveness and that's one of the things that they really and one of the things they just really came away with was like this is a guy who's gonna like lay it all on the line. This is a tough football player.
Saints are on the clock now. Brian, just for the radio side of things, let's give another quick synopsis on Brisker and what he brings to the table.
Yeah, like I was talking about earlier with him, this kid is. I mean, I think he needs to play on his own. When he's able to kind of freelance a little bit, he can make some serious plays. In the Wisconsin game, he was kind of roaming in the middle of the field and was able to make the play that sealed the game for them. He's a wrap-up tackler who'll go for the big hit. The coaches use him in coverage like I talk about quite a bit. He's quick to read the screens, to be in the right spot, loves to attack the ball. He's disruptive in the way he plays. And, I love the toughness, the anticipation, and the awareness he has as well.
7 teams remain in between the Cowboys and their next selection. It's the Saints at 49, then it's the Chiefs at 50, the Eagles pick at 51, 52 is the Steelers, 53 the Vikings, and then it's the Patriots and the Cardinals leading up to the Cowboys at pick number 56. I'm still feeling pretty good here, Dave. Even since we had that last conversation, I haven't seen a name jump off the board that necessarily...
You know what's funny is you're right. No, nothing has jumped off the board. But like now that we're inching closer, I'm starting to get a pit in my stomach.
A little nervous.
Just what if this... And it's how it happens all the time. If you've ever listened to us do the draft, like there's just a run where like 3 guys in a row that you love go off like bing, bang, boom. And all of a sudden, this great list of options you had looks kind of sparse. I was about to say, like, I need New Orleans or somebody. I need somebody to take one of these quarterbacks. Like, somebody make a pick that I don't care about.
Take both of them. Get both of them out of here.
Get Ritter and Willis out of here. Saints.
Get Carson Strong, Matt Corral. Let's get a run on quarterback.
Quarterback.
You look at some of the potentials here for quarterbacks, at least in the 7 picks. Steelers, they selected one. The Eagles, they don't need one. The Chiefs, of course, they don't need one. The Saints are really it out of these. Maybe the Vikings at 53 if they felt like they wanted to find a guy for the future other than Kirk Cousins. But still, there's really only 2 potentials here for quarterback. And unless they really feel like they're in love with somebody, I would be surprised to see them. We're taking a look on the internet side of things with the Dallas Cowboys War Room. A little bit of action in there. Nobody on the phone just yet. As we're inching within 7 selections, the pick is in for New Orleans. Brian, as you're looking at your board, does anybody that the Cowboys have been linked to scare you in this spot? Anybody that you look at that could be a name that would pop up when they pick at 56 that you wouldn't necessarily be excited about?
No, I think all the names. I mean, George Pickens' guys. I think Raymond, the tackle, I would be happy with. Travis Jones, that defensive tackle from Connecticut. That's a big body guy. I think that might be a little something different. Skyy Moore. I think Skyy Moore can play inside or outside. I don't see that as an issue. They probably do. I really do like Christian Harris, the linebacker from Alabama as well. And think about the tight end. Maybe Trey McBride is a guy that you might want to think about as well too.
It's a long way to go to 56. Like I just said, this could be a minefield. But if they can have their pick of the best tight end in the class at 56, that wouldn't shock me.
Yeah,
I think you have to consider that.
I'm really
56.
hoping for a quarterback here.
This is
nice,
probably the number one chance you're going to have as a potential quarterback.
I've heard the Saints like Corral. It would be weird to see him go ahead of Willis and Ritter, but it seems like there's a lot of smoke between the Saints and Matt Corral.
They liked Pickett a lot, right? That was if they would
him as well. But he's gone.
Of course, he was the 20th overall pick to the Steelers. With New Orleans being here at 49, you'd have to think either they're going to go away from that, or they could maybe take one of those.
The Saints are they're on Brian's list of they don't care. Like
they really don't.
They're going to draft. They're going to have all these quarterbacks sitting here at 49 and draft a linebacker.
And here's the pick.
With the 49th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select
Alante Taylor, defensive back, Tennessee.
Interesting.
Wasn't a linebacker, but it ain't a quarterback.
You had a nice reaction there, Bobby. What you
just
because
I'm interested in so Alante Taylor. I know that the shine had come off him for a lot of people.
Yep.
Dane had him as his number 124 player. That was one of the names when I first started talking to people like last summer as like, hey, who are some people I should just start like getting acquainted with and figuring out. Alante Taylor was one that they said the league was high on. And so it had kind of come off a little bit. And so I was thinking, okay, I guess that, things just didn't pan out for him. But, I mean, him going here in what pick was that? That was top 50.
Yep.
He's a top 50 pick. And, I guess the league did like him.
It's really funny that you say that. He was probably the fourth player I watched. He was really early on, and I was not very high on him. I was right there with you. I didn't think he necessarily impressed me a ton, but the more I watched him as I went along, I actually moved him up my board. I didn't move him up this high. I had him in the 100s, but I didn't necessarily I was right there with you. I kind of had to go the opposite direction along the way.
You know what this goes back to, Brian?
What's that?
This goes back to what you and I have discussed the last couple days about the advice I got.
Yeah,
the things you hear in January and December and stuff, believe that more than the things you hear in the last 3 months.
Yeah.
And I should have just been more on top of I'd put Taylor out of my mind, and that was one of the first names I heard back in the summer.
So should we just call? You think Derek Eagleton's listening? Like, hey, we don't need to do this. Like, we can do a few episodes in January and just come back.
No.
Yeah,
okay, gosh. Wait. You're putting it on me as I'm just saying. That's not what I'm saying.
I mean, I was being facetious.
You're not. You're bullying me.
I love
you're
idly talking about this crap anyway.
I thought you were serious for a second, and I think every draft fan out there would have just been in your mentions so fast.
Because hey, look, there was a lot of
they love listening to Brian.
The late surge on Tyler Smith discussion proved to be so. I mean, that clearly wasn't something necessarily that was being talked. So I mean, it's right in spots, but it is that I heard back in December they liked Treylon Burks. And then as the process went along, there was a little bit of like do they totally like it? And then I think at the end of the day, they probably did like it. And that was another instance where it's like, maybe I should have believed what I heard earlier. Well, and so I think that
to be fair to you, like, I think we do this too. Like, sometimes you have an opinion, you drift away from it, you kind of confer, and you come back to it. That doesn't mean that you didn't think about changing your mind.
And mine is less about like the actual evaluation and going off of just more like, what am I hearing from people?
Right.
And what should I? And so that's a little different for me. In that spirit, going back to the things I heard long ago, I really think that at 6 picks away here, I think the Cowboys would like to see Jalen Tolbert reach them.
Was that an early thing?
That was one of the earlier names I had heard. Like, hey, this is kind of a good player.
He was on their radar in Mobile. They had great communication with him down in the Senior Bowl. Of course, he played in that stadium throughout his collegiate career, playing in South Alabama. And then, I mean, it's one of those things. It rears back up. As soon as you get back closer, you start hearing those names pop out there. Mm-hmm. He could be a target. And it wasn't a quarterback, but Alante Taylor wasn't on the Cowboys' radar at that point.
We got a Patriots trade, by the way.
Patriots picking at 50 now instead of the Kansas City Chiefs.
What do the Patriots want?
It's not a quarterback.
It's probably somebody in the 5th round.
Cole Strange
2.0? No, I'm just kidding you that.
Belichick's just like, I'm going to take all the players the Rams
we
wanted.
were kind of talking about guard, and we were talking about linebacker for them yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
So guard, linebacker. Who are some of the names?
Well, I mean, okay.
Do they think Ryman could play guard?
They like Alabama kids.
Yeah,
Christian Harris.
I was thinking Christian Harris is what I was thinking here, because to me it was like there's that relationship. Yeah, that relationship between Belichick and Saban, and they know all about those kids that way. So maybe that's the route you're going to go.
I wanted to bring up linebacker.
Shorter guy, though.
This brings up by the way, they're showing Micah Parsons' tweet on the NFL Network side of things. Says, crazy, I haven't seen Nakobe Dean taken yet. So he's still on the board here as well. And the linebacker position seemingly
the rookie of the year thinks he's a good player, then I'm going to go with that.
Go with that?
Yeah.
Devin Lloyd and Quay Walker are the only 2 linebackers off the board right now. Is that surprising to you, Brian, when you look at this linebacker class? We had talked about it as being a decent
I have a first-round grade on Dean.
Well, it is a decent class. It's kind of like tight end. Like, I think we all agreed that there was only a couple that would go in the first round.
Could this be Chanel? Like that big kind of
meaty, wide,
big inside physical guy. I
guarantee you, like, to go back to that point, and I'm not saying you're wrong, Kyle, but like, I think we're going to hear like 4 or 5 of these names called before too long.
I'm just more so saying I thought both Dean and Lloyd were locks to go in the first round. I thought Christian Harris would be right up at the top of the second. Quay Walker, of course, he ended up going in the first round, so it maybe makes up for not having Dean in there. But then, yeah, you're right. I guess Channing Tindall, Leo Chanel, Chad
surprised.
Muma.
I am surprised Dean is still here, but everyone else, I think we're moving into that range. Like your Christian Harris's, your Chanel's, your Muma's, like second, maybe even early third is like where I would have guessed those guys would go.
So we're thinking maybe Christian Harris here. What about a Channing Tindall? Just because he's still on the board. You talk about a big school linebacker.
I've kind of heard that with Tindall that you might have to kind of hold his hand along the way during the game.
There's a couple of those Georgia
I was going to say,
Why?
so that's what people say about Pickens.
And Wyatt.
Yeah. Well, not maybe the brightest.
I didn't say that. But
I did. I mean, we're doing a show.
Pretty damn stupid,
The thing, like Brian, if you need, like Brian will just spell it out for you. He's not going to try to tap dance around it.
No, that's what I love.
Watch
about
Dallas
Brian.
taken.
Here's the Patriots.
Today is World Wish Day, the anniversary of the wish that inspired the creation of Make-A-Wish. Joining me today to announce the New England Patriots second-round pick is Ben Leppert. Let him know, man. Ben told Make-A-Wish his wish was to be able to announce the draft pick for his hometown team, the Patriots, 6-time. After battling over recovering leukemia, I know this is going to be a piece of cake. I want to thank the NFL, Robert Kraft, for making Ben's wish come true. Okay, Ben, let's make your wish come true. Let's get there.
That's neat.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 50th pick to the New England Patriots. With the 50th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots select Jaquan Thornton, wide receiver.
No way.
Wow. That one's big.
Belichick is trolling. He is taking the Rams picks.
You think so?
He's going after all the guys the Rams are in position to take in the 100s. He's just like, you want a Super Bowl? All right.
4.28 40. He had the best 40 time at the combine. He had the best 10-yard split at the combine with a 1.41. Out of the block, second team all Big 12. Fantastic receiver. And I'll tell you, he is a ton of fun to watch. I got a chance to watch a ton of him at Baylor throughout his career. He was really a starter for 3-4 years there. Brian, what did you see with Jaquan?
No, this guy can really, really run. And you're talking about, and I think when you watch teams play him, they're scared to death of him because they know he can run.
Yeah.
But he's one of those guys, though, like I said, with Baylor, it's funny with the wide receiver class that we've, over the years and stuff, we've always
hasn't panned out.
It's
well
tough, man. It really, really has been tough. But this kid right here, like I say, the speed is legitimate. He is rail thin, though, and I will say this though, he will scare cornerbacks that have to deal because they will have to play off on him or maybe even play up and not let him get going at all because he can really fly.
This is an Al Davis special. Just, he runs 4.2. Get him. Bring on.
Turning into the Raiders.
When you win 6 Super Bowls, you get a certain amount of latitude, but like the Patriots don't draft all that.
Where did
well.
I gotta see? Dane had him as player 176.
What did I have him?
You know what? I love this though because
I had 178.
This is it's all bearing to fruition. Like again, like there was a lot of consensus about 15 or 16 prospects, and the rest of this stuff is just a grab bag.
You want to talk about a fake pen throw as you might be looking for a receiver? Oh, Jaquan Thornton.
Actually, I mean, again, these guys haven't been quarterbacks, but both of the last 2 picks are. I'm just like, yeah, okay, that's
cool.
That's awesome. Please take that guy.
There are, plenty of targets on the board here for the Cowboys moving into the latter parts of this second round. Now, let's go ahead and step aside. When we come back, we're going to outline who the Cowboys could be taking at 56. The Eagles are on the clock, followed by the Steelers and the Vikings. You're listening to the 2022 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Back here on the internet side of things, glad you're with us on DallasCowboys.com. He's Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, David Hellman. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Now we are 5 selections away, and then the Cowboys get their chance to pick their fierce rival Philadelphia Eagles, who have disgustingly had a great draft so far.
Brian, are you antsy or are you an old man?
No, I'm just
is this nervous energy or back pain?
I just need to stand up. billion-dollar companies here with bad chairs.
I'm bringing Brian a chair tomorrow.
He said he was going to bring his own, and he didn't.
I should know better. When I used to draft, I had a damn good chair I would sit in.
It would be.
I picture Brian in the war room with like a lazy boy, just like he's got like a recliner in there.
Did you ever?
It's got cup holders in it.
Did you go out to training camp?
The 1 year I went was 19, and then it got kind of shut off.
When Brian used to go to camp, he would bring like a leather office chair so he didn't have to sit in the crap.
I almost did that this week. I mean, this chair's not so bad, but that one I wouldn't want necessarily.
I feel like we're a $6-7 billion company here, aren't we?
Do you want me to trade? Do you want me to trade with you, Brian?
No,
we're
chairs.
good, man.
They're
We're
just
good.
not necessarily designed.
I'm old. That's the problem. We're good.
But it would be
Get one of these other chairs. These are different.
It would be so on brand. It would be so on brand.
They
if
got the
Brian
Nate
was
Newton chair in the
standing up
corner.
because he couldn't take the anticipation.
No. But who do you think they're going to take?
I don't know.
Philadelphia. You worried about Philadelphia right now? They've done a
I
pretty
just
good
was
job.
looking at Twitter, so I have the next 2 picks tipped for me.
Wow.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not going to say them though, because I don't do that.
Are we going to hate them for like
Give
Philadelphia?
me a thumbs up or thumbs down. That's all we need.
I think.
Do we get damaged? That's all I want to know.
We're on the website. I think the next one, the Cowboys will be like, rats, and then one after that, you're gonna not be happy.
Oh no!
You want me to just tell you?
No.
Okay. All right.
No. Let's stay along the way.
Now Bobby's standing up.
It's because I'm a
we all
hypochondriac and I'm worried about blood clots from sitting too long.
I'm not gonna stand up. I ain't doing that.
It kind of sounds.
I thought you
nice,
were standing
honestly.
up, Dave.
I thought you were.
It sounds great.
Go away.
Eagles, Steelers, Vikings, Patriots, Cardinals, and I would love here in a couple of moments when we get back on the radio side of things. I want to take a look inside the war room because I'm hearing there's lots of conversations happening back and forth. So it should be something to keep an eye on because we're inching closer. Lots of things going on, and the Cowboys could be picking soon.
Oh, they're back.
We are in the middle of the second round of the NFL Draft. David Hellman, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Glad you're with us on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock right now. And disgustingly so, Brian, they've had a fantastic draft already. Jordan Davis in the first round. And then they turn around, and now they've got this opportunity with 51. Oh, yeah, and by the way, they added a guy like or what was it, Hollywood Brown?
A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown. I can't remember
yeah.
all the trades.
The better Brown.
The better of the Browns.
Yeah,
A.J. Brown's phenomenal.
here's a bunch of folks.
Here's the Eagles selection.
With the 51st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Cam Jurgens, center, Nebraska.
Why do you giggle?
I giggle because that's one of those picks that the Cowboys were probably like, they're probably, we got the Cowboys. We took their guy. Maybe they did.
Like they did with Goddard, they thought.
Yeah, like that.
Every time I heard his name, I would think of the real Slim Shady.
I'll tell you what. I'll say this though. I feel like though that the kid.
I knew you'd like that, Dave.
Yeah.
I feel like the kid at Kentucky, Fortner. I know I say his name a lot. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to be a better player. I think Parham from Memphis is going to be a better player than this guy. So anyway, good for them. I'm glad they did this.
He was a 30 guy for the Cowboys,
Yep.
but I'm right there along with you. I don't necessarily think that they were really looking at him as a potential until maybe the third or fourth round. I don't necessarily think they were looking at him as a second-round pick. Might have been, but at least from everything I've heard, that's not necessarily the case. Steelers' pick is in, by the way, but tell us why you think Cam Jurgens is an okay pick here at 51, Brian.
Well, okay is the word you're used. I think with Jurgens, let me see. I saw kind of a guy that played off balance. I thought he was an undersized center. He's 6'3", he's 303. Now the undersized center at Iowa is like a two-time All-American. This guy is in the same conference, but he's not anywhere near as good as that guy. There's nothing pretty or fluid about his game. He's kind of a rough and tumbled type of blocker. Body control, questions. Here we go.
Thank you.
So I'll throw this up later.
To welcome the 52nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select George Pickens, Georgia. Welcome to the family.
Sorry, Brian.
Gosh darn it.
Told you you
Is
wouldn't
that
be
an
happy.
actual pin throw?
That's for him. I mean,
I just broke my
think it
pencil.
is, too.
Hey, and it could be for the Cowboys, and that's the thing. Like,
just
what are we
broke.
at
My
here?
pencil broke.
We've got 3 more picks before the Cowboys. So what are we looking at?
I'm relieved he's gone because I don't think that Dallas would have taken him, and then we would be,
distraught,
trying to walk people off the ledge.
We hate good players here.
By the way, you said you don't think we're talking about criminal issues with George Pickens.
I said I wasn't sure. I didn't say.
Ian Rappaport reports he was cited for not wearing a seatbelt last week when he got into a car wreck.
Oh no!
So maybe don't be so quick to
I don't think
run
I
your
wore
mouth,
mine
Dave.
over here.
You're such a jerk, dude.
My goodness.
I love you, Dave. You know that.
Getting out of hand a little bit. George Pickens, fantastic player, Brian.
Yeah, well, let me finish up with Cam.
Yeah,
if I could,
Jurgens?
real quick. Yeah, and this guy, there's a good job of staying on his man, but there's snaps where he will get overpowered, and he got ragdolled some in the Oklahoma game. You watch them play against those guys, and coaches will ask him to pull, get out in space, lead the run play. He's a little herky-jerky when it comes to getting that done. He does have a mean side to him. He likes to bully his opponent. He's not afraid to jump on him after the whistle. He doesn't always maintain position when he blocks. He really fights hard to stay engaged. So that's him.
With the 53rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Alec Pierce, wide receiver from Cincinnati.
Gosh darn it.
This is interesting because
Run on wide receivers.
Receivers are going, but they're not the guys that I think the Cowboys would take.
Alec Pierce. I kept thinking just by the measurables and everything else, I was like, surely they'd have some interest. Every time I checked in, it was just like, not really.
The name that I have circled at 56 as far as receivers go is still hanging out, and we've talked about.
Don't say him then. If it's like if it's I know who you're going to say.
Yeah, I mean we've been talking about him all night.
Okay. Let's talk non-receiver. Who else is in play here? I think they like DeMarvin Leal.
I think Dean is potentially
McBride,
there.
the tight end.
Tight ends could be in that conversation.
Could be.
What about
is McBride the one though?
Man, I
If
mean,
he's
I think
the
there's
first
going to be
one off the board, then maybe.
I think there's going to be a run. I think there's going to be a run on these tight ends, though. I just don't know when it's going to happen.
Yeah, who starts it?
Yeah, who starts it? Because when they go, everybody's going to start jumping in there. Now they got a couple of these guys, like they said, Otten, Woods, McBride. I mean, they've got guys.
Let's have a conversation about positional value. If they decide that this is where they want to get an edge rusher,
yeah.
How would is this realistic for Sam Williams? I know a lot of people say no. What do we think about
I mean, if you're getting Sam
debate.
Williams now, I think you're getting Sam Williams because you don't know if he makes it to the
won't
third.
last,
It's not a thing where it's like, well, this is where he should go. I think that's more what it's about. It's you're worried about him falling in purgatory.
I'm gonna be real honest here. Drake Jackson's a better rusher, and Igbari.
Adam Schefter did his best to
Kingsley
get Drake
and
Jackson
Igbari.
into the first
Yeah,
round last night.
I think those are the two.
Lot of people across the league think Kingsley and Igbari's got a higher ceiling that he could still reach.
See, that's where I kind of feel like him and Jackson are better than Sam Williams on my board.
Could we still throw Dean into the mix here as well? Just because
I
he's
would,
there?
but man,
I would, but
I keep bringing up his name because there's something obviously wrong.
Something's there.
Something's there, but if you talk to this team, I don't think it's as terminal as we like to believe. So I mean,
okay, but the reason we stopped talking about Dean even before we knew this was going to happen, and for me, it always went back to the fact that he's about 4 inches shorter than the guys that they like to draft.
Yep.
Look at Leighton Vander Esch and look at Micah Parsons, and tell me that the Cowboys would be in love with drafting Nakobe Dean. I just don't know if I buy it.
So Kansas City's pick is in, which the way
they're going to take Dean.
Everything moves like 8 minutes. I would guess we're getting close to Dallas needing to make a pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
So where are we at here?
Because we're a little bit ahead.
It doesn't look super animated in there. Like it doesn't look.
I'm squinting.
Can we get that on the big screen, big, please? Is that possible? That whole room, or do we have to be in
I don't know if
box
they
and
can-
box?
I don't know.
We had the big picture yesterday.
I thought we did too. Yeah.
I hate looking at myself on camera anyway.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's so much
All
better.
right, let's see what's going on here.
Will's got his. Is he looking
Is
at the phone?
Steven's just sitting there, right?
Well, they're all just sitting.
No. I was trying to see. I can't see with the glare if he was on the phone. It looks like his left hand.
Steven's
Okay.
sitting. Jerry and Will have both been talking recently. Mike's got his glasses pulled down on the bridge of his nose.
I really do think that you're looking at.
I love the word picture you paint for those who are not watching on the stream.
You got to paint the picture of the mind, the theater of the mind.
You see the way McCarthy looked there. Brian, with his glasses down on the bridge of his nose. That's what I envisioned when you told me Jerry looked over when Garrett said Drew Henson was Troy Aikman.
That's what you're right.
That's what I envisioned when you described
he did.
it.
Jerry had his glasses on the end of his nose, and his head shot up, and I was like, "We're doomed.
No.
We're doomed."
What did you do?
It kind of looks like Will. They're asking Will stuff. Like,
I agree.
They're going back and forth about whoever it is that they like, and they're saying
Will might be arguing.
Remind me.
Yeah.
What about what's he do here? What do we think about this?
Will might be talking about a defensive player, because he kind of understands. He's got a great relationship with Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
So this might be something.
So who are the defensive players?
We mentioned Williams.
Dean, Leal, Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you wanted to
Can we see
throw
a
maybe a Drake Jackson or a Cameron Thomas in there, you could.
Can we see if a coach is sneaking in
Travis Jones, I mentioned him just as a one technique.
I don't know if I don't want to give us too much credit, but they have stopped letting the coaches walk in when they're doing this stuff. Like it used to be like, oh my
Kellen
God,
was hiding off camera.
Yeah, like you could just see. Oh, forget hiding off camera. Marinelli used to walk in with his soda and chat it up with everybody. It doesn't happen anymore. I wonder if they were like, hey, by the way,
he was always so. Oh, what do we got here?
Y'all are tipping your picks.
Will is picking up the phone at the moment. He has closed his laptop, and it looks like we are dialing up what could be the newest Dallas Cowboys. So, once again, if it's a secret to you, you haven't necessarily been watching the entire time, but TV is behind by multiple minutes. Kansas City is making their selection on, or it looks like Tony Gonzalez walking up.
Oh, they brought him back. Why?
Maybe this one will be. I think you guys been drinking, huh? You having a good time? Viva Las Vegas!
Is this Nakobe Dean?
Hope you guys been winning, huh? Speaking of winning, with the 54th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Skyy with 2 Ys. More.
They got the guy.
Wide receiver, Western Michigan.
Tyreek Hill replacement?
That's it. There was talk about him going in the first round of these guys. We've done. I know that when Dane and Jeff and I were doing stuff together on Wednesday night, we were talking about Skyy Moore being a Kansas City Chief, possibly in the first round. So they waited their way through, and they got this thing done.
That's a happy man somewhere tonight.
Yeah,
that's the offensive rookie of the year front runner right now.
Yeah, could be. Yeah. Fantasy football type guy right there.
No doubt.
You throw him a ball, and he's going to go make a big play for you. Really good player.
Across the building, there were thought process, or at least we're speculating. This is not based on anything super concrete, but there was conversation that he was a slot-only guy.
Well, he's small.
That's not necessarily the case.
He's small. He's 5'10". Well, he's actually 5'9". If you want to raise him up a little bit, he's 5'9" and a half. He's 195 pounds. But you watch his tape. I mean, he makes incredible plays, but I think that's a Mike McCarthy, hey, we're not taking slot guys. We're just not taking small slot guys as wide receivers. But Kansas City has a need. They'll figure out a way. They do a great job with their offensive staff of getting their players involved. We've seen it for years. With Mahomes will figure out a way to get this kid the ball too.
So Arizona on the clock at 55. Their pick is in. That actually effectively puts the Cowboys on the clock at 56. Here's the Cardinals selection, and then the Cowboys to come afterwards.
Aeneas.
What's up? Let's go! The Arizona Cardinals with the 55th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Trey McBride, tight end, Colorado State. Let's go!
He was in the conversation.
They did some of the math for us there.
Off the board.
So here are the Cowboys. If this is a receiver, I think it's Jalen Tolbert.
So who's the short list of names now? McBride was probably on there. We mentioned Jalen Tolbert from South Alabama, the wide receiver. Edge rusher Sam Williams. David, if you had to make a guess, who is this at right now?
I think that's what they've been debating for the last 10 minutes.
It's really these three?
McBride was part of it, and then I think it'll be Jalen Tolbert or Sam Williams, if I had to guess. Take your pick.
I'm gonna guess Sam Williams. I keep going back in my mind of Dan Quinn going to Oxford, Mississippi, and working him out.
He's been there for a while.
Not to mention
the 30 visit, combine visit.
Yeah.
Sam telling us himself that Jerry got on the line with him during the draft process.
That's a good point. talking with him prior to the draft process, and we still haven't seen a ton of excitement in the war room at the moment.
Yeah, like, did they hop on the phone?
Oh, no, it looks like Jerry is on the phone. He's holding the phone in front of him.
Are their phones not working?
Yeah, he's on a cell phone. So the Cowboys have made their selection. The pick is in, and we are awaiting who is the 56th pick in this 2022 NFL Draft. The Cowboys selected offensive lineman Tyler Smith with the 24th overall selection. Bobby, who do you think it is? It's tough. It really is.
Tolbert or Williams, but I don't know. Then they may come completely out of left field. I feel like Tolbert again. That's a name that I'm going to go back to. Steven just did a full on dance. So
did he really?
Shimmy?
Yeah. So I don't know. Let's see here.
This is where you could maybe see a coach pop up when they're all standing up and celebrating here.
I would go Tolbert. I'm going to guess they go Williams. That's just a guess.
I think I'm right there with you. It just feels like the smoke where there's fire.
I've said this a million times on the draft show, and it just reminds me of the process that led them to DeMarcus Lawrence. And I know they traded up for him, so it's not a perfect comparison, but in the minds of these teams, man, like there's only so many guys that they think can get home at that position, and it's so valuable that you get your guy. And so if I'm guessing, I think that's the pick.
Still looking for a coach. Haven't seen one yet. Mike McCarthy walked off screen to give the cell phone to somebody else. So, like you said, Dave, maybe there's a little bit of precedent there. Here's the selection as the Dallas Cowboys see Roger Goodell go to the podium.
Cowboy celebrity for this?
Come on. Come on.
Wow.
With the 56th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Sam Williams, defensive end, Ole Miss.
There we go. It was telegraphed from the early parts of the draft process. Dan Quinn gets his guy. It's an edge rusher to replace Randy Gregory. Sam Williams is the pick out of Ole Miss.
Yeah, this was a guy that, and there was just too much. I mean, when you start to, these pro days, when you send coaches to go work guys out, it's one thing to go send a tight end coach or something to go work out. When you specifically send a defensive coordinator who has a background with defensive line, that right there tells you really all you need to know about that pick. I felt like that they're having a draft. The Cowboys are having a draft right now where I believe they're seeing the board that they're going to have to go around early on some of these guys.
Yep.
That's where, they did it last night with Smith. They're doing it right now with Sam Williams. This guy, he's a good-looking player now.
Yeah,
when you physically look at him, and they've done so much legwork on him, this guy has a real feel for how to rush the passer. There's that element to his game, the way he plays. He can locate the quarterback. He's going to be right on top of that play, makes a ton of plays from the backside when he's chasing the quarterback. He's relentless in the way he rushes. The guy doesn't give up on plays. There's quarterbacks are trying to move around the pocket, and he is going like Nix from Auburn's running around, and he's chasing him. Willis at Liberty. I'm watching those games. This guy never stops. He can redirect in the pocket. He could slide forward. He could cover some ground. The ability to finish like this, I really do like the player a lot. There were a couple of guys I thought maybe a little bit better, but I understand what they see in this football player.
I'm really shocked they went away from wide receiver to get their edge rusher now. That's my one thing. I do really like Sam Williams. He was a top 65 player on my board, so this is right around where you would expect a player like that to go at a premium position like edge rusher. We're going to talk about this selection a little bit more in depth. You're going to hear a ton about it over the next little bit where we step aside right now on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Back here on the internet side, and we are still taking a look at Sam Williams, the newest Dallas Cowboy. And you look at his measurables, 6'3", 260 pounds. And he first caught my eye, Brian, at the Senior Bowl because he showed up as a late ad. He was a replacement for some of those edge rushers that didn't make it all the way through the week. He had the white helmet on, didn't even have the Ole Miss dome, and he was wearing a number 7 and a black jersey, and he was doing his drills. He was showing some bend off the edge. He is an athletic, jerky sort of player. But once again, Dave, it kind of goes back to what you were saying. You got to get ahead of it And the Cowboys have done that in both rounds at this point.
I'll be honest with you, man, and I understand your thought process, but like I'm not shocked by this at all. And
no.
I don't think any of us are.
I'm Mr. Well, I don't just mean the name, but like, you know, I'm Mr. Wide Receiver, but like if this is the guy that you've identified as your quarterback hunter, then you get him. You get him in the top 60. Like I said, it's the same thing as DeMarcus Lawrence, where you're like, well, this guy will be there, this guy will be there. And it's like, no, if this is the guy that you think can bend and get around guys and get home, set the Ole Miss sack record, which that carries some weight for me when you put it together with his like physical composite and everything. I mean, to be able to do that consistently in the SEC, and not even on like an Alabama where you have as much top line talent helping you out, that carries weight with me. And when teams identify a guy like this, they go get him. And people are going to say it's too early, and they're going to say, what the hell do you know?
We've talked about a couple times the modern pass rusher and what it takes to get to the quarterback. And this, I know that this staff believes if you don't have that get off, if you don't have that burst around the corner, if you don't have that that twitch, then the way you're going to have to win is with inside moves and some other aspects to your game. And so in this sense, that's not something they have to worry about with Sam Williams. Sam Williams explodes out of his stance. He's got the speed to close on the quarterback. He can get around the corner. There's at times I think he looks a little stiff, but overall, I mean, as a second round edge rusher, like Brian said, I think they're trying to get ahead of the purgatory pick. I think they're worried about Sam Williams going between 56 and 88. And Stephen Jones said it, that they think receiver and edge rusher are deep. That's where they think there's a lot of depth. And so I think they clearly felt better about getting a receiver at 88.
Looks like we got the Buccaneers at the podium right now.
Very happy to be there because today is my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Birthday gift on my birthday.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 57th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And with that 57th pick, in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select tackle, Central Michigan, Luke Goedeke.
Another Senior Bowl guy. A lot of these guys flying off the board now.
Ahead of Ryman.
Yeah, that's something interesting too there. I mean, maybe that we had some air pumped into Ryman a little bit there as far as the player
Could
goes.
be.
Some people maybe think that the curve is a little steep too as well.
We're on our way back, and we'll continue to break down the Cowboys selection of Sam Williams at 56 right after this. That is exactly right. We are live from the Star in Frisco, the world headquarters of the Dallas Cowboys and Ford Center at the Star. Alongside David Hellman, Brian Broaddus, he's Bobby Belt, I'm Kyle Yeomans. The Dallas Cowboys have now made two selections in this year's NFL Draft. The first one being Tyler Smith, offensive lineman from Tulsa at 24. And then at 56 in the second round, they go get their edge rusher, Sam Williams from Ole Miss. And, Bobby, I like the point that you were making on the internet site on DallasCowboys.com. But you go get your guy, but you also have to keep in mind that there is a connection with these players and knowing their background, because there has been some background with Sam Williams. Cowboys definitely feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Dan Quinn was there. Dan Quinn ran him through the workouts. They know this guy, and they feel good about him. And, I think their concern would have been, here they are picking at 56, and they're at 88 as their next pick. I think their concern was Sam Williams was going to go 70 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think they felt better about, this came down to Tolbert and Williams, I would guess, and that they felt like the third round receivers.
Well, especially because McBride went off the board.
Yeah.
I think there was a robust conversation about those three.
And I personally would have gone receiver here, just because I think that the options at defense, whether Sam Williams is there or not, I think the options at the edge are more appealing to me at 88. But if that's their guy, I'm gonna, I'm not gonna fault them for going after the guy that they liked. And look, this is also the fallout of honestly probably the Randy Gregory situation. I don't know. Yeah. Do they take Sam Williams at 56 if Randy Gregory's re-signed?
Absolutely
probably not.
No. If DeMarcus Lawrence is on a guaranteed 2-year deal and Randy Gregory has at least 2 years of guarantees before you can get away from that, I don't think you do this. But it didn't work out. Dante Fowler's on a 1-year deal. Micah Parsons isn't going to play edge full time. Terrell Basham's in a contract year. You gotta do something about it.
Let's hear the Falcons selection at 58.
day. With the 58th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Troy Anderson, linebacker, Montana State.
I've seen a lot of these linebackers lately, but not the ones you would think.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to follow up again. I know what we've heard, but I just got to follow up again on these medicals on Dean.
That's.
I mean, I know he's smaller,
question.
but man.
I do want to reset for those that may just be joining us for the Cowboys standpoint because that pick was at 56. But we'll start at 50 with the Patriots. They take Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver out of Baylor. Cam Jurgens goes 51 to the Eagles, offensive lineman from Nebraska. George Pickens, and then Alec Pierce, and then Skyy Moore, wide receivers back to back to back for the Steelers, the Colts, and the Chiefs from 52 to 54. Then at 55, that's where things got interesting for the Cowboys. One of their names that they had been debating, Trey McBride, certainly at least in that conversation at tight end. The first tight end off the board goes to the Cardinals at 55, and then the Cowboys select Sam Williams at 56. Luke Goedeke from Central Michigan, offensive tackle, goes to Tampa Bay a pick later, and then the Falcons, you just heard it, Troy Anderson, linebacker from Montana State. Brian, I want to continue hearing your thoughts on Sam Williams, just based on, now that you've got a couple minutes to think about this, and we saw it kind of telegraphed throughout the draft process. Yeah. Do you hate the pick?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Tell me about why this is going to make an impact for this defense.
No, and again, Dave, everybody's walking everybody through the whole thing with Fowler and all that. You take any player you want defensively and give them with this defensive staff. I have a hell of a lot more confidence in that right now than anything.
Yeah,
now,
sure.
maybe this guy on my board, third round, great. But whatever. I mean, that shouldn't bother you. But what this guy can do, though, is he can rush the passer. There's several guys I have ahead of him, but I understand it, though. This guy is relentless coming after the ball. I love the player.
At 59, real quickly.
It's an honor to be here, to be honest. It feels like I'm living in a dream. With the 59th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Ed Ingram, guard from LSU.
Hey,
there you go.
You had him right. You see, you were questioning.
Go.
Like, man, am I wrong? Like I like this guy. I heard you several times talk about. Hey, I must be higher on this guy than everybody else, but looks like you were right on.
Do you want to talk about Ed Ingram, or you want to finish up on Williams?
No,
I want to real quick before you do that.
Yeah.
I want to add. That's a great point by Brian. Which again, like. If you don't like the pick or you think it's a reach, you're completely entitled to that opinion. Tyler Smith said something about that today. But
what was the quote?
Opinions are like buttholes.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Yep, that's the one.
But the fact that Dan Quinn loved this guy enough to walk him through his workouts, that should inspire some degree of confidence after what we saw him do in his first season, right? I mean, everything Dan Quinn touched turned to gold in terms of like on-field performance. Jaron Kearse made $5 million off of signing to play under Dan Quinn.
No,
I think that carries.
It's the same reason why you have hope in Dante Fowler as a signing.
Yeah, you do.
No, exactly right. I mean, I'm a little less. Like I say, the player that was drafted last night was an offensive player. If you said, well, he's got deficiencies, but he's going to play for Dan Quinn and this defensive staff, I'm going, that's going to be a good pick. I think the same thing. I think the same thing with Sam Williams. I really do. You give me a guy that's long, rangy, can get off the first step. Dan will teach this guy how to rush. Those guys will teach this guy how to rush or how they want him to rush. Guy's relentless as a player. I have absolutely no problem with this guy. Because I think I know now what the Cowboys are doing. Mm-hmm. They're going this thing around early. Tonight, the whole night, we might see them. It might stabilize on people's boards, but everybody's going, reach. No, they don't think that they're going to have that guy the second time around. And they don't want to pass on a player. It doesn't matter what we think; it's what they think.
Just to play devil's advocate, like that is the definition of reaching, though. Like if you grab a guy earlier than you're supposed to because you know you can't have him later. I mean, you're still. To
us we call it reaching.
Yeah.
To them, they might have the guy exactly. They might have first round grades on the guard and a second round grade on this guy.
If you let go of the myth that the Cowboys just have a list and they're going to take the best possible player on it every time. If you let go of that, this whole thing becomes easier to understand. I'm serious.
Or to swallow.
Like they grade these guys and they try to stick to the grades, but they also have an idea of what they want to come out with. And year after year, we see them do this where they will make a judgment call that doesn't always align with the way players are graded. It is what it is.
By the way, the Bengals have just traded into the 60th pick in this draft following that Ed Ingram
Man,
selection.
the Bengals never traded
Who's the
with
red
me.
flag? Who's the red flag they're coming for, Brian?
Who is the red flag they're coming
Nakobe Dean?
Man, it might be.
Dude.
This is a staff that, again, the reason I love the Bengals, but they have one of the smallest scouting staffs in the league. It's a coach-driven staff, though. Coaches will say, hey, wait a minute, I watched this Dean kid play.
They have 5 scouts or something.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like 2 of them are named Tobin. One's an old man and the other's the son. Seriously, I mean, and it's Katie Blackburn Brown and Trey Brown and everybody else, hey, family, come on in, be a scout. That's what they do. But you know what? They really rely on their coaches. And yeah, this could be, they don't care about medical. They don't care about character. They pick players, and I wouldn't be surprised. I always think about Big Ten players here. Is there a Big Ten player on the board? That was something we always got. With the Bengals that was always going to be a Big Ten.
But
guy.
isn't their new thing? They're the LSU.
Oh yeah,
the LSU team.
It might be SEC. We might see Nakobe Dean here.
They snapped a lot of those guys up. Like, we're not producing them the way we were a few years ago. At least not this year.
Man, see, maybe that's. I bet they got it kicked in the gut then when Ed Ingram went off. That was an LSU player with a red flag.
There's Damone Clark.
Hey,
I'm just teasing. I met Ed Ingram. He was a nice kid.
Damone Clark is there, maybe.
Another red flag LSU player. There we go.
Big Ten. Leo Chanel is there.
Damone Clark can't.
Could they take the? I mean, we talked about offensive line, right? The tackle. Maybe you think they're trading back in for
the Ohio
Raymond
State
here?
one. Oh well, I was thinking the Ohio State
it
one.
might. Yeah, it might be. It might be.
Because there were some people who thought Petit Ferrer, like there was chatter, could have been agent driven or whatever else, but there was chatter in circles that like, he could sneak in the back.
Cincinnati, Kentucky, right? Across the border from each other like that. I mean, they might go with Kennard, the guard here from Kentucky, but I mean they spent so many. That's a big man, that Kennard, 6'5", 322.
Yeah, he is a big dude.
So I'm kind of keeping my eye on some. They've come up here for the Bengals. Traditionally, will not. I mean, you could call the Bengals pre-draft, and you say, "Hey, Duke, it's Broadus from the Cow. Hey, Brian, how's it going? Hey, well, if you want to trade, well, thanks, Brian. Appreciate the call. That kind of thing.
Don't call us. We'll call you.
They never. They just sat there and made picks. They didn't want to talk to you. Like, hey, what are you calling for, Brian? I mean, I'm just checking the phone, Duke. Don't worry about it. Kind of a thing.
Just making sure it works.
Just making sure it works.
I'm just looking up all of the Big Ten guys because I just think that'd be funny if that ended up happening. Leo Chanel is on the board.
Yeah.
Daniel Falele is on the board.
There you
Cam
go.
Taylor-Britt is there. You've got Brandon Smith that's there. I'm going down my list.
Abraham Lucas. You like him as an offensive guy?
I do.
That could be a pick here.
That's Washington State, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm
stretching now. I'm pulling up random people. For some reason, I mixed
That's
them
tomorrow
up with
we stretch.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
might have to crack a Miller Lite here at this thing.
We were supposed to.
That's a great point.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
To Sam Williams and to Tyler Smith and to our friends over at Miller Lite.
To Alex Lilly, who brought us the beers.
Are we allowed to drink this on air?
Yeah.
Cheers to
We're
that.
not FCC. So it's not actually on the air.
I love this. This is great. Even better.
Cheers, everybody.
Yep.
Thanks to Miller Lite.
See, look, they're showing the draft room, and all those guys in that room right now are coaches. And there's like 4 scouts. Seriously, that's all they got. I love it, though.
Go Bengals.
Go Bengals.
Go Tigers.
Oh, man. Bayou Bengals takes a whole new meaning in this room.
You're damn right.
It really does.
Here's the selection for the Bengals at pick number 20.
60?
60. Golly. One sip of beer.
Isaac Curtis.
Please read the card.
Well, the Buffalo Bills have traded the 60th pick to the Cincinnati Bengals.
You know it.
With the 60th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Cam Taylor-Britt, defensive back, Nebraska.
Oh, there you go.
Big Ten, but a good player.
Big Ten.
They needed a corner.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Hey, they went to it. How do you grade Cam Taylor-Britt?
He's got 3 names, which is actually pretty cool.
It is cool.
It's buying me a little time to get to that report that I got here on this. Cam Taylor-Britt, he's 6 foot. He's 196 from Nebraska. Where's number 5 for you, by the way? Look at they're all shaking hands. Duke's going to stand up and say, yeah, good job, boys.
Tobin.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, don't call me. Hey, but he'll easily play the right corner. He's an interesting because he must have a reputation as a player that opponents are always taking a run at because they're always fighting with this guy. He's always getting, but to his credit, he didn't back down on the tape. You could see that. He likes to be in the middle of the action. Throughout his career, he's made some really nice plays on the ball. We've seen clips of him going to knock the ball away. Ball skills were really, really good, too, when he was coming down with it. There are some plays like in these games where he's a tick late just making the play, drove on the ball well enough a couple of times. The guy's got some quickness to him. I felt like he played with good anticipation and awareness. He's only fooled a little bit in the Iowa game on a short yardage play where the tight end got behind him, but his movement is good. I say there's really no issues with that at all. He wants to be physical. He wants to show the ability to be around the action, and he was able to get his man on the ground as a wrap-up tackler. Probably a pretty good player for me right there.
Here's the 49ers. They pick at 61. Then after the 49ers, it's the Chiefs, the Bengals, and the Broncos, and that rounds out the second round. Again, the Cowboys will be selecting at 88 coming up, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a pause here.
I've been requested to open the beer.
John Machota texted in and said he's turning the show off unless Brian opens the beer.
There you go.
Finish the beer. It's the first time I've ever had a sip of a beer during a draft. John, I did it for you, buddy. I hope you enjoy that.
Friend of the show, John.
Seriously, I've never had a sip of alcohol during a draft. That was the first
look
time.
at that!
You're wired.
I did it from Machota.
You're wired so strangely, my friend.
I am a weird guy.
Just take a sip of the beer.
I did. I took a sip. What am I supposed to do?
Brian was gonna not eat dinner if I hadn't brought him something.
No,
he was like, I haven't.
I'm trying to write this Taylor-Britt's name down, Dave. Be quiet, please.
He's like, don't talk about what a weirdo I am. I gotta get back to this report.
I got a question for you, Brian. We talked about this on the draft show earlier in the draft process. Do you have him more as a safety or a corner? Because I went back and forth.
I graded him as a corner. Is what I did. Yeah.
I think I ended up with him as a safety, but he does have very good opportunity. Oh, Breece Hall is just now being announced in terms of the Jets pick. I guess he made his way to the stage. Maybe long of a walk-up from the green room?
He was probably like on the strip or something. He's like screw this. I'm gonna.
He's at the table with the dice in his hand and his tie undone.
You remember who was the kid Milwaukee drafted in the NBA? Like Brandon Jennings. Remember him?
Oh yeah.
He left the draft because he was mad that he didn't get picked, and then they had to he came back and was like, okay, give me the hat.
Yeah, his career ended like you thought it would.
Goodness. So with 4 picks remaining until the end of the second round, and then you get the third round underway with the Jaguars at 65, anybody you kind of hone in on what's next for the Cowboys here? Because you've got your offensive lineman, you've got your edge rusher. If you asked anybody on the street, that's 2 of your top 3 needs. Are you pigeonholed into a pass catcher in the third round now that you haven't necessarily addressed it?
If you say pass catcher also means tight end, then I think yes.
That's why I said that instead of wide receiver.
You need somebody to catch the football.
I just wrote
they may not feel the same way. To be fair, they may not feel they need to get somebody. I think they do.
They do. They do. Even if it's just for the short term, like Michael Gallup's probably going to miss time. They need somebody. I know we talk about the depth of this receiver class, and there are good players, but I'm not in love with any name that you're going to throw me at 88. There's not a guy you could say at 88.
One of those tight ends.
No, I'm talking purely receivers.
Tight ends. I'm sorry.
Tight ends, I start to get interested.
If Tolbert goes all the way to 88.
Okay, if that happens, sure. But I don't know. Do y'all like Khalil Shakir?
I do, but I think Shakir's slot. I think they think of him as a slot.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying.
I asked Kellen Moore about Khalil Shakir the other day, and he was like, I try to keep my mouth shut on the Boise guys because everybody expects me to cheerlead.
Is it like the old Sean Payton concern when he was talking about Romo when he got here? He's like, I hate that I'm gonna have to talk about him because they're all just gonna think he went to my school.
No, exactly. yeah. Or how people bust on me and Brian every time an LSU guy comes.
No
up.
kidding, we hear that a lot.
Yeah. What about a Romeo Dobbs from Nevada?
That's way too early for me, bro.
Early. Just wanted to throw that out there. There's a 49ers selection at 61.
With the 61st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft,
man needs to get some glasses.
The San Francisco 49ers select Drake Jackson, linebacker, USC.
Oh, linebacker. Edge.
Aubrey Drake Jackson.
So close.
How do you feel about Drake Jackson there, Bobby?
Do you want to hear what I have to say?
Yes.
Honestly, I think it's.
That's why you're on the show, Bob.
There was some, like, it looked like taco film to me at times. Like, to be completely honest.
Wow.
Like, I think there's stiffness. I think there's a lot of coverage sacks. Like, I mean, that's honestly what I thought when I watched him.
Let's hear more about Drake Jackson in the back half of the second round.
I said, did you want to know? I'm here for news, Kyle.
Hey, I like it. I'm okay with it. I have no problem with it. But we do need to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about it more on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
You shot a fireball, Bob.
Back here on the internet side. Good job, Bobby. I like the scouting report. I did.
Last night I'm saying
not
Lamar
huge on-
Jackson's a receiver. Tonight.
It's true. You did do that.
You know what? I think with Bobby, there's things that I think he's onto some things. I do see some of that when he has to disengage from blocks. I think there's a little bit of some problems with that. And when the ball came right at him, the tight end the tackle was able to control him a little bit better. But you figure with his length, he's 6'3", he's 254 pounds. You would figure he'd be a little bit better with that. So I can understand where Bobby was going. But I kind of found like there were plenty of plays I watched, though, Bobby. I saw Notre Dame, UCLA, and Arizona State where, okay, we got a pick here. Sorry.
Chiefs at 62.
Kansas City Chiefs select Brian Cook, DB out of Cincinnati.
Dang. I think that was a late day 2, early day 3 Cowboys potential.
There's some good safeties in this draft. I mean, geez. But anyway, finish up with the Drake Jackson thing. You know, I kind of felt like there were times where he was like out of position, and then somehow he managed to get right back in on the play. So I kind of like Drake Jackson a little bit more than you did.
But just one of the frustrating things for me with Drake Jackson too is like when you watch him. I remember his freshman year. Obviously, like I wasn't like watching him, but like just watching USC that year, I remember seeing him flash. And that's the frustrating thing is that it felt like it never. I think that's what teams were frustrated with Kingsley Enagbari. Like Enagbari like flashed early on, and then it stunted, and it's like, okay, where's more? Like we thought there was more coming. I think there are teams who have felt that way about Drake Jackson. That like, where's the more? Like we felt like there should have been more 2 more years into your college career.
Looking at the board as it lies now, Bengals followed by the Bills because they traded into that Broncos pick on the final pick of the second round. Then we're into the third round here on 2022 draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Dave, as you're looking at this board kind of unfolding now, anybody surprise you that they're still not off the board at the end of the second?
I mean, we'll keep saying Nakobe Dean until
outside of Nakobe Dean.
I've given up on saying that, to be honest with you, because there's something wrong, and maybe not with this team, but with another teams. You know.
At this point, I'm starting to be surprised that Willis and Ritter are still there too.
Yes, the quarterbacks. I mean, the one that again there was talk about him going in the first round, and he's still sitting there as Travis Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another one. You're right about that.
And by the way, we don't have any secret audio from Sam Williams in the pick just because it was on the cell phone. Apparently they had trouble getting through, so there's no secret audio. But we are going to have Sam Williams on the phone right after this. '22 NFL Draft coverage here from the Star in Frisco. Ford Center at the Star in the SWBC studios. Brought to you, as always, by our friends at Miller Lite. He's David Hellman. That's Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt. I'm Kyle Yeomans, and we are now joined by the newest Dallas Cowboy. As at number 56 overall, the Cowboys select Sam Williams, edge rusher out of Ole Miss. Sam is on the line now. Sam, congratulations. Welcome to Cowboys Nation.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. It's blessed. It's man. Woo. I don't even I can't even put in words how I feel. Like it's crazy.
Well, we're going to ask you to put it into words as much as you possibly can. You've had a ton of contact with this team throughout the draft process. Kind of outline when that first began and how it evolved along the way.
You said when I had the first contact?
Sure.
No, that was you. Wait.
Yes. That's what I said.
First contact was in NFLPA game.
Okay.
I was talking to some of the scouts there, and we kind of hit it off real good. I talked to really all the scouts, but Dallas and some more teams were like kind of the ones, because afterwards, you report back to your agents or who you talk to, and I was like, yeah, Dallas really liked me. Like I was telling my agent Mitchell Moore that Dallas really liked me. Who else? The Jets too. I was like, I think it's the Jets or Dallas all the way.
Hey, Sam, I'm literally on Twitter. Congrats, by the way. I'm on Twitter watching the video of Dan Quinn putting you through your pro day workout. Obviously, Dan Quinn's got a lot of fans here in Dallas with what he was able to do with Micah Parsons last year. I'm just curious what your relationship with him is like, what you think of him as a coach, and how much you've talked to him during this process.
I talked to him quite a bit. Like we was texting. We texted before, like before the whole even the draft started, the day before. The day of the first round, which was yesterday. We were just wishing each other good luck. And I basically told him like, hey, I want to be a Cowboy. Like, but and then I waited my turn. But me being worked out by him was a huge honor. I didn't know I was gonna get worked out by him. I would have scratched a little more, kind of. But it was a great experience. Then when I came up to the top 30 visit, it was like, man, me and him known each other for years. Like we hit it off like just like that. And as soon as I got to my room, like me and my agent spent like I think 30 minutes of me talking about the facilities, the coaches, the game plan they have for me. Like I like coach. Like I told my agent, I said I don't want to leave. I even told them like I'm gonna miss my plane on purpose, so I won't have to leave here.
So let me ask you this, though, Sam. So then you've had a chance then to meet Jerry Jones. Did you kind of say when he called you and they got him on the phone? Did you kind of tell him, "Hey, what's up, boss"? Kind of one of those things. I mean, you now know him. You're like your personal friends. 30 visits and things like that. Did you kind of ask him, "Hey, thanks for taking care of me on this pick"?
No, I really. When I heard his voice, when they gave him the phone,
yeah.
I was like, my man, because hey, every time me and him have a conversation is great. Like I'm talking about, I think it was supposed to be a 10-minute a meet and greet, but I think we stayed in there for like 20, 25 minutes just talking. Like we was talking, and he's a great guy. He shared some knowledge with me. Of course, like being young and being inexperienced, like knowledge is always a good thing.
Sure.
So like I love being around older guys like that that been through it, saw it, and then like overcame things. But yeah, like I met him at the All-American campaign, the Walter Payton. So yeah, I mean, man, I just was happy, like just happy to hear his voice.
Well,
literally happy.
Yeah, I bet you. Okay, him or Lane Kiffin, more swag. Who's got more swag, him or Kiffin?
I gotta give it to Kiffin because I haven't been around him. I haven't been around him except a couple hours.
Yeah.
But Kiffin, I've been around him for days.
Yeah.
Sam Williams, edge rusher, and the newest Dallas Cowboys picked at number 56 out of Ole Miss, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Sam, congratulations. Everybody's really excited, seems like, to have you here with the Cowboys. We can talk all day long about what type of player you are, but if you could put it into your own words, what kind of player do you think Cowboys fans should expect?
Man, they just need to be ready for a hard worker. Like I'm not trying to be average in no aspect, and it starts from practice. Like I love practice because the game come easy when you practice hard. A guy that's just willing to help out the team and with whatever, even if it's special teams, if it's they need a dummy, or somebody. Like anything I can do to help, I'm willing to do it because from over the years, I learned the real meaning of team and brotherhood from Ole Miss because that's what culture we built at Ole Miss. That's what culture we made for the younger guys coming in. So, like Dallas is getting a great player, man. A great on and off the field. I'm a family guy. Got a beautiful son, beautiful lady by my side. I'm just, hey. I'm all in. I'm ball and family. That's all I need. That's all I want.
All in. It sounds great from our end. Now, when you describe your on-the-field side, what do you feel like is your biggest strength when you're barreling down on a quarterback? What do you feel like you bring to the table best?
I feel like you getting to the quarterback. Like I can get to the quarterback. I can pressure the quarterback because some people might not look at pressures as big as sacks, but pressures matter a lot. But my biggest strength, I can hold the edge, and then I can get to the quarterback, and I'm dependable. Like, I'll be where I'm supposed to be. I'll do my job.
Sam, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations again on being the newest Dallas Cowboy. We look forward to talking with you soon and seeing you out there on the field very soon as well.
Yes, sir.
There we go, Sam Williams. Second-round pick for the Dallas Cowboys here in 2022. Glad you're joining us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And, hey, he says he's all in, Brian. He's ready to go.
Yeah, I believe that. I also give him credit that he says that his head coach there at Ole Miss has got more swag. Wait till he sees this guy.
Brian, I don't like to say nice things about
you
Ole
hate
Miss,
Ole Miss more than anybody.
But Lane Kiffin has got some swag, man.
Yeah.
There's just no way around it.
And he's right. You like to hear all these players, they're very excited. It's
sure.
There's a lot of relief now. You could hear it. There's that nervousness in there when you talk to them, but you lighten them up a little bit. These guys are going to have some fun. He's a heck of a football player. He really, really is. And I think this defensive coaching staff will find ways to get him involved like they did at Ole Miss.
By the way, since he was on the phone, we did see the second round come to a close in Las Vegas. Drake Jackson, edge rusher from USC to the 49ers, went to 61. 62 was Brian Cook, the safety of Cincinnati, going to the Chiefs. The Bills took James Cook, running back out of Georgia. And then the Broncos, rounding out the second round, getting an edge rusher to go along with newly found edge rusher Randy Gregory. Nick Bonito, edge rusher from Oklahoma, goes as the final pick into the second round, which means the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. Their pick is in to start the third round of action. Glad you're with us. Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, David Hellman. I'm Kyle Yeomans here from the Star in Frisco. Ford Center at the Star, brought to you by Miller Lite and the DallasCowboys.com draft show. Dave, what'd you think about the phone call with Sam Williams there?
It's funny because I'm simultaneously. I think I said it. I'm concerned about what comes next because you don't get your pass catcher there. I'm concerned about what that means for your options. I get people's concern with that, but what I know and what I've heard about Sam Williams, like I said, I think I understand this pick. It's not hard for me to wrap my brain around it, and I'm curious to see what Dan Quinn can do.
The questions I have to ask you then is this maybe, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, is this maybe Jerry Jones stepping in and saying, hey, I trust Dan Quinn? Dan Quinn and maybe the scouts don't want this guy. Or maybe, I shouldn't say it that way. Maybe the scouts had some other guys in mind. You're talking about the receivers, or maybe they wanted to go another direction. And all of a sudden, then Jerry, the general manager, looks at Dan Quinn and goes, wait a minute, Dan had this guy. We worked this guy out. Dan, we need an end. Is this one of those things where you think that Jerry Jones stepped in and was adamant about this player being taken because of Dan Quinn and the trust he has for Dan Quinn?
Let's answer that question right after this Jacksonville pick.
Kick off the third round. Southern California, Tony Boselli.
All right, with the 65th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Luke Fortner, center.
There we go.
University of Kentucky.
I hate that general manager down there, but he picked a good player there.
He must not have been in the room?
No, he wasn't. Somebody else, Tony Khan, somebody else made this pick. No, man, let me talk about this guy a little bit if I can.
Okay, you love this guy.
I do. And I've loved him for a long time, and I think that he's going to work out just fine. And when you watch the film of him play, and I'm watching Missouri, I'm watching Georgia. Georgia's got those animals up front, and he's not getting knocked back, and he's holding his own, and he's staying in position. He's not on the ground. He's keeping his feet. He's working himself between the defender and the ball. Then he plays Missouri, and he's knocking them all over the place. This guy. It doesn't matter. Great competition, good competition in the SEC. This guy does a great job with the combination blocks, works well with the guards. He's hip to hip. He's able to kind of secure the down lineman, and then he gets that second level. I love his awareness for pass protection, and he makes sure his man's taken care of, but then he's kind of got an eye on some other areas there. So he might be a little light at 307, but I didn't think that was a problem at all.
Here's the Vikings at 66.
The Minnesota Vikings select Brian Asamoah, linebacker, Oklahoma.
Another linebacker off the board before Nakobe Dean, just so you know.
Yeah.
Asamoah, good player too. I like him a little bit, and this is right around where I had him rated. But going back to Luke Fortner, finally getting protection for Trevor Lawrence, that's a big thing for Jacksonville up front. And then the Vikings get some extra second-level help with Asamoah here in the second pick of the third round.
Yeah, and Asamoah is he is one of those guys, when you watch him play, he is all over the field. He really, really is. He's like a sideline-to-sideline player. His speed, his burst. He's 6 foot. He's 226 pounds. But, man, he can cover some ground. He looks short on tape, but that's anything but that. When he sees the play, he's gone. He's a good physical wrap-up tackler, athletic guy. It allows him to play in coverage. He could be wide. He could be on the blitz. He could blitz from the inside linebacker spot. He's got a feel for how to blitz. So that there were several times where he was right on the quarterback after he took the snap. So this guy's got a really good feel for it.
I love his recognition and that reading ability. He was one of the guys that stepped in for Kenneth Murray as soon as Kenneth Murray was drafted in 2020. And, of course, he's now a starter with the Chargers out in L.A. But you talk about a high-level playmaker on the second level of that Oklahoma defense. He stepped in and done a great job with that. Here is 67 in the NFC East, New York Giants.
NFL draft.
Might be a quarterback.
The New York Giants select Josiah Ezeudu, guard, North Carolina.
Cowboys
that was
visitor.
A 30 visit. Yeah. Tell me about him, Bobby.
I don't know anything about him. He was a Cowboys visitor.
You sounded confident.
No, I was just saying Cowboys visitor. Dane had him at Player 101, but I think he was a late addition. I hadn't heard a whole lot about Ezeudu until the Cowboys popped him up on their visit list.
He was 6'4", 300 plus. I'm trying to find his measurables here as well on my side. Brian, do you have them pulled up yet?
Yeah, I thought you were going to do the honors, but I'll be happy to.
Yeah, go for it. I'm trying to find it.
Feel like it's kind of going that way.
Sorry.
No, the thing about
Hold your weight, Kyle.
I know. My gosh.
I'm slow.
Dave, who doesn't read any
I'm Dane Jr. Guys, I've acted like I've done this for a living or something like
whatever.
that.
I'll just start reading Dane's guide and say it's
we
my
don't need that.
scouting report.
We got this, guys. I just got to get to. I got all these guards that I got to take care of. Oh, where do they have? Do they talk about him?
Yeah, look, I think personally that
I'm
a three-year starter at North Carolina, Ezeudu played primarily at left guard and offensive coordinator for the Longos RPO.
He's reading Dane's
I'm not. These are my original thoughts.
So can one of y'all do this? I'm baking a Cowboys take in my brain oven over here. If y'all
Why is that?
I'm
he wasn't a combine invite, was he? Ezeudu?
No, he was.
He was. Here we go. I've got it. I'm sorry.
5'1", 40, 178.
He's 6'4", he's 313, and he played left tackle and left guard in the season. He looks more. He really looks the part. He moves with the frame, athletic ability. He's able to reach. He locks down on defenders when he zone blocks. He's got really strong hands when you watch him play, which is a win for the offense. He's always in that position. When sometimes your hands and your feet don't always work together, and he doesn't get overpowered at contact. He's a guy that kind of can hold his own right there and sit down. That's what you want to be able to do. You want to be able to get those knees bent. I love the way he punches guys. I think that he's one of those guys that you have to kind of, he could play a couple different spots. I kind of feel like that he's better as a guard than he would be as a tackle.
He was honorable mention All ACC, and you talk about a guy who can go back and forth position flex. That was a huge piece for this Cowboys team when looking at upgrading their offensive line. It's part of the reason why they brought him in as a potential visit and as a guy who spent time in the building. Never played guard before he got to college. Only filled in initially. He was always going to be a tackle going to Chapel Hill, and then he finally got there, played some guard, and they said, oh, we kind of like it the way that you play here. So I think that's where he's going to translate best heading into the NFL. But the Giants take a 30 visitor. That's the second NFC East team to take a 30 visitor here on day 2 so far. Philadelphia taking Cam Jurgens earlier in the second round as a potential guy. The Browns are on the clock at the moment. We're going to go ahead and take our break. Once again, you're listening to the 2022 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And we are back here on DallasCowboys.com. You are starting to bake a Cowboys take. Do you want to save it for the radio?
No, I don't care. I work for DC.com. Screw the fan. All right, sorry, the fan. Sorry, the fan. That was
Screw
harsh.
the fan stream, you mean?
Yeah,
I don't agree with that at all. We really don't want you on next week.
No, please. No, I'm sitting here and nobody is surprised by the Sam Williams pick. I think it was pretty clearly telegraphed. But going back to the whole thing about who has sway, do you get your DC guy? And I feel kind of like Brian right now, taking things personally, the fact that you can't figure out their thought process, and it just makes me think of 2020. Remember 2020 when they just took the guy that everybody liked the most, the whole way down the draft?
Yeah, and we were so excited all the way through.
It was it just felt like such an outlier, and now it feels like we're back to the method that we're used to. And I wonder, was that just a byproduct of nobody having any information in 2020?
No. What I think it's more a byproduct of is just, for some reason, the public's interests aligning with the scouting board.
Because I think coincidence?
Look, when we talk about, they took Micah Parsons, who was their 6th ranked player. They took CeeDee Lamb, who was their 6th ranked player. Where did they take CeeDee? 16, 17? 17. So 11 spots. Tyler Smith was 8 spots ahead of where they picked. They had him at 16, and they picked him at 24. To them, it's in terms of at least pick value to where you're stacked.
It's the same exact thing.
And I understand CeeDee's.
But what are the odds that every name that they took in 2020 was their guy and our guy?
Yeah,
that's wild.
It is. But it is. I think everybody. I think the ones where it's this is our guy were really the first 2, and then everybody just liked the other picks. But
people
those
were
first
excited
2,
about Gallimore.
They were excited, but I don't think anybody was going get Gallimore here.
I think for the majority of people were Gallimore is at least one of the 3 best players available at this pick.
Well then I was not saying that at the time.
Sorry,
I was fine with it, but I wasn't Gallimore here.
Here's the Browns at 68.
Because the Cleveland Browns are picking for the future, and the future is right now with the 68th pick of the 2022 NFL
I didn't even
draft.
know it was The Miz. I was like, what is this,
The
WWE?
2023 Super Bowl winning Cleveland Browns select Martin Emerson, defensive back, Mississippi
Brian's guy.
That's my guy.
Hey,
and I dead serious. When I heard it, I was like, same thing as you. I was like, why is this guy screaming like he's a wrestler, in some promo?
You watch TikTok. That the mid.
Yeah.
Mid. Your pick is mid.
That is.
It's Miz.
As soon as it came around,
exactly.
I was like, oh, that made sense.
We are 4 picks into the 3rd round of the 2022 NFL Draft here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, David Hellman. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Luke Fortner from Kentucky, the interior offensive lineman, goes to the Jags to start the round. Vikings take Brian Asamoah the 2nd out of Oklahoma. He's a linebacker. Joshua Azudu, a 30 visit out of North Carolina. Again, interior offensive lineman. He goes to the divisional rival Giants, and then the Browns most recently taking Martin Emerson, corner out of Mississippi State. Brian, you like Martin Emerson a lot. You and I fought for him in our mock draft earlier in the week. We didn't get it done. However, what does he bring to the table from a cornerback standpoint for Cleveland?
Yeah, and this was a guy when I initially watched him play, and he was one of the first guys that I was studying. And what I noticed about him, I was starting to think about Dan Quinn type of players, and I thought about length. And this guy is 6'2", he's 201 pounds. He's a starter at left corner. We got to go to the pick for the Titans here real quick.
Everybody knows night 2 is where the real action happens. That's right. I didn't even watch yesterday. Did I miss anything?
Titans at pick 69.
Good. With the 69th pick. Hello. In the 2022 NFL Draft, our Tennessee Titans select Nicholas Petit-Frere, tackle, Ohio State.
Petit-Frere, another offensive tackle prospect out there. Do you want to finish up on Emerson?
Yeah, real quick. I mean, to me, this guy's got no problem with movement or running and coverage. I mean, for a tall guy, he's got some flexibility in his game. I mean, it doesn't take him much to turn and go. And so I was really, really impressed with the way that he was, it appeared that teams were kind of afraid to throw the ball his direction. And so I thought the reactions and stuff, willing tackler, didn't shy away with contact. So I really liked the player there.
Talking about Martin Emerson there. Now we're looking at Nicholas Petit-Frere out of Ohio State. You were going to say something about him?
I'm from Louisiana. I can't let you keep saying Ferrer.
Hey, he said it there too, okay?
Frere.
Frere?
Petit-Frere.
Petit-Frere. He's from Tampa. He's not from Shreveport.
That is a
Southern
French,
Louisiana.
That's a French ass name.
Dave,
that's all I know.
I'm saying he's from Tampa.
It's a French ass name, Yvonne.
I'm amused by an offensive tackle whose surname means little brother.
Look, Dave is from Nolens. He knows what he's talking about.
Stop it. Anyway, sorry.
Okay.
Tell me about the player.
Out of the way.
Tell me about the player.
Yeah, I'm looking for the player right now on my board here. That
Jaguars pick is in, by the way.
Yeah, why don't we go to that real quick? We haven't.
They're not there yet.
Not there yet. Man, I'm like struggling to find. I got too many guys. Got too many notes.
I can go.
I got you. Go ahead. If you got him, fire him.
Here's
Bobby.
the pick. Here's the pick.
Oh my gosh.
Troy Vincent.
We're rolling fast here. Here's the Jags.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Chad Muma, linebacker, Wyoming.
That guy's trying not to get fired down there in Jacksonville.
Another good pick where he was out of the
Maybe
room.
Doug Peterson's involved now with what's going on. I don't know. I love Doug too. Yeah, I mean, here's a guy. Let me real quick, if I could finish up the left tackle with from Ohio State. Though he's a wide base player. He's got good balance in position. I didn't see him get knocked around or tossed aside. He does a really good job of working his man wide around that quarterback. He's going to stay after his block. He can hold his position. I didn't see this guy on the ground at all. He's got some power to himself in the running game and stuff like that. He didn't get much help from his teammates in executing blocks and movement. So he looks bigger weight-wise than 304, but movement skills, I think, are top shelf when you start to talk about him as a player.
Petit-Frere.
There you go.
Got it?
That's
cool.
That sounded great.
Thanks, man. Chad Muma, though, from Wyoming, you also were really high on him from a linebacker standpoint. He really stood out at the Senior Bowl as one of those quote-unquote small school. I don't know he's a group of 5 out of Mountain West, but he really took over a lot of storylines down in Mobile.
Yeah, he did, and he's relentless. I mean, when you think he might be out of the play, he finds his way back in. He's got a nose for the ball. He's not going to wow you with his athletic ability, but there's some sneakiness to his game. He's an outstanding wrap-up tackler, super productive for Wyoming. He's disruptive as a blitzer. He'll lower his shoulder. He'll plow through blockers to get the quarterback. He's not going to be denied when it comes to getting that football.
Where did you have him ranked? I had him as a top 50 player. I really did. I think he's a fantastic player, and I'll go through my scouting report here as well. Downhill, outside linebacker, he rarely misses tackles. There's not a whole lot of missed tackles on his tape. He's got a nose for the football, makes really quick reads from the second level, and he doesn't get caught out of position. That's one of the biggest things that I look at in linebackers is where are they in remotes to the football. He always seems to be under control, and he finds a way to get to it. That's one of the things about Chad Muma that stuck out to me when he was doing the re-drills on the field down in South Alabama. He was one step ahead of everybody else he was with at that second level. Just a next-level player, had 270 nearly tackles throughout his career. I think he's going to be maybe not an immediate starter, but somebody that will be in the rotation and make an impact pretty quickly throughout his NFL career.
We're starting to get the national people on the Nakobe Dean trail. Rappaport's saying it's his pec. Or at least the pec is a big part of why he's falling.
That was this morning. That was like the first call I placed to Brian this morning. I was like, I'm hearing Dean Medical.
Yeah.
Anytime, like when something like this, when a fall like this happens, like it was JOK last year.
Yeah, it was.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He wound up going in the second though, didn't he?
He went like the 40s.
Yeah, okay, but he was expected to be like a top 25.
Yeah, but he was also, I think at the time there was also a little bit of a factor there of like, what do you do with the guy? Because remember, he was. I mean, on a football field. I get it, but you know how often teams do the whole "what do you do with him" thing.
Teams that do that are stupid. I hate hearing that.
That's usually reserved for Saturday, Dave.
Somebody, what do you do with the honey badger? You put him on the field and ask him to make plays. You find a way.
No, I agree with you on that.
Which is actually, to bring it full circle back to Sam Williams, maybe the reason I'm not as down on it as some other people is because I trust Dan Quinn.
I do.
Are they down on it?
Dan Quinn is like, I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
Some people.
I thought Twitter. No, I thought Twitter looked pretty happy.
I think most people's reaction is like, maybe not the guy I would have taken, but that's fine.
There's a funny Sam Williams quote after the Bears pick here.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Velus Jones.
God, what a player.
Did I tell you guys?
Yeah,
I told you people were saying he could go in the third.
Wow. One of
Go
the
ahead,
first
Kyle,
guys.
you got him?
Yeah, I got it. One of the first guys that I watched. Speedy, versatile wide receiver. He plays outside, he plays inside, and he is an absolute burner of a kick returner. One of the best returners, at least in terms of his numbers. He had over 2,800 career kick return yards. He was one of the best in college football at doing so. Transferred from USC, and he was a fantastic returner in the Pac-12. Then he goes to Tennessee, and he was the SEC Special Teams Player of the Year. He's going to provide an inside-out presence for any wide receiver core that he was going to go to, and now he goes to the Bears. I think this is a guy that they can use on a number of different levels. And, hey, I think it's kind of fitting. He goes to the Bears. Did they give him number 23 and let that thing roll? Because they've had some pretty good returners in their franchise history as well.
This guy looks like a running back, wide receiver is what he looks like, and he could be a difficult guy to knock off his feet. He has rare feel and vision for where to see the field, where to make the cuts. He does a great job of catching the ball on the move. He plays a lot in the slot, so you'll see him executing different routes in order to get open. He is a burner up the field. When he gets a step, he's gone. There's time when the quarterback was a little shaky, but he came down with the ball. One of the best, I said this, kickoff and punt return men in the country, like Kyle said. All he needs is a little space, and this guy's going to turn the game around.
He is a guy that because we talk about how he was in the slot a lot, that's pretty much where he lined up. The only times he was outside is when he was either getting a smoke route or he was blocking for a smoke route. That's pretty much where he lined up. But this is a guy who the Senior Bowl was huge for NFL teams with him because there was limited route tree at Tennessee. This is just what you heard chatter among NFL teams. Limited route tree at Tennessee. You didn't get to see a lot. It's kind of like the Baylor question at times with guys. Like, what are they doing out there on the field? When they got to see him line up in these one-on-ones and win with his releases and do some more exotic things off the line of scrimmage, I think that made teams feel much better about the projection. So Senior Bowls, this is a big Senior Bowl push, I think, for him.
Yeah, I did a 24 on 24 list on DallasCowboys.com where on the 24th of every month I put 24 names out there that could fit. He was on my first list after the Senior Bowl because of that, because of the way he dominated the one-on-ones. He went up against good coverage. He did a number of different things. And then you just look at the special team side of things, and he's going to do a lot for that Bears special teams unit. I really do like this pick. I didn't have him as highly rated as a lot of the other receivers that have already gone. However, I still think this is a solid pick and a great fit for him moving forward.
Shout out to Jim Nagy, man. I mean, the Senior Bowl rosters have been good for a while now, but I mean,
they're dominating right now.
If I had to guess, I kind of want to go look and see if I can figure this out, but like at least like 12 to 15 Senior Bowl guys have gotten picked here in the top 75.
Jim's done an incredible job.
I think it's more than that.
I think you're right.
Sam Williams, a late call up there.
Yeah, and if you add guys like that, and then it was either Dotson or Brisker. One of the Penn State guys pulled out. I don't remember which.
It was Brisker that pulled out.
So, I mean, if you include stuff like that, we're kind of stretching it.
Just off of offensive guys alone, 11 is what I'm at right now.
Yeah.
14. Ooh, there's a lot of edge rushers. Almost all the Senior Bowl edge rushers have been selected.
They do an awesome job of getting the badasses to go down there and compete. Good for them.
These quarterbacks have to be sick right now.
It's
just looking at the names, when you start to Willis, Corral, Howell, Ritter. I mean, you talk about some serious
Who's
disrespect.
the next to go?
24 names.
24 Senior Bowl guys
names.
taken in the top 75.
Yeah.
Who's the next to go?
Man, that's a good question because I kind of felt the way I have him Willis, Corral, and Howell, and then Ritter in the third.
Right. So that's how it would because, and I think you can follow a stack like that when you're talking about we're looking at first round stuff like this. When it's so clear the league is down on them as top prospects, I think now you're looking at more like, okay, who of these guys fits a scenario or a team that may pick it, and that's why I just sit there and go like, okay, so. Even though Willis may be higher or Ritter or whatever else, is Corral a better fit for a certain team that would be more likely to go quarterback first is kind of what I'm saying. So that's just kind of what I'm looking through and trying to figure out. I have said all along, and I know, again, this is an island I'm on, I always really liked Carson Strong.
That's okay.
From Nevada?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that guy.
Strong's
outside of the
kind of got the, and this is not a great comparison given how things went for him last year, there's a little bit of that YOLO ball, like Zach Wilson, like Jordan Love gunslinger to him, and I love it. That he is. I like the moxie, and I understand he's got a knee issue too.
Yeah, he's not as mobile as
he's got a problem where he's had this knee injury a couple of times, and it's like it doesn't.
I think he's off some teams' boards.
Yeah, the growth or something in the knee. I think I put it in my notes. It's something that he's had to deal with.
Yep.
That keeps kind of recurring for him, but he's a hell of a player.
Seahawks on the board now. Could they potentially still go to a quarterback? We'll
Brian's
hear from
guy,
it
Shaquem.
here at 72.
That's your guy, man.
That is my guy. Oh, is it Shorts?
It is Shorts.
With the 72nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Abraham Lucas, tackle,
Good
Washington
pick.
State.
John's clearly out of the room.
Has he been out of the room for every pick, Brian?
I think somebody's tricked John into getting out of the room.
Other than the Kenneth Walker pick.
So did they let him in for Kenneth Walker? At least he's got some linemen to run.
Yeah, he
behind.
came back in. He came back in for the running back pick, and now they're drafting. Hey, they finally. I mean, somewhere Russell Wilson, like seriously, like he's back in Colorado at a $25 million home, going. What's all these offensive linemen they're drafting here right now?
I think it was Brian. I think you were the one who said it in one of the draft shows, and it's totally accurate that if you want to feel good about Drake Jackson, don't watch him against Abraham Lucas. Don't watch that tape.
Yeah, exactly. This is a really nice pick. I had him as one of my top tackles in the third round, though. I mean, I kind of felt like the guy was maybe even a better run blocker than he was pass. That's maybe why they drafted him. Because there's that run blocking ability, that element to his game. So Pete was probably out there going, I need another run blocker. One of those things. And as they take this kid, he's a heck of I love this player. I really, really do. John is having a decent draft. I give him credit.
He's one of the most experienced and underrated or underappreciated blockers, I feel like, in the class. He logged over 2,100 snaps. Yeah. As a pass blocker alone. Here's the Colts selection as they pick in the third round, 73rd overall. And we got a little bit of a wait here.
What is happening
here? I have no idea. Is that two people on top of each other? Yeah, it is. And they crash.
Is this a bit?
What are we doing?
This is a bit.
They would have cut away.
It is Vegas.
Carson Wentz on the ground.
This is a stupid bit.
With the 73rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Jelani Woods, tight end, Virginia.
The cheeky boyos.
You had never heard of them? They're TikTok famous. I thought you would be on that thing.
I'm not on the
Dave and I have trained our algorithms well to not know the existence
of
those
thing.
Nah, that's a stretch, I think.
Funny.
TikTok can be whatever you want it to be.
The one dude looked like he was hurt.
It's not the Island Boys. I don't care.
It's kind of their thing.
I'm sad about this one, guys.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is this going to be the run where we start the tight ends?
Maybe.
Is this where it's going to happen now? Because you got all these guys.
Second one.
Yeah, you got the UCLA kid. You got Otten, Rucker. I mean, Kohler. I mean, those are the guys that I'm kind of talking about right now.
I've said it multiple times too. If there's a run that starts on tight ends, watch Bellinger from San Diego State going there too.
Yeah, Bellinger's a really good player too. You're right about that.
There are 14 picks from now until the Cowboys select at 88. Could they be looking at tight end? We're going to go ahead and step aside. That's a potential on the way. Atlanta is on the clock, followed by the Broncos and the Ravens. You're listening to the 2022 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Thank you, Justin Guarini.
Back here on the internet side, Jelani Woods, we're looking at some of his highlights. One of the more physically imposing players in the draft. Let's hear what the Falcons have before we talk about Jelani.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Desmond Ridder, quarterback.
Okay, so there it is.
Here we go.
Good for them, waiting all the way to 74 and still getting one.
Yeah, right. Didn't have to really trade up for anybody. Do we want to talk about Jelani Woods first? We've got footage of Desmond Ridder. Let's talk about Desmond Ridder here. Second quarterback off the board.
God, as they call him.
Nobody calls him that.
I call him that.
Why? Nobody
of the
calls him
number?
that.
Bobby's getting restless. Don't take the troll bait.
Hey, this is.
I'm not getting restless.
I love that. This is one of the winningest quarterbacks in NCAA history. This kid's 44-5.
Wow.
During his career. He's as physically as good-looking a player. Ideal quarterback build, nice mobility, elusiveness in the pocket. I tell you what, he'll move around in order to buy himself some chances downfield. I think he does a great job of keeping his eyes down the field. Has the ability to make some of those special throws in clutch situations to help his team. Ton of experience. He'll take the snap and then quickly get the ball out of his hands. There are snaps where he's right on the money and then others where the ball's not really close. He's got a big arm. He's capable of making all the throws, but it's not always the most accurate of those throws. There's time where he sets his feet and will deliver, and then the next time it's the same situation and he'll miss for no reason. So I kind of felt like he threw the ball well enough on the move, though. At the third-round pick, though, Atlanta, they probably got a guy right here that maybe some people had a little bit higher, but were probably afraid to take a shot at.
Over 12,000 total yards or at least offensive yards. Then he had 113 career touchdowns, which is the most in school history and in American Athletic Conference history at the same time. I mean, it's hard to find a player that single-handedly had as much of an impact on a program as Desmond Ridder did. I mean, you can argue that, yes, there are other players out there. There are the Myjai Sanders and the Darian Beavers, and there's plenty of talent off of that Cincinnati team, Brian Cook, that have already gone. Desmond Ridder might be the ringleader of all of that. He did so much to get to that program to where they are at the moment as a college football playoff specific team. And the fact that he's the second quarterback off the board, it wouldn't have gone with my rankings. I still would have gone with Malik Willis, but it's not necessarily surprising because I think this is a great fit for Atlanta.
Like I said earlier, like the fact that they were willing to be patient and just let a quarterback come to them.
That's a terrible comparison.
Who'd they compare him to?
Dak.
Did they really?
Yes.
Interesting.
That's what they just threw out there.
Are you a Dak homer, Bobby? Is that what you're telling us right now?
No, I'm a homer for great football players. So yeah, I guess so.
A great football player.
I liked the original comparison they threw up there, which was Mariota. Mariota, I think, is a good comp.
I had Alex Smith as my comp,
which is interesting because that's his competition now. But
oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, with Mariota over in Atlanta, so. He looks like he's all business. So
he's got a family, and I think his family life when he was growing up was not great. So that's why it's important to him now. His wife, he's got the daughter and all that. I mean, good for him. Look, it's been a long wait for these guys.
If you want to make a Dak Prescott comparison with Desmond Ridder, just to what NFL teams would say about Desmond Ridder, it's the intangibles and it's the leadership and it's the football character, and like that is a fit where people just look at him and go like, he's got, and it's such a silly thing that I know people hate, the it factor that exists to me for quarterback, and so I think you could say that about Ridder.
I think it does exist. I'm right there with you.
Going back to him sort of being the badass for the program, yeah.
Dak wasn't accurate, was he? College? Dak wasn't accurate in college.
We are at pick number 75 of the 2022 NFL Draft. We're in the third round, and the Texans are on the clock. Here's their selection.
The Broncos have traded the 75th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 75th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Christian Harris, linebacker, Alabama.
They jumped in for another Alabama.
Really good player as Houston continues to just pick top-notch defenders. They had Jalen Pitre early on.
Houston's got a pretty nice class going, don't they?
Definitely.
That's what happens when you pick at the top.
Well, yeah, good point.
They did steal Kenyon Green from the Cowboys.
There was a time where they didn't get to pick at all.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But now they've got a couple guys to play with. Tell me about Christian Harris, 6-foot linebacker, 226 pounds, Brian.
Well, you got to give me some more time to do it.
Sorry.
You know, you got to kind of stretch this thing out.
You know what? I'm going to stretch it for you, and I'm going to
Some of
talk
our
about it
listeners
myself.
want me to teach you Control F, Brian.
Oh, is that what we do?
Yes, I will show you that. At some
Christian Harris.
That's the problem.
Control
with not
F.
Really,
I got a lot of F's.
That's the
but
problem
I mean,
with
that's
not really taking any commercial breaks. You can't be like,
I'm like,
Control F. Dude.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna need a big Miller Lite when this one's done. All right, it's one of those linebackers that's always around the ball. Man, this guy makes a ton of tackles because of his burst and his clothes. He can cover some ground. The movement is part of his game. I mean, he's, like I say, 6'1", he's 226. I mean, even if he's late reading the play, the burst to make that up, he's a physical player when it comes to that finish. Ball carriers stop in their tracks when they're struck by this guy. His best trait is coming downhill and attacking the ball. I've seen him drop into coverage, but more than that, he could play kind of up and around the line. He's a better chance making plays that way. The movement skills, avoid blocks, all that stuff is big time when you look at this football player.
3-year starter for the Crimson Tide, which is interesting because you don't really see a ton of players go and start for Alabama 3 straight years because normally they sit for a couple years. Yeah. And then they take over the starting job, and then they're drafted into the NFL. He's been there for 3 years, put up great numbers. And you talk about outside of maybe a couple of broken tackles here and there, his speed, his athleticism, his frame, he's versatile, and he can do a lot of different things on a defensive side of the ball.
I think you can get, again, I bring this up with some guys occasionally, but you can get a good read, I think, sometimes about a player and what they have between the ears or their work ethic or whatever when you talk about how they prepared for the pre-draft process. That was something that concerned some people, I think, when Kyle Hamilton went home and sat down and didn't work.
You mentioned that last night, yeah.
And so with that being said, I always like to talk to facilities around the league and just say, like, hey, who are your hard workers? Who are you guys who stood out? His name came up for a lot of people. That Christian Harris was one of the hardest workers in the entire group. And that he's somebody who came in and was like first one in, last one out, always looking for extra work, always asking the skills trainer to put in some extra time, see if they could do some extra stuff. He works really, really hard.
You know, the thing about it, but there are people that will say those Alabama players are a little beat up. They come into the league a lot of wore down. I mean, a lot of extra games.
He may be one of those.
A lot of extra games in those bodies with playoff games and bowl games and championship games and all that stuff. But and they practice really hard at Alabama because of Nick Saban. So maybe some wear and tear on some of these Alabama kids.
It's interesting because he was a high school receiver and a defensive back, and then he moved to linebacker, and then he starts 40 of 41 games for Alabama and was a freshman All-American. That's a great point because it kind of going back to what I was saying. You don't see a lot of players last 3 years through that program and not go to the NFL. Is he beat up or is he extremely durable? That's my thing.
You just have to know when you take these Alabama kids that there's wear and tear on those bodies because they practice hard. There's people. I mean, there are people that tell you when Rod Marinelli was here, those defensive linemen were like, "Man, this dude's taking years off my life." The way he practices.
Yes.
And I mean, nothing wrong
when they switched over from that, there were some happy campers.
Yeah, nothing wrong with hard practicing. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Defensive linemen you'd talk to them in the locker, they would say the games felt easy to them because they were like, we were getting run down during the week.
Wow. Let's reset the board here real quickly while we have an opportunity. 71, the Bears take Velus Jones Jr., wide receiver out of Tennessee. Bayless, excuse me. Abraham Lucas, offensive tackle, Washington State from the Seahawks, as he is on the way to Seattle. The Colts select Jelani Woods, tight end from Virginia. Desmond Ridder, quarterback from Cincinnati. And then Cincinnati quarterback Desmond Ridder goes to the Falcons. And then you've got the Houston Texans selecting Christian Harris, linebacker from Alabama. It's the Vikings on the clock at the moment, followed by the Colts, the Browns, and the Chargers. Still about... what would that be? That would be 12 picks away from the Dallas Cowboys at 88th overall.
Jalen Tolbert is still on the board.
I was about to ask that question.
You see this happen sometimes.
Gosh, Bobby, we got a no-hitter going.
Stop. Superstitions are so weak.
Dave, you can leave now.
No. Although, I don't know.
He ain't going to get picked because we're talking about
superstitions. As soon as Brian took a sip of beer, he couldn't pull up his scouting reports since then. Have you noticed that's when it happened?
I've never had beer in a draft situation.
Brian took a photo of his board with his phone. Like, the man just isn't technologically savvy. Let's not chalk it up to superstition.
I will say, Is this the start?
He's not wrong.
Leave Brian alone.
Is this the start of the conversation of using one of those 5th-round picks? How far could that get you? Where
Bobby was our math guy.
Does it need to, though? Like, if you're 12 picks out, and, I mean, Tolbert has not gone yet, and I think there are several tight ends they would like.
It depends.
So,
just in the interest of answering your question.
Yeah.
And again, these charts are not reliable. I feel like I always.
By the way,
say
I'm very
that.
surprised Marvin Leal has not gone yet.
True, 76, so 12 spots. You're talking about like a 60 or 70 point difference.
Here's the Ravens at 76.
Charles.
How's everybody doing? We got some Ravens fans out there?
Nope.
All right, Flock, here we go. With the 76th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft,
what you call
the
Ravens?
Baltimore Ravens select Travis Jones, defensive.
I knew this was going to happen.
They didn't get Jordan Davis, so they get Travis Jones.
I knew this was going to happen. I knew it. I mean, I'm not even sitting in their building, and I knew this was going to happen. It's the Ravens. It's the Ravens. For God's sake, I wish I worked for the Ravens.
Brian's just all about the AFC
color,
North.
I love the color purple.
Yeah, we already
love it.
We already have so much.
Movie or the
hair.
actual color?
This guy,
doesn't
is
even
that
know
a
there's a movie
Raven?
called
Is
that.
that guy a Raven? Tell me about that. Tell me about that guy.
Dave has tears in his eyes.
It's really funny. He's right though.
No,
he's
it
right.
is. He's
They
spot
just-
on. We were coming back for break, and you were like, and we usually like, well, who do you think the Ravens would like to get? I was going to say
the guy that's been hanging
Jones
around for 50
this mammoth dude that just like can play it like inside, like Haloti Nada and everybody else they've ever had that's so damn big inside. These guys sit there and they're just like, the league's pretty stupid. Well, let's take this Travis Jones. What do you think about that? Nobody will take him. We had 2nd-round grades on him. Where are we sitting right now there, Ozzy? We're in the third.
Ozzy doesn't work there.
He's hanging out. God, he's hanging out.
Oh, there goes Ryman.
Yeah.
Oh, the Colts.
I'm not so worried about that one.
People were talking about him as a late first, or maybe
mocking him to Dallas. How many mocks did I have to see with that guy's name on it?
Even if that wasn't right because of his role, you got to worry about that with nose tackles. But I for sure would have guessed he's like a top 50 pick, and they get him at 75.
Can we talk about the Ravens draft real quick?
Incredible.
Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, David Ojabo, and
should-
Travis Jones. That's their draft.
There should be a trophy for the way that you navigate the draft, and the Ravens should win it more often than not.
All right, let's talk about Bernhard Raimann. Central Michigan tackle goes to the Colts. His slip falls. I mean, there was opportunities throughout or at least there were thought processes throughout the draft.
Look at him as a tight end there.
Yeah, on the left side for the NFL Network side. But he's put on 60 pounds. He's an offensive tackle. Some teams thought he could slip into the back half of the first round, maybe early second, but he ends up here at pick number 77.
I'll tell you what, this kid I watched 2 SEC games, one of them against Dave and my alma mater at LSU and Missouri, and he did not play bad in either one of those games. So I kind of like that about him. Okay, here's one of these guys that I'm going to say lacks power, right? When Broadus says lacks power, he's going to be a Pro Bowler next year.
To about 5
okay,
Pro Bowlers.
that's what I'm saying. I have no
Or he's signing with the
understanding.
Dolphins.
I have no understanding of the guy, the tackle that lacks
I
power.
see what you did there.
What do you say?
I said, or he's signing with the Dolphins.
You're not wrong all the time. We're losing it here on the draft show.
I'm just saying though, Troop, that this guy, if you look at him though, it happens. The guys like the Packers, their guy, the guy at the Raiders,
Bakhtiari.
David Bakhtiari, Colton Miller.
There we go.
Yeah, count on this kid being a Pro Bowl player because he lacks power. But I mean, like I said, I thought there was some recovery with this guy.
Running down my face.
What?
You know what my favorite? I think it's the chair. When we take the chair away, Brian gets more demonstrative. And
You're not allowed to sit down.
There's some teams that know how to draft. That's all I'm saying.
Here come the Brownies.
And maybe they're going to pick a quarterback here. You think?
Andrew Hopkins and his son making an announcement for the Browns.
Dog check.
Dog check.
All right.
I heard
So
nothing.
you're one of the millions of football fans out there.
We're in Las Vegas.
Rushing to search, who is this small in stature but devilishly handsome man I've never heard of? I'm going to save you some time and instead tell you to search NFL Pro Era.
the first NFL virtual reality video game ever by Status Pro in the NFL and coming to VR this fall. Welcome to the future of the field. And welcome to the future of the land, Brownies.
There's
With the 78th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Alex Wright, defensive end, UAB.
Alex Wright.
Edge rusher from UAB. There was
You
some
got him,
steam
Cal?
late. I don't know if I actually have a full scouting report. I added him to my list really late in the process. I do have some notes on him just in passing. Second team All-Conference USA, came off the edge in a hybrid 3-4 scheme. He aligned outside, he aligned inside. They kind of used him all over, and he was extremely intimidating in his size up against Conference USA competition. 6'5", 270 pounds. He's got some bend off the edge. Not crazy strong, nor is he crazy athletic, but he just knows how to be in the right spot coming off of that edge, and he dominated on a couple of occasions. You're looking at highlights with him against UTEP and against North Texas, and he's blowing up some of the better offensive tackles that was in that conference. And somebody I think fits in the middle rounds. This might have been a little early for me, but I still like him overall.
I'll tell you what, this guy's got some impressive length. He's 6'5", he's 271.
Yeah.
And I felt like he was a little hot and cold in the way he played. He will win, and then he's gone for 4 or 5 plays. Cowboys had a guy like that, our boy from Kansas, that our defensive end, that he kind of runs a little hot and cold. But this is one of those guys that, when you watch him play, when he's on, he could be really, really, really good. But the things that bother me, there's times you see him get knocked around. I wish he was a little bit more stout holding his ground. You would think that the length would be able to hold up. I've seen him be able to capture the corner, finish, get a sack. But I felt like his opponents, they kind of knew where he was. He had to face his share of double teams, but he also had some one-on-one opportunities to win more. I saw him kind of some slow play, and then there would be a burst and chase. So kind of a guy that learns a little bit hot and cold for you right now.
It's interesting to see these edge rushers going here, and now the Cowboys, of course, have their edge rusher in Sam Williams already selected. You thought maybe he could have lasted the 88, but a couple of them have gone since that pick happened. But wide receivers still very much so in play. Tight ends still very much so in play. Your 9 selections in between you and your pick at 88. Reset the board a little bit for me. When you're looking at it, Dave, you look at these wide receivers. Is Jalen Tolbert, since he was in the conversation early, is he the front runner here if he stays on the board?
I think they're going to be really happy if they get there and he's sitting there because he was in play at 56. I think that's safe to say, right?
Yes.
Sure. Heavily in play, I would say.
Does any one of these tight ends do anything over him? Like the Ottens or anything?
We knew they liked McBride more than that. I don't know about Woods. Otten's a name. Dulcich is a name.
What was your pause?
I don't think they like Dulcich. I don't think they like him. I don't think he's the one.
Who?
Dulcich.
I've heard him as like a bailout sort of name.
Bellinger.
Brian hates that term.
Daniel Bellinger. I've heard Dulcich as like if we're wiped.
I kind of got the vibe, and maybe.
But are you wiped if Tolbert's there?
No, not at all. You're not at all. Not at all.
But if you're just asking me for a list of names to keep in mind as the pick gets closer,
I wish they'd take Marcus Jones
I would throw him
from
in there.
Houston. That'd be a round early guy for me, but man, what a player!
I don't know if I see another receiver that I like there.
Tolbert, I think, is the standout. Now, it's funny. I was looking here. So just off Dane's board, his highest remaining player is Malik Willis, obviously. So if you go non-Malik Willis, non-quarterback, you've got Darian Kennard, Perion Winfrey, Jamari Sawyer.
See, it gets back
Chanel Tolbert. So outside of just like we're talking about trench guys and the linebacker Chanel, it's Tolbert. That's the highest graded guy left for Dane.
This gets back into the debate we've been having all weekend about need and how you prioritize things. Like Winfrey at 88 seems like really good value to me. Do y'all agree with that?
I don't think you're wrong about that at all.
I think that's crazy good value, but I also would be surprised if they draft a D tackle on day 2 for the 4th straight year. And I get it. The other ones aren't necessarily stars, but you got to allocate resources.
I mean, I feel like they have – I think they feel good about the futures of Osa and Gallimore.
I agree.
And so adding a third in there does seem a little.
That's what I'm saying. It's a crowded room.
But it's a deep draft. If they go, man, we got so many darts, and let's just go with the top guy.
That is the fun. Like guy. We've seen scenario. It happened last year with Jabril Cox, where for like round after round we were like this. Maybe this is where they do it. Maybe it's here, and it took all the way to the 4th round before it happened.
Yeah.
The league.
Chargers at 79 here.
What's good? I see y'all. I see
A lot of people.
With the 79th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft,
the Los Angeles Chargers select J.T. Woods, defensive back, Baylor. Let's go.
Didn't we get him in like the 5th?
Oh, dude,
we tried.
Not saying the mock draft was that. I'm just saying
our mock looks insane. I mean, we had Velus Jones too, like on day 3.
Yeah, we're like really smart people right now.
But that's the one I'm going to dunk on the most. That's the one I'm going to dunk on the most because no one else was saying Velus in the third.
I'm sorry, I don't feel bad about that because that's what we keep saying is like these grades are going to be crazy. There's no consensus in this very deep draft, and it's bearing out. I mean. On one hand, you've got Velus Jones going in the top 100, and then again, I'm blanking on his name, Travis Jones, hanging out here in the 70s when people thought he would be a top 40 pick.
And then you've got Nakobe Dean doing what they're doing.
Nakobe Dean
I didn't even include Nakobe Dean in the discussion of the
there's got to be a point in time, right?
Somebody's going to take him.
The new report from Austin Gale at PFF is like he declined to have surgery on whatever his issue is.
Okay, he's suffering for it now.
He doesn't think he doesn't think he needs it, and the league is like, yeah, we want you to get it, and now maybe he could be missing playing time because of it. I don't know.
Yeah. His agent needs to get on the phone and tell people he's going to have surgery as soon as this draft's over with.
Let's talk about JT Woods for a little bit here. Another
Here's the Broncos.
speedster. The Broncos are up here at pick number 80. We'll get back to Woods in a second.
Select Greg Dulcich.
Ooh,
there we go.
We don't have to worry about it.
Gotta love the booing.
Would you call that a fake pen throw, Brian?
No, I like the player, but I know they don't. I just got that vibe in talking to them that they kind of had others like the Otten and the Woods and the Rucker and those guys, maybe a little bit more than this guy.
He goes off the board to the
Denver Broncos
at pick number 80. Let's step aside. We'll talk about Greg Dulcich and whether or not that was an actual Cowboys target when we come back with more NFL draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
That's the Noah Fant replacement.
Pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Back to Noah Fant and Brian.
Sent him to Seattle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Brian,
now you got to replace Drew Lock.
You're talking. Oh gosh, you're talking about Cowboys
just leaving after that joke.
I didn't feel like the Cowboys were really as high on him as ever. Dave, where are you going? Okay,
we're on the website.
Need to raise your hand or get a note, please.
It was my terrible joke about Drew Lock. He's like, I can't.
Like, I can't take this anymore.
Oh, and here are the Giants. They're picking already.
Hey, here we go, Giants.
We're cooking,
rolling.
man.
First pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Cordell Flott, defensive back, LSU.
Do you know anything about him? Because I don't necessarily.
Yeah, he's one of these guys. It's funny because he does give up a lot of plays. I'm really surprised. I mean, here we're seeing like on the highlights they're showing of him getting interceptions, but there are times where you look at him play and he is a slightly built guy. And, people tend to bully him on the outside. They're showing some really nice highlights of him stepping up and making some tackles and stuff like that. But that, to be honest with you, was really few and far between with this particular player. I kind of felt like that he was a guy that, because of his size, he might get picked on a little bit. Mm-hmm. I think people will take routes inside on him, and he's not really interested in trying to shut that down. He is 6 foot. He's 175. He is a slightly built guy. I think you can run routes on him inside, and he's not going to defend you all that much.
Bobby's a big fan of his cousin.
I was about to say, yeah, he's his cousin, Velus Jones.
Velus Jones Jr.
Oh, there we go.
What a round for that family.
Yep. His brother, Wandale, was a corner at Southern Miss. His cousin, Bobby, played at Southern Alabama. Very good family ties for Cordell Flott. And he was a starting nickel for LSU, but you talked about it. He gave up
here
a lot
comes
of
the Falcons
plays
pick.
back and forth.
We're going to be on the maybe we should have War Room Cam up soon.
We're getting close.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select D'Angelo Malone, linebacker, Western Kentucky.
D'Angelo Malone, second edge rusher.
Went
off
back
the board from Conference USA this round.
Went back to school hoping to boost his hoping to boost his stock, and ended out about where I think he would have gone last year anyway.
Yeah, I kind of liked him as an edge. I had him more in the 4th round than I did the 3rd. But when you watch these guys like from these smaller schools, you kind of always wonder, okay, why did they not end up somewhere else? We'll catch them on the other side when we get back. How about that?
That sounds good. Back here, NFL Draft Coverage 2022 on 105.3 The Fan, DallasCowboys.com. We have been flying through picks as of late. The 80th overall selection goes to the Broncos. Greg Dulcich, tight end out of UCLA, is taken. The Giants at 81 take Cordell Flott, corner from LSU. And then the Falcons select edge rusher out of Western Kentucky, D'Angelo Malone at 82. We talked about
Cordell Flott went in the top 100.
Poor Dave just got his chance to come back and hear that.
Cordell Flott went in the top. Good for him, man. Good for Cordell Flott.
Like, there are times where we were cussing him in games. Though,
but I mean, 81 is high, but like, I don't know. No, 81's high. But like, I like him as a player, just not at 81.
I knew you'd be honest.
And we established while you were gone, you know who his cousin is.
I actually don't know.
Valus Jones.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Big day for the family.
He's athletic as hell, and he's feisty. Like I would be happy to draft him, maybe even in the 4th.
Yeah, because he went to LSU. Yeah.
Atlanta most recently taking edge rusher D'Angelo Malone out of Western Kentucky. We were talking about his conference running mate edge rusher Alex Wright a minute ago. He has better accolades. I had Wright rated higher, Brian.
Yeah.
But accolades-wise, you look at D'Angelo Malone, 2-time Conference USA Defensive Player of the Year. He was the first player at his school to do it, and he did it in not back-to-back years, but he did it 2 out of 3 years. So you talk about consistency, he certainly brings that to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you got the guy right. And the thing about it, he's kind of a stand-up defensive end, and then other times he'll put the hand on the ground. There's some initial quickness and get off to his game. He's outstanding when it comes to chasing the ball. The quarterback has a hard time getting away from him. I mean, that length, 6'3", 243. I kind of felt like he was an explosive athlete with those cornering skills, the foot quickness, the lateral agility. He could kind of jump around and make some stuff happen off that edge. So, for a tall guy, kind of gets skinny a little bit to get through those gaps. So, really good player there at Western Kentucky.
Eagles on the clock now at 83, followed by the Steelers, Patriots, Raiders, Cardinals, Cowboys. So the Cowboys have just 5 selections in front of them.
Should have been a Cowboy.
What are we thinking here?
I mean, how we feeling? How we feeling, Jalen Tolbert fans?
Man, if Jalen Tolbert falls to 88,
that's card's already going to be in.
That's a win. That's a win. Yeah, I mean, barring something crazy happening, like a guy. But I just can't see it because again, I think they were down to 3 in round 2.
I don't know who it would be.
It's not like there's this. I mean, unless this is the Nakobe Dean breaking point, which I kind of doubt.
I would like to ask that question. People are asking me on Twitter, when do you start taking a chance on him? Even with now that we're hearing some of this, do you take a chance on him even with the surgery, the non-surgery? What happens?
I mean, this is one of those things where like live in the moment, I don't know that I have enough information to answer that. Like, does he need surgery? How long does it keep him out for? Like I said earlier, yeah, Cordell Flott went before Damone Clark. Like that's not right. But Damone Clark could miss as much as his entire rookie season because of the surgery that he had. That's what's pushing him down. And so if this Dean situation could cost him his rookie year, he could fall all the way to sometime tomorrow.
Was Steven on the phone there?
Can we go back to the War Room Cam if we could?
Yeah,
just to see what the action looks like.
No, okay. He just has his hand up to his face.
He's just being patient. Here's the Eagles selection at 83.
Is this another wrestler?
It's good to be here. We got some Birds fans in the house.
Might be. Get this off
He
our
spelled it
airwaves.
wrong.
Tell you what, all 31 other teams would love to hear that right there.
The magician guy. Yeah,
With
long
the
snapper.
83rd pick of the 2022 NFL Draft, the #1 team in sports with the greatest fans in the world, the Philadelphia Eagles, are happy, you know it, are happy to select a linebacker from Georgia, Nakobe Dean.
All right,
You
there we
are
go.
an Eagle, and you are going to love every second of it. Congratulations, my man.
Yeah, the NovaCare Center will be good for you.
You know what? I don't give a damn that it's Philly. I'm happy to see
I am too.
a good player that I like finally hear his name get called.
Sure.
Good for him.
Now they have Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean on that defense as well, just so you know.
Yeah, everybody's
Just
like,
keep
well,
that in mind.
Everyone's like, well, will he still make plays without Jordan Davis eating up all his blocks? Well, he won't have to.
Yep.
He
Now
can just keep playing with
he can make that happen. Brian, tell me about Nakobe Dean. You're going to have to face him maybe twice a year, depending on the health issues moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, what's not to say and what's not to like about this guy? We started to ask the questions, after last night. You think, oh, okay, well, maybe he just, somebody in the second round is going to wait and grab him. But, man, this was a long fall for him. And I talked to a couple teams that I know the Peck stuff is new from what I've heard. This is physically not the biggest linebacker, but he's super impressive the way he's able to close on the ball. He can cover some ground in a hurry. He can make plays. He's an outstanding finisher when he gets in position. You don't see ball carriers break tackles when he's involved. He's a much better player when he can tack the line of scrimmage and be around the ball. He did have a pick six against Florida where he's put in space on the outside and he was covering the back and he was able to come away with the ball. Super physical in the way he plays, the way he makes plays. He's not afraid to take on blockers because he can get rid of them. When he's on the move, he can make a ton of plays. Sideline to sideline type of guy when you talk about that guy. Be interesting to see what NFL scouts, if they downgrade him because of his height, but now it's really because of the medical stuff. So Eagles, if they could sit on a player like this might be a guy that, maybe we'll see when the season go on PUP, all that stuff, if he has the surgery, and we might see him, one of those late November, December games here in Dallas or in Philadelphia.
Were you going to say something there, Bobby?
No, just going back to Dulcich, this is just more a draft take in general, just because I saw this. Jeff Legwald, the longtime NFL writer, says that Dulcich, talking with the media right now, is saying that his high school coach, Jim Bonds, was Broncos general manager George Payton's roommate at UCLA. And it reminds me how much, like, even though the football world is so different, in a lot of ways, it's still these connections and things like this that you're not aware of that are a big factor here. It's still very much like the real world in a lot of ways.
That's wild. Nakobe Dean off the board. He goes to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Good player.
Great player. Brian, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but is his recognition skills, is it as good as anybody's in this draft class?
Yeah, that's what I just love the way, when you're that short, you got to play fast, and you got to play quick, and he sees it in a hurry.
Here's the Steelers at 84.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select DeMarvin Leal, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Cowboys target.
Bobby, you like DeMarvin Leal to maybe go a little bit earlier. You were surprised he fell this far.
Yeah, just because Leal was one of these guys that, and we kind of talked about it with Enigbari and Austin Jackson, stuff like that. Leal was a guy that I know scouts wanted to see, like last year. All right, take that step up. We've seen some steady progression, but based on your traits and what we think is there within you, we need you to see you step it up. And it just didn't happen last year. And I think that was disappointing to a lot of people, and I think that's partly what's at play here. But I know there's a lot of people around the league that still really believe in Leal's ceiling.
Pittsburgh quietly having a really good draft. Kenny Pickett, they go get their quarterback, then they get George Pickens and DeMarvin Leal in that second round.
I'm not looking forward to announcers doing, like, just announcing Pickett to Pickens. Touchdown.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a play-by-play announcer. I would love that opportunity.
Please don't do that. If you get a chance, please don't.
See, I mean,
love that.
I hear you, Kyle. I guess I'm not convinced Kenny Pickett will be the guy they want him to be, which is how the class will be remembered. But
that's true. That's a good point.
But getting him at 20 instead of trading up for him, like, at least they were smart about the way they acquired him.
Cowboys pick in 3 selections: Patriots, Raiders, Cardinals. I feel like there's not a whole lot of debating going on right now between our group. I don't know what it is in the war room at the moment. Here's the Patriots.
Donnie Osmond.
Patriots at 85.
What's going on?
What's up, Las Vegas?
A little bit country.
Sing the Mulan song.
Patriots. With the 85th pick in the 2022
Out of
NFL
breath.
Draft, the New England Patriots select Marcus Jones. Defensive back, Houston.
Is that a pin throw for this room anyways? Maybe not for the Cowboys.
No, man. I mean, I knew the Cowboys kind of liked this guy. There was a spot that they had for him, but I think maybe in the 4th round more than the 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, this guy's a fun player to watch. And he's typical of what you could do with Bill Belichick, because as you were seeing the highlights here stuff, he will hit you. He's 5'8", he's like 174 pounds. But what he's going to do for Bill Belichick is this guy's going to be a returner, a punt returner, a kick returner. He can cover in the slot. He can do a lot of things for you. He is not afraid to stick his nose in there and make a tackle. He's a smaller guy, but super, super tough. I really do respect. I think the Patriots have had kind of a rough draft, but they kind of got this one right, in my opinion.
On my board, he's rated higher than both of their 1st and 2nd round picks, just so you know. I don't know if you have it the same way.
I think Dane has it that way too.
Does he?
I think Marcus Jones is above Cole Strange, and then I can't remember who they picked up.
Taquan Thornton.
Yep.
Yeah, player number like 630 or whatever.
I don't know if he was 630. He was not.
Cole Strange was 73 for Dane, and Marcus Jones was 70.
Goodness. All right.
I'm not zoned out. I'm just staring at Jalen Tolbert's name. Just like,
hoping it's there.
You know what's funny? We came into this day thinking
I don't think we have to. Sorry, Brian. I don't think we have to debate this.
No, I'm saying hoping though with Titans and Cardinals here.
Cardinals could take him for sure.
We came in this day believing if they took the receiver and then took, say, Sam Williams at the 3rd. I mean, they were probably thinking they were not going to get Sam Williams in the 3rd. Mm-hmm. Now they're probably thinking, well, maybe they thought that Tolbert would be available in the 3rd.
They're pretty good at their jobs.
Yeah,
they are.
I just wonder if we came in the day if we said combination of Tolbert.
Titans just traded into the 86 pick.
This was the Raiders. They've traded it.
Is this scary to you?
Titans took Burks already. Do they need to go get another in a deep receiver draft?
I don't know enough about their receiver core.
They were at 90, though. Who are they hopping? They hopping the Cowboys, the Bills, or the Cardinals? I mean, that's kind of the thought process.
Oh, Robert Woods is in Tennessee now. I keep forgetting that.
Robert Woods, Traylon Burks.
Yeah.
Do you need to go get another receiver?
Maybe.
We finally see a quarterback off the board here. There's no way that...
Although, I don't know. The Titans went and got Burks. They wanted to take...
Give me their tight end situation, Dave. Do you got their tight ends pulled up?
Yeah, to Austin Hooper.
Okay.
And
that's okay.
Actually, our dear friend Jeff Swaim's still hanging out there.
Okay.
And those are the...
Good season tight end.
But going back to the Cowboys real quick, if we came into this draft saying, okay, they're going to take Tolbert and they're going to take Sam Williams...
you thought it was 2nd, 3rd.
Yeah, we would have been like, all right. But just think about it now, it's just flipped.
I feel like we do this every other year where it's like,
I'm not trying to... did it last year with Jabril Cox.
Yeah, good.
It's exactly what we had.
Yeah,
what we did.
You're like, man, if you'd gotten Cox in the 3rd and Nashawn Wright in the 4th, then nobody's even talking about this.
I'm not trying to justify, but if it ends up that we thought going in, or they thought that they were going to do it that way, then that kind of stuff works out. I mean, that gives you a little boost.
Okay, but I mean,
we'd all be happy with Tolbert, wouldn't we?
Heck yeah.
Sure. They are good at their jobs, but they debated taking him. So there was at least some consternation that, like, well, this guy might not hang around.
Great word.
Thank you.
Very well done.
That.
But that's the thing is you come out of this with Tolbert and Williams. You thought it would be flip-flopped. However, the fact that you get both of those names in your locker room, I think you are a better football team.
Will called. He's passing it to Jerry. So they've got somebody.
There you go.
They picked.
So the pick is in for the Titans.
Have the Raiders picked today at all?
I was trying to read his lips. Jerry.
Get Eddie Pascal on the phone.
I don't think so, Brian. I think they've.
I think actually 80. I believe 86 was their first pick because they traded a 1 and a 2 for Adams.
Yeah.
And then they just traded back, so no.
Okay.
But they are. I mean, they're slated to pick at 90. Yeah.
Okay.
So Tennessee on the clock, followed by the Cardinals. It looks like the Cowboys have already made their selection. Now we're just waiting for the announcement to get us back to where we are. Glad you're with us here on 105.3 The Fan, DallasCowboys.com. It is the 2022 NFL Draft. Here's the Titans at 86.
The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 86th pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 86th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Malik Willis,
Hey.
Let's go.
Okay.
That is, especially for the ceiling on Willis, that's a good pick there.
I love this.
Think about finally scratch off my last name.
That was my last
Did
name.
you lose
too.
the game?
I'm
Did you
sure
think
I
you lost?
did. I'm all the
We
way
tied
down
it at least.
I'm at 86.
I will say the thought process of a read option attack with Malik Willis and Derrick Henry going back and forth is very enticing.
There's a lot of pumping this guy up right now. I mean, he's had a long couple of days.
I'm happy for him. I like him as a leader, as a quarterback, as a person. I think he's a next level quarterback. May take a little bit of time to become a real starter and an impact player, but I like Malik Willis a lot. I'm happy for him. I think this is a good spot for him to be in too.
Well, especially with him, I mean, he got tagged to Pittsburgh so much because you knew that he didn't have to play. He could sit behind Trubisky.
Yeah.
And it's a similar situation here where Tannehill's at least he's not going anywhere this year and maybe not even the year after that. So again, if this guy needs a lot of time to develop and learn the scheme and all the stuff that's required of that, then I think that's a great landing spot for
This
him.
is going to be one of those deals where we might look back on this and say, I'm like, what was everybody thinking?
Why did he last this long?
Yeah, I mean, there's a team right there, right, with the receivers they have, right, the when you look at the running game, the offensive line, his ability to make plays with his feet. You know, I mean, then there's just a lot of positive things to think about him going to Tennessee, and you know, we're probably gonna look back on this one and go, man, what were people thinking all that time?
I wonder who they were trying to trade up to get in front of to make this pick. If they were at 90, the only teams in the middle were the Raiders, the Cardinals, the Cowboys, and the Bills.
Maybe they were worried about somebody coming from the back.
Yeah, you hear.
But I'm looking
rumblings.
at the teams in the back. You know, it looks like everybody, you know, was kind of, I don't know, Tampa Bay, somebody like that, maybe.
Lions, maybe somebody like that.
Oh, Mike Vrabel's so happy.
Yeah, he looks pumped. Malik Willis going to the Tennessee Titans. All right, the Cardinals on the clock.
Goedeke, they're hanging out with Malik Willis.
With the Arizona Cardinals at 87. Then it's the Cowboys at 88. Pick is in for the Cardinals. Of course, we were looking at the war room a moment ago. It looks like the pick is already in for the Cowboys. This is really going to decide who we think it is. It's either going to put us into hysterics, or we're going to have to figure out who they selected, or it's not going to be the name Jalen Tolbert out of South Alabama, and that will most likely be the Cowboys' pick at 88. At least we would think out of this room. Here's the selection for the Cardinals.
For the Arizona Cardinals pick, I'm joined from representatives from the National Gay Football League, a great partner of the NFL, the Cardinals, and several other clubs. The Gay Football League fosters understanding, self-respect through their athletes' passion for the game of football. Joel Horton, who plays for the Arizona Arsenal, will be making the pick. Joel, it's all yours, babe.
Thanks, Roger. Thanks, Roger. With the 87th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Cameron Thomas, defensive end, San Diego State.
So Jalen Tolbert still on the board for the Cowboys at 88. Is this cut, set, dry? It's done?
It's gotta be.
Put it in.
It's gotta be.
I'm sure this.
Which, Brian, I know you want us to get the pick right, and yesterday we were all a little. I think we had pretty well. We all kind of thought Sam Williams, Jalen Tolbert. So if we hit Tolbert here, maybe not the. Maybe we didn't get the order.
Maybe we didn't get the order.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think we came into the day thinking it was going to be a wide receiver in the end. Somehow, some way, I knew that Sam Williams was going to be on this board.
Yeah.
Or this team. You guys convinced me and Tolbert, and we had this discussion in our mock draft, and we ended up taking the kid from South Dakota State, right?
I let us take Watson because I upset you with Pickens.
All right, give me the you did. Give me the thumbnail of what you think about this player, what you're hearing about Tolbert, and why they should. Well, here's Dallas.
Yeah, here comes the pick right here.
Yeah, here it is. Let's see what we got.
I don't know if they're announcing it yet.
I thought they just had somebody looking like they were inching.
Oh, I looked like they were. Okay, my bad. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
False start, offense.
Oh,
here we go.
Oh, it's Emmitt Smith.
Hey.
Who's coming to the podium right now to announce pick number 88.
Don't be hating. Don't be hating on our Cowboys.
With the 88th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Jalen Tolbert.
There you go.
Wide receiver from South Alabama.
There you go, guys. Good job. You guys talked that one through.
This makes a lot of sense, not just because of things you heard, things that were floating around this team, but this makes a lot of sense just from what I heard about what kind of receiver Robert Prince wanted here.
Yeah.
And look, the scouts, the Cowboys, one of the things they do really, really well is kind of educate the scouts or have the scouts get an idea of like, okay, what do you guys need as coaches? What do you need from us? And
that's a new coach too.
And getting an understanding of that. And he fits what Robert Prince wants, I think. I mean, you look at him, size, he's not a burner, but he's still a high 4.4 guy. And to me, when I watched him play, and one of the things you hear a lot about him, really polished route runner, not a lot of wasted steps. Everything's really efficient with him. I think he's really, really good. I would have been completely happy with him at pick 56.
Happy with him at pick 56, but you get him at pick 88. Either way, he is the newest Dallas Cowboy. Give me a quick scouting report on him, Brian. We're going to talk plenty about him even after we go to break here in a second.
Yeah, I'm just working my way down the board. You told me, was it Control F or something like that? Anyway, hey, he had a really good week of practice at the Senior Bowl. He's a local kid from Mobile. He runs well enough, but the best thing he does is go get that football. And so there are plenty of snaps where you see him, he goes and he takes it. When the offense needs a big play, they generally going in his direction. Super competitive in the way that he goes about his business. Always talking trash to the defender. You can see that on the tape. Can back up a lot of his talk with his play. Outstanding body control, balance. Even if it's covered, he's had the length to come away with the ball. Several big plays were deep down the field. He does find ways to get behind those defenders and make those plays.
So Jalen Tolbert is a selection for the Cowboys at 88. Let's hear the Bills selection at 89 while we've got an opportunity to do so.
So Mafia, mount up, and every other fan base,
he made his flight.
Did you see this? Fans, Raiders fans.
Kyle Brandt was like, my flight is at like noon. Like I'm landing in Vegas an hour before I'm supposed to make this trip.
Because this pick is the only pick who will win the Super Bowl in his rookie year. With the
Bills are picking more than one person.
Of the 2022 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl 57 champion Buffalo Bills select my man, Terrell Bernard,
good player.
linebacker, Baylor.
Love this kid.
You remember we talk about
Kyle Brandt's a beast, man. He's so entertaining.
We talk about scout players versus coach players. Bernard is one of those guys you hear about.
Yes.
It's like a coach guy. Like that's a guy coaches love.
Both guys, Dave Aranda and Matt Rule. We're going to talk about him. We're also going to talk about Jalen Tolbert, newest Dallas Cowboy. They get their weapon at pick number 88, but are they done also? Could they maybe sneak back into the back half of the third round? We'll talk about it when we come back on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
This Bernard's a good player. He really is.
Good player, and like Bobby was saying, coaches rave about him. People are quick to praise for him, and kind of along the lines of the Jalen Pitres that we talked about, the JT Woods, that was the nucleus of that Baylor defense, and he was a huge part of it. He was a Sugar Bowl MVP for that matter.
Yeah, he's an undersized linebacker, and at 6'1", 224, but he does his best to get around the ball. I feel like the awareness, and he sees the field super well. There weren't many snaps where he was out of place, fooled on the play. He's got the ability to read, move quickly due to his lack of bulk. He's able to make things that happen, though. I saw him only tied up a couple of times in the games I viewed, but he moves well, runs well on tape. He plays with a burst. There's range. He can get outside. He makes tackles wide. Does a really good job of blitzing, too. Has a knack and a feel for how to attack the pocket, get through the gaps, small cracks, quickness, get right on that quarterback, finishes well for the most part, but there's some snaps where you also see him bounce off the ball carrier a little bit, but the movement and coverage, all that other stuff is really, really good.
You look at that highlight at the moment, and we're watching it on, since we are on the internet side of things, that's why I gave a little bit of pause there, but I mean, just a junior, but he was there for 4 years. He had 2 years with Matt Rule. He had 2 years with Dave Aranda, and it didn't matter what system he was in. He was the leader of that Baylor defense. Okay, guys, I want to talk about this just a little bit here. This is where we had the conversation in our mock draft earlier in the week on the draft show about maybe getting back into the third round to go get a tight end. We did it for K-Dot, and we traded back up to 104 to the Rams. Not necessarily sure if that's even a possibility. However, you could maybe make it happen with those fifth-round picks. And after we hear about the Raiders selection at 90, I want to hear if that's a possibility for the Cowboys tonight.
Las Vegas himself, Wayne Newton.
In keeping with the tradition of the late, great Willie Brown, I want to wish all the mothers across the land a happy Mother's Day.
That's nice. There you go.
And to make this selection the greatest in Las Vegas, Mr. Wayne Newton.
Hello, Vegas! With the 90th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select. We'll do it together. Jalen Pitre from Mississippi.
No, he's from Memphis.
The Raiders just made a pick at pick number 90, Dylan Parham.
From Mississippi.
Where he actually went to Memphis.
Yeah, Memphis, yeah.
That's what they announced it as.
It's pretty close.
Mississippi.
They both begin with M.
Hey, they were close enough, right? We're back here on NFL Draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. So glad you've joined us here on this Friday night. One of the best nights of the year in my regard. It's my favorite weekend, and I'm glad to be with you guys. David Hellman,
Here.
Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt. I'm Kyle Yeomans. What was that, Dave?
Here. Sorry.
Here.
I spoke over you, but this is my favorite weekend of the year. And day 2, I don't know. I go back and forth on whether I like day 2 or day 3 more, because like day 3 is just a marathon. But these are the value picks. Like these are the guys that don't get enough credit for what they contribute to your roster. Yeah, I love Friday night in the draft, man.
So much fun. And well, the Cowboys, at least recently, have had, it's basically 50-50 on guys that have made impacts out of day 2 and guys that have not made impacts. Hopefully, they hit on all of them. Right now, we feel pretty good. Sam Williams, edge rusher from Ole Miss at 56. 88 was Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver out of South Alabama. One glaring need for the Cowboys right now that they have not addressed and they've talked about is tight end. We, in a mock draft on DallasCowboys.com and the draft show, earlier in the week, we traded back up. We used those fifth-round picks to get back into the third. Is that a conversation that should be had at the moment, Bobby? When you look at some of these tight ends that are on the board, you still have a pretty good pick of them. Cade Otton, Jeremy Ruckert, both of which were 30 visits.
I guess it just depends for them. Do they have them clustered close enough that they feel like we can sit? I think that's what ended up happening with the Tyler Smith pick, right? Is that they thought, yeah, maybe we like this guy more, we like this or that or whatever else, but like we don't feel the need to go trade up. We don't feel the need to waste capital. We don't like this person enough over this one to waste capital. I think that's what you'd be talking about here with the tight ends. And so if they like one, sure, go get one. If you like one clear above the others, go ahead.
Yeah. The reason that we were able to get back in is we had Kansas City's 4. So we took our 4 and Kansas City's 4. Remember when we traded back?
Yeah.
I don't know if you could do it with these 5s.
Could you do a 4 and a 5?
I don't know.
It would have to be a smaller trade.
It would have to be, yeah.
Like,
you
I
can't,
don't know if you're getting all the way up to 100
okay,
or wherever.
and we can trade these compensatories now, right? We can do that. So maybe find a team on the end, maybe in this compensatory area that doesn't have a lot of picks, that are kind of, maybe you could say, okay, we'll give you a couple extra ones if you let us get back in for one of these tight ends. The Rams at 104, that's the team we traded with, right?
Yeah. Belichick took their guard, so then maybe they just give their pick to us.
Well, maybe, but like I said, maybe you can, if you want to.
This is such a deep draft. I don't think they want to sacrifice capital.
See, the thing that I kind of felt like when we did that the other day, and I really appreciated the exercise of it all, but I kind of felt like that we waited. We waited on these.
And that may be the case moving forward, but they did make the pick at number 88. Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama, was the selection, and he joins us right now on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Jalen, congratulations. Welcome to Cowboys Nation. How does it feel being the newest Dallas Cowboy?
It's a surreal moment, man. I'm so excited to get to work. I'm so excited to come up there and meet everybody and, get to work on, continuing to change the culture and, turn this thing around and go win the Super Bowl. Dallas is an amazing place, and the Cowboys is an amazing organization.
Now, when did you first hear from the Cowboys? When did this whole process start for you, and how did that relationship kind of evolve along the way?
I had a private workout with Coach Prince a week or two after my pro day, and then after that, we honestly didn't talk that much. And then I got a phone call from Dak a couple days ago, and we talked on the phone for about 20 minutes and just talked about ball and relationship with quarterbacks and what I could bring to the table.
Jalen, when you talk to Robert Prince, you go through that workout, what is it that he liked about your game, and what did you hear from the Cowboys that they were intrigued by you about and why they thought you were a fit?
He liked my size and speed ratio, that I could get in and out of my breaks to be as fit and big as I am. He also liked my high IQ, me being able to retain the information and go out there and actually run the routes that he had taught me. So we had a pretty good private workout, and after he told me, the first thing I asked him, I said, "Coach, what can I work on?" And he said, "I'll tell you when we make you a Cowboy." So,
hey, Jalen, congratulations, man. I got to follow up on that. I'm curious. I've been covering the draft for a while, and I don't often hear about quarterbacks calling guys before they get drafted. Have you heard from other guys the way you heard from Dak, and just like how surreal was that moment, getting a call from Dak Prescott before you'd even been drafted by the Cowboys?
Honestly, it was a surreal moment. I haven't talked to a quarterback like that in the NFL at all. I thought it was a random call, like, hey, is this your draft day number? But, he was like, "Hey, Jalen, it's Dak Prescott." And I was like, "What?" So, and then, of course, like I said, we had pretty good conversation, and, I enjoyed it, and, I'm looking forward to get to work with him.
Jalen, I'm going to tell you something. I watched a bunch of your tape, and particularly the Southern Miss and the Arkansas State games. Man, you talk a lot of crap during the game. I'll tell you what, man. You're like rocking the baby on them on touchdowns and stuff like that. Is this what we're going to get? We're going to get a guy that's like a crap talker to these defensive backs here?
I don't talk unless I'm talked to. So, if they're not trying to be disrespectful, then I'm going to keep my mouth closed and go to work and do what we do. But sometimes you got to humble people, Well,
I'll tell you what, we're glad to have you two, because we now got a place to stay for Mardi Gras down there in Mobile. All right, you got us all taken care of here.
Anytime.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Anytime.
All right, we'll get that together.
Yeah, we'll get our people in touch with your people and make it happen. But once again, Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver out of South Alabama, the newest Dallas Cowboy, pick number 88 on the line with us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. But Jalen, what's the biggest strength to your game that you're bringing to the next level? What are NFL teams going to have to scheme against now that you're at the next level? You're a professional, and you're going to be on the field with some of the best.
Definitely my IQ, being able to be versatile and play inside and out. I can play slot or outside receiver, and then I also think my high catch radius, high pointing the ball is, one of my main strengths. And so, they're going to have to worry about where I'm at and, how I'm getting the ball, whether it's down the field or, behind the line of scrimmage, whatever the case may be.
That's going to do it for us here on this call. Jalen, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations again. We'll talk to you soon, and welcome to Cowboys Nation.
Yes, sir.
There he goes, Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama. He was on the phone just a moment ago, and a couple of picks have rattled off since then, so let's catch you up. The Buccaneers take Rashad White, running back out of Arizona State.
We're not glossing over this. This is my guy.
He is your guy.
My pick,
and they selected him while you were asking the question.
I know. I saw it going, and I was like, well, I can't scream during the middle of a Jalen Tolbert interview.
His family was in the background.
Got to be kidding me with this guy making the pick, Dr. Disrespect.
What?
This
He's a Twitch streamer.
To NFL draft. The San Francisco 49ers select Tyrion Davis-Price, running back.
LSU.
Good player. Wow, my guys are good.
Yeah, a lot of picks going off for such a terrible football team.
Shut up. TDP doesn't get the credit he deserves, but man, Rachaad White, I feel validated because I see this guy like falling into the 5th round or maybe the late 4th. He goes in the top 100 because he's just a big boy that can do a little bit of everything, man. Like he was just, and I know Senior Bowl practices are hard to evaluate because they're non-contact, but he had burst. He's physical. He's getting past linebackers before they can even react. I think he's a really good player, and I'm excited that the league agrees with me.
And he goes at 91 overall to the Bucs. The Packers take Sean Ryan, offensive tackle out of UCLA, and then Tyrion Davis-Price, running back from LSU, goes at 43 to the San Francisco 49ers. We have to take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the 3rd round and continue on. It's the 2022 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
I'm a fan of that Mobile Mardi Gras, by the way.
Had a good time down there.
Heck yeah.
The year the coaching staff coached in the Senior Bowl,
we stayed there. We had a good old time standing on the corners. Yeah.
Now that's where it originated, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's what they'll tell you.
They'd have it up on all the light posts all the way around.
No, they're right. I'm not going to trash talk the newest Dallas Cowboys. No, I mean New Orleans.
I'm going to tell them.
New Orleans does it better. Yeah. New Orleans does it better.
Talk about your running back though again.
Which one, Rachaad or Ty Davis-Price?
Let's do Ty Davis-Price.
I kind of similar to Rachaad White. I think TDP's big thing is he's just not very fast.
Not very fast.
He's just not. He's not. He ain't going to the house unless the run is 20 yards or less. And even then, maybe not. But he's a good, well-rounded back, man. He holds the LSU single-game rushing record.
Florida
did it against UF last year.
And a lot of running backs through
that
there.
is a school where it's hard to set the record. So just a well-rounded guy. I think he can do a little bit of everything. He's very physical. I wouldn't expect him to be anybody's bell cow back, but I certainly think he can carve out a role for himself.
And, hey, 49ers like to stockpile running backs. We've seen that before.
Carolina just went up. Is this to get Corral?
Ooh, they traded with the Patriots at 94.
The Patriots were going to pick somebody ranked 212 anyway.
They were going to just drop back down to 212.
By the way, I think it's interesting. You talked to Tolbert. That's what we've been talking about. Like, Prince is, like, very heavy on, like, precise route and, like, that's.
I think we got a nugget there that Dak Prescott gave him a call. So the next time that we want to know if Dak trying to help recruit and help and do all those things, he's willing to do whatever he has to do to make this work.
I was talking about this with somebody the other day, not just on the draft front. I just want to make it clear for anybody who doubts that. Dak absolutely recruits. Like I know of that across. Dak does. It's just this is what it is.
Okay, but see, when you say recruiting, you're talking about like free agents and stuff, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how often he's done this, but I mean, if they've got a beat on a guy,
sure.
Did CD? Did he talk to CD? I feel like he may have.
Dak.
I feel like we may have heard that.
I don't know if he did or not.
I don't know. We need to next time we get Dak, we need to ask him how many times he's called a player.
I think that's going to be one of the talking points around this pick specifically is the fact that Dak did reach out. Now, Bobby, I'm going to put you on some homework here, and I want to talk about it after we're going to hear the secret audio coming up in a minute when we get back on the radio side. But I've got a homework assignment for you. Carolina was at 137. Mm-hmm. They traded up to 94 to get this pick from the Panthers. They didn't have a third-round pick. They traded back into the third. What is the compensation? How much did it cost them to get up to 94?
Do you want me to guess?
No. I want you to find
next
out
year's
what it
one.
Is. Right. Just to go from 90 or 137 to 94. How much did that cost? And that could maybe give us the roadmap of what it would cost the Cowboys to get right back in the pocket.
They traded. Goodness, what do we have here? 137 and a 2023 third.
Wow. So this could be a quarterback.
This has got to be a quarterback.
Nobody loves giving away picks more than Carolina on quarterbacks.
Third round. Here's the selection.
The New England Patriots have traded the 94th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 94th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Matt Corral.
There you go.
Quarterback.
Good value.
Panthers trade their 2023 third-round pick and pick number 137 in the fourth round to go get their quarterback, Ole Miss's Matt Corral at pick number 94 in the third round. Welcome back to NFL coverage of the NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Brian, tell me about Matt Corral. Early on, he was one of your favorite quarterbacks.
Yeah, and then what happened is I went and got some more tape on this guy. I was working on a couple of games, but I wanted to make sure I had all the throws. He does not look like a stout quarterback, but he's 6'2", he's 212 pounds when you watch him on the tape. But man, he's a hard-nosed runner with the ball in his hands. He's not afraid to lower his shoulder to get the first down. He's an outstanding ball handler and faker. He's very deceptive in the pocket the way with his fakes. He makes a ton of plays on the move. He'll throw the ball at all arm angles, platforms. He's kind of always working, moving to get himself in the best chance to deliver the ball. And I think he's outstanding when it's come to delivering the slants and things like that. He'll put the ball right on top. He had some issues in the A&M game where ball security was an issue, and A&M beat him up pretty good. I think he needs a better protection or be protected better. He'll play hurt and he'll thrive. So huge heart, desire as a player. Carolina, man, they're on that coaching staff's on their last leg if they don't figure out that quarterback situation. So they go up and get Matt Corral.
Look at that mood lighting in their draft room.
It's very interesting, ominous. They go get Ike Ekwonu with the 6th pick, and then they go get Matt Corral, who, I mean, if that's their quarterback, then that was their quarterback
bad coming out of this
either.
But here's the thing. Like, God bless these teams for not overreacting about these quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Like, if Matt Corral doesn't work out for you at 94 and you traded away a future third-round pick, who cares?
This might be the draft, though, where we all remember that the draft where the Dak Prescott, the 4th round, guys like that. It's like, well, all of a sudden, none of these guys went and they'll do a 30 for 30. None of these guys, with the exception of, and went in the first round. But then all these guys,
Carson Strong. Yeah. That'll be the guy.
That'll be your guy. Now, the pick is in for the Bengals, and then it's the Colts, the Lions, the Commanders, and the Browns. Cowboys do not have another pick at the moment inside the 3rd round. We just talked about what it cost Carolina to go from 137 to 94. Cowboys don't necessarily have to get all the way to 94. They can still kind of get in the back end of this.
That's what I'm saying.
They have a higher pick.
We traded. Remember, we took the 2 picks we had with the one we got from Kansas City. We went to 104. Which was the Rams.
Would you answer me this, Batman? It's riddle me this, Batman, whatever. Answer me this, questions 3. The Panthers just used a future pick to go up and get a guy. The Cowboys are going to get some comp picks next year.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'd be willing to deal with future
in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Zachary Carter, defensive tackle, Florida.
Another tweener on that defensive line.
This happens every year. This feels like a year where even more so, like, grades are all over the place. Like, guys that are routinely seen as like day 3 guys are going very, very highly. I mean, like I said, I know that's pretty common.
And the reverse. There are 3 players in a row right outside Dane's top 50. Darian Kennard, Perrion Winfrey, Jamari Salyer that have not gone.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, I don't know. It's a deep class and a class with not a lot of consensus.
You remember we talked about this. I don't think I said this on the air. I think Dave and I, we talked about this off air. Well, it's not a bad thing. I just think it was discussed off the air. We remember I said somebody had told me recently, like, y'all are going to be floored.
Yeah.
Like, y'all don't have – some of these players you guys don't have in the right stratosphere.
Which is funny because I thought they meant more along first round, and I was like, not really. Like, I was
all over the place,
the first round, I felt like –
Jermaine Johnson was the big one that was like,
there were a few, but by and large, like, I mean, I went to bed last night with 27 of my 32 scratched off. Like, so that's not terrible, but everything that's happened since has been pretty wild in terms of –
well, and everybody having Nakobe Dean as high as he was.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's the Colts at 96.
Broncos have traded the 96th pick to the Indianapolis Colts. With the 96th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Nick Cross, defensive back, Maryland.
God, he's a tough son of a gun.
He is tough. He's on Maryland, and you can also talk about Jalen Tolbert being a tough son of a gun as well. Here's the secret audio from when the Cowboys selected their newest wide receiver, Jalen Tolbert, with the 88th overall pick.
Will McClay with the Cowboys got somebody who wants to talk to you. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
You think you can put a star on that helmet?
Yes, sir, I am.
You sure can. You've just had your position coach really get up and reiterate to everybody in this room what a top person you are to work with and be on the team with. So I'm glad to be on your team. Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
You're a Dallas Cowboy.
I appreciate it.
Here's your coach.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jalen, Mike McCarthy, congratulations.
Yes, sir. What's up, Coach?
Hey, you ready to go?
I am.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, hey, we're so excited to have you here. Obviously, you know what we're all about, and you're coming to a high-powered offense, and we got big plans for you, young man. So congrats. Enjoy this time with your family, and really look forward to get to work with you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, Coach.
There he is, Jalen Tolbert. Secret audio. Nothing really juicy in that one. We've had a couple of them.
Mike McCarthy's kind of got the same thing every year.
I kind of
rare to go.
He's good. Yeah,
I kind of miss.
Awesome.
I miss Jason Garrett's draft day phone calls. I'm not saying I miss Jason Garrett's coaching.
Hey, stud.
Marinelli.
I just made Dave sad saying that.
No, I miss. What? It's a great day for us, but it's a great day for you.
You know.
That's to every player he ever talked to.
I didn't notice if it was on the last call, but I was keenly aware on the Tyler Smith call last night how everybody kept saying fired up. Fired up to have you. We're all fired up. I'm fired up, Coach. Fired up. Everybody was saying it. It was like the Pat Benatar song. All fired up.
That was relatively tame by draft day. Secret audio.
Here's the interesting thing. We had talked about like they need an edge, right? Like that was getting, and not like a legitimate edge. I mean that was part of it, but like that part of the culture change that I think was they were trying to shift a little bit here was like toughness, intensity. Like players with an edge. I think all three of these guys they've drafted so far are players with an edge that you can see like on the tape. Tyler Smith, Sam Williams, Jalen Tolbert.
And their coaches will back that up and everybody around them too. I'm right there with you. I think all three of those guys check that box. You've gotten better from a toughness standpoint by these three rookies. I mean, these three draft picks, if everything pans out the way that you hope or the way that you thought whenever you drafted them or what you've seen, they're all tough players. They're going to be good additions to that locker room.
I wonder if that playoff, like you hear about specific games being like flashpoint moments for teams, and I wonder if they did get bullied by San Francisco, but I wonder if it was like evident to them that they were like, ooh, we gotta toughen up a little bit. I think we don't look like we're playing the same game as these guys.
I think that was the exclamation point on something that was building over a few weeks for them, where they were like, "Ew," and then you know, because look, when you talk to people leading up to that game, they acknowledged like, yes, that's a challenge for us, and but they also were like, but like we trust our quarterback over their quarterback. You know, at the end of the day, we think our quarterback's better, and that's gonna give us the edge. And then they still got out there and they got bullied, and I think it was just like, man, there's a serious deficit here that needs to be addressed. And to their credit, they're doing it. They did it in free agency even. Like Dante Fowler's a guy with an edge. Like I think, and so I mean I think they are actively, and that's something as we've talked about. I heard a lot throughout the process. There were a lot of agents hearing that. You're hearing chatter from the team about that. A bunch of agents, players were talking about how they were hearing from the Cowboys about like, hey, we need that intensity. We need to bring that in here.
9 picks left here in the third round.
Ugh, I got chills when he said that.
9 picks left. Why?
Shut up, Bobby.
We'd be done by now if it wasn't for John Capel. Who was it? It was Ed
my gosh.
Ed Marinero.
We've got the.
I was like, John Calipari made a pick tonight.
We got the fast, average, and slow. Like,
how we doing?
Oh man, so
how
slow.
we doing, guys?
Really,
super slow.
Ed Marinero went up there and they had to pull him off the stage. I've never seen anybody do that. Like, bro, you got to make the pick.
If you get the hook at the NFL draft, I mean,
here's a guy who'll make the pick quick. Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders will walk up there. Lions take.
Tyler Smith's favorite player.
At 97, here are the Lions.
Favorite player.
He was mine.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. And
that guy carried the ball.
With the 97th pick.
A nightmare.
In the 2022 NFL Draft.
He's as tall as Dave.
The Detroit Lions select
best to ever do.
Kirby Joseph.
Hey, safety man.
Senior Bowl guy.
Thank you.
Another Senior Bowl guy.
Guy's always around the ball. I mean, he makes interceptions and stuff like that. I mean, that guy's like a real. They're talking about here ball production, range, struggles a little against the run. I didn't think he was terrible against the run, but I mean, it was one of those things. I think the most impressive thing was it seemed like every time there was an overthrow, he was standing right there, and then the ball was going his direction.
Yeah.
So 6'1", 203. Man, I was pretty impressed by this guy because, like I say, he is not afraid to hit you, but he's also, like I say, he creates turnovers. And I think that's a special trait that these safeties need to have.
Fits the culture Dan Campbell's building there, for sure.
I will say one of the things that I saw when watching him is the fact that he was a little feast or famine at times.
Sure.
And a lot of that plays into inexperience. He only really played significant number of snaps throughout the final part of his career in his final season. And he struggled in recognition at times, and that's where I see that inexperience kind of pay out. His decision-making led to 2 touchdowns on 9 total receptions. So, he only gave up 9 receptions. That's great. Good number. Solid in an entire season of collegiate football, which he certainly played a lot of at Illinois. He gave up 2 touchdowns on the 9 receptions that he gave up, so it definitely happens. Here's the Commanders' selection at number 98. Chase Young at the podium.
With the 98th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Brian Robinson Jr., running back, Alabama.
Oh, yes!
Man, that's a tough dude.
That was one of our
we mocked
late
him here.
mocks.
Got to
the
face
Cowboys.
him. Yeah.
That was a value mock.
It
when
was.
we did that.
It was a best player available. Let's get it done. mock.
Washington loves them some Bama man.
They do love some Bama man.
That's the second one they've drafted tonight, right?
This Bama man's really tough. We talked about him a bunch the other day.
I think Dave was saying Bama, comma, man. Not Bama man.
But Bama man's good, too.
I do like it.
Yeah, Bama man, I mean, you got to watch. I mean, these guys are tough. I mean, we talked about this guy. I mean, seriously, this is a complete back. You know, you talk about block. I mean, the Texas A&M film, I'm watching him. He has a blitz pickup. He like stones his guy. Now the ball, all of a sudden, it's like scramble mode, and the quarterback breaks to the right, and he's like goes out in the flat and catches it for like a 17-yard gain, gets a first down and all that, makes a block, saves his quarterback, catches the ball, and then gets a first down. This guy's a hell of a football player. It's not like John Gruden there for a minute. That's a hell of a football player.
Sounded exactly like John.
Yeah, I'm happy that I guess this is his range, but I thought maybe he would go to round 4. But good to see him get some shine. He clearly not as sexy as a lot of the running backs that have come out of Bama, but he's a good player.
I mean, we're getting near the end of the day here, and I know we mocked him there, so I'm just curious at this point. Do you think there is a running back tomorrow that they take?
Now?
No, that they take tomorrow.
No, but I'm
not saying hey, is there a name that fall? I'm just saying, do you think they take one tomorrow?
I'm losing faith that that's going to happen because a lot of the good ones are getting taken.
One name I was told, hey, just monitor that one on day 3 was Hassan Haskins.
Yeah,
he's a big guy. Yeah, get him near the goal line. He's going to score.
He will block. If you're worried about blitz pickup,
he'll do it. You're right.
I won't rule it out because they have 4 5th-round picks, but. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, with some of these top-end guys going earlier than a lot of people projected.
With the 99th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select David Bell, wide receiver, Purdue.
Okay, this is interesting, right?
So this is a guy that could have been in that conversation, not nearly up to the standard of a Jalen Tolbert in that conversation, but David Bell, huge catch radius, but he might be a little bit slow, Brian. That's kind of the Scottinger part about him.
I hate to
Great route runner, though.
Karlaftis made him run a 40 in 20-degree weather.
Somebody corrected me. They have an indoor. They
do.
Want to use
Yeah, they do. And Karlaftis is let's all go take our shirts off and run outside. David Bell goes, I don't run very fast indoors. Why you make me run outside? Because I'm Karlaftis. Damn it. That poor kid, seriously, he could probably run better. And then the scouts got to go outside and mark off 40 yards.
He ran a 4.65 for those wondering. By the way.
I hate
wide receiver. That's really low.
I hate to be underwear Olympics guy, but when I saw those times, I was I don't know about this, man.
Second time Dave has cried because of Brian making him laugh.
Brian's on a heater, man.
No, I'm serious.
Tell me about
the guy makes a lot of plays.
Tell me about David Bell.
The guy makes a ton of plays. I'm Karlaftis. We're running outside. I mean, seriously. Did you see all those scouts? They were all looking at each other like, okay, all the young scouts go out in time. The older scouts will stay behind and keep warm.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Myjai Sanders,
here's another one.
defensive end, Cincinnati.
This is right where Dane had him pick number 100. He had him as his 100th player.
Cincinnati get all the way to the playoffs.
Credit to Dane Brugler again.
Well done, Brian.
Two of my favorite players in the early draft process that kind of fell back down my board as we went along. But Myjai Sanders, I rave about Myjai Sanders. I think he's a
tell us about him.
player.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the scouting report. Two-time
Control F.
Y'all are just taking turns not being able to find it.
I've got too many players on my board.
I'm trying to catch up from laughing. All right, explosive first step. That's the best thing about Myjai Sanders. Off the ball, I mean, he is just as quick as anybody. When watching him at the Senior Bowl practices, they would line him up, all the edge rushers together, then they would snap the ball. And all of them would get off. You could see the comparison. Myjai Sanders was a half a step ahead of everybody. You could see it on film. At the same time there, he's got a lengthy frame. He can get it up to speed. Whenever he's got a little bit of a chance to get going, he's going to be that stand-up rush in because of that, I think. I don't necessarily think he's as good with his hand in the ground. Great in the run game. He can go side to side. He has that lateral ability. He can chase down guys from a sideline to sideline standpoint, and he never gives up on a play. That's one of the biggest things. His motor is top-notch. I really do like Myjai Sanders. Top 100 player, no doubt in my mind. I think this is great value for Cleveland here.
I think you nailed the player. I think you absolutely got the guy right. I really do.
I didn't nail the team. He didn't get drafted by Cleveland. He got drafted by the Cardinals. But that's still a fantastic pick. Messed that one up. David Bell was Cleveland. I put it wrong on my sheet.
So George Karlaftis owes David Bell some money. That's what I learned tonight.
I just love the idea of Karlaftis saying, I'm Karlaftis. Like he just walks around saying that to people.
He did. Those poor kids had to run outside. They're like, hey, bro, do we really have to go outside? We got this beautiful.
Yes, I'm Karlaftis.
We got some astronauts that donated this indoor facility.
I remember I was like, Purdue, you're in the Big Ten. Can't we get an indoor? And somebody was
Ross-Ade
like,
Stadium. No, we got to work outside.
No, somebody was like, we've got one, man. They just did this outside on purpose.
I did like on Twitter when they said, whoa, Black Betty, Bama man.
Bama man. This is usually the type of content you get on day 3. We're not even there yet.
Already there. Top 100 picks are in the books, everybody. Let's reset the board because of that. Let's talk about the players that are still available. I'm going to run down my board. Perrion Winfrey, still available. Oklahoma interior defensive lineman. You've got Darian Kennard from Kentucky, who's still on that board as well. I would be surprised if either one of those guys doesn't get plucked on the back end of this third round here. I really would. If they last to day 3, I would be shocked. Channing Tindall from Georgia. Leo Chanel from Wisconsin, Daniel Falele from Minnesota, Cade Otton, Washington, Damone Clark from LSU, and Verone McKinley from Oregon, all off the board.
Man, I feel like I had Winfrey too high from Oklahoma. Maybe
I think I'm there too.
I felt like that. Was he playing as a 1? Was he playing as a 3? He played a lot of head up nose. Again, there might be a medical issue there with that whole thing.
What's wrong with Kennard?
I mean, maybe slow-footed again. Maybe a little slow-footed.
But I mean, if you're going to play him inside, does it matter a ton?
No, but does he want to play tackle or does he want to play guard? I mean, I guess at some point it doesn't matter what he thinks. It's whatever team picks him.
But especially the further down the board you fall,
you do what you got to do.
Yeah.
However, I think you're spot on. I think it's the combination of where do you play him at guard or at tackle, and then maybe the laboring with his movement because he definitely does not move well.
I liked Sean Ryan. I'm surprised Sean Ryan went ahead of Darian Kennard.
And you liked Ryan?
I liked Sean Ryan more than most people did.
I had Kennard in the second myself. I mean, if you look at my second round guys that I have left, I've got 3. Winfrey, Howell from North Carolina, the quarterback. I'm going to wear that one. And Kennard.
You may not wear that as much as you think. He may go down the board, but
the thing with now, you guys that were at the Senior Bowl, Winfrey, Senior Bowl guy?
Yes, massive Senior Bowl guy.
And did it work out really well for him?
He won the MVP.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
You think?
Maybe that's a medical thing. You were just saying like, oh, is he a 1? Is he a 3? I was like, I don't know, but he kicks.
But when you watch him play at Oklahoma, it was always like a head up, and then we always thought those Oklahoma guys. It's like. Is it the scheme that kills them? Is it, what's going on here?
Jets selection at 101.
Here we go.
Here we go.
All right.
Coach of Seton Hall,
Nice.
Shaheen Holloway.
Oh, new coach of Seton Hall.
By his son Xavier.
And son.
Las Vegas, what's good, Vegas?
St. Peter's.
New York, New Jersey, we in the building. Let's go. With the 101 pick in the 2022 draft, the New Jersey Jets select Jeremy Ricketts from Ohio State.
There's a tight end. The Cowboys had their eyes on him, no doubt about it. Ohio State tight end Jeremy Ruckert. He was a 30-visit guy. And that leaves really Cade Otton. That's it. That's all that's left on the board from their tight ends that we had at least entering today.
As a 30, I mean, I think they like Bellinger. I think they like Ferguson. I think in a certain range they would like Isaiah Likely at Coastal.
And remember that Kellen Moore went and did a workout at Kohler State. I did Iowa State, so Kohler might be in that mix as well.
Yeah, I mean, and the 30-visit list is incredibly valuable, but we're at the point in the draft now where it means less than it used. Like it means less to me now at this point.
I mean, they didn't visit Tolbert.
Yeah, they didn't visit.
They met with him at the combine, though.
Right, but I mean,
they sent a coach in there to work him out too.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't ever. Trying to run down all their formals at the combine is a little tough, but they could have met with any number of the tight ends. I know, for instance, formal at the combine, they did have one with Isaiah Likely.
Yes, they did. Ferguson as well. Kohler was there, and Weidemeyer as well. So and McBride. So they met with plenty of those guys.
Weidemeyer, though, I don't know that he gets drafted.
I'm right there with you. I think he's off the board. All right, let's take a break real quickly. 105.3 The Fan, DallasCowboys.com coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft is still rolling on. I'm getting told we do not have to take a break here.
There's only like 4 picks left.
Okay, let's not take a break then. We're going to stay right here. I was looking at the clock. I thought I was behind on a break, but we're going to stay right here. Good news, everybody. So let's keep talking about Jeremy Ruckert. That's one of the things.
Great head of hair there.
Yeah, he does have a great head of hair. He has a lower body injury, too. He showed up with a boot on to the Star when he did his 30 visit, so he had a boot on his left foot, by the way. So said he should be good to go by the time training camp is there, but something to keep an eye on, at least for his movement going forward. Now, the Dolphins are on the clock right now at 102, followed by the Chiefs, the Rams, the 49ers. Only 4 picks left here.
I was just looking at you.
I think we all smirked at different things at the same time.
Yeah, seriously.
I almost went into Karloftis' voice again.
I'm Karloftis.
I'm smirking at the picture Richard just sent us on Twitter.
Oh, Larry Zonka.
He's pointing at his Super Bowl ring. Say, I'm Larry Zonka.
It's an honor for me to be here celebrating the 50th anniversary of Coach Don Shula's 1972 undefeated Miami Dolphins. With the 102nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Channing Tindall, linebacker, Georgia.
Good player, good value at this point in the draft. Pick 102. Now, there were some off-the-field question marks here, right? At least we had talked about it earlier.
I think there were some question marks of guys I talked to around the league that said when you watch Georgia's defense with this guy, they have to line him up, that others around him line him up. But he is a hell of a football player when it comes to run, chase, hit, finish, and stuff like that. He might be a guy that you have to just kind of put out there and let him go and maybe figure out some things for him to do. But, you watch the Georgia tape, and these guys all show up. You're like, it's a race to get to the ball. And they're very deserving national champ. But, again, some scouts I was talking to were saying, hey, just kind of be aware. You might have to coach them up a little bit, but there's a lot of players.
Squints is fired up there in the Dolphins' war room.
Yeah?
Yes, he is pumped.
Don't talk about my guy like that.
Are you telling me he does not look like Squints?
He does. I love the fact that a guy who looks kind of like me is the head coach of an NFL team. I walked past him at the combine and
he is short.
He's small. We're basically the same dude.
My favorite clip is when they asked him about
physically. He's a great coach.
My favorite was when they asked him about were you guys interested in acquiring Tom Brady? And just the way he's like, Tom Brady? He's like, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? No. It's just he cracks me up just the way he handles media and everything.
He's the first millennial NFL coach.
Yes.
With the 103rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Leo Chanel.
There you go.
Wisconsin.
God. Why is everybody stumbling over saying 2022?
I don't know.
It feels
kind of
awkward
tough
because, I don't know. I do it, dude.
I've
done
it a
it
lot.
damn near every time I've done the draft show. Every time I say the date.
Yeah, it happens. Leo Chanel, linebacker from Wisconsin. I mean, by the time he became a full-time starter at linebacker in 2020, he was one of the most feared hitters in the Big Ten, Brian. Massive body, packs a punch on in back. You mentioned old school, big, beefy linebackers.
Yeah, this is
That's
Bill
what he's gonna
Parcells guy.
bring.
Yeah, this is 1986 New York Giant type guy. And Kansas City took him. Kansas City's done a nice job with their linebackers. Done a nice job with their defense too. Overall,
Kansas City's done I like their draft a lot.
Yeah, they do.
McDuffie, Karloftis, Skyy Moore, Ryan Cook, and Chanel.
Yeah, they know what they're doing up there. But yeah, that's what you're talking about. Old school linebacker, probably a better blitzer than cover guy. Because in the Big Ten, it's like those guards aren't used to that guy that big. Coming from distance and then slamming in him. But he does a great job of creating pressure, tackles for loss, getting to the outside, stuff like that. I was super impressed. I'm thinking man, this guy he could have played way, way back in the day. As far as what his body type looks like.
Wisconsin didn't really use him in coverage a whole lot.
No, because he can't.
He can't change directions.
No, he can't. He's just a straight ahead, just slamming there like bull in a china shop, banging off everything, that kind of a thing. I mean, he's a nice player, but don't put him in coverage.
I like the pairing because Nick Bolton's there now, right?
Yep.
I would say the pairing of letting Nick Bolton go side to side and letting Leo Chanel go up and down. I like that a lot, honestly, from a second level, from the Kansas City standpoint. This is a pairing to completely flip-flop the strengths of Nick Bolton, who was drafted, of course, a couple years ago, Frisco, Texas product. Here's the Rams' first pick of the draft, Super Bowl champions at 104.
Whose house? It is such an honor to be here to help pick the first pick from the reigning world champion Rams.
Are they sober for this pick?
I'm now going to turn it over to franchise rushing leader, Mr. Steven Jackson.
Pipe down. World champs. As a kid that grew up in this town, 6 miles from here, I had this same dream that I'm about to present. What I want to tell everybody that has a dream, always remember, like this town, bet on yourself. And with that, the 104th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Logan Bruss, guard, Wisconsin.
Back-to-back Scotties.
On Wisconsin.
Took a little bit for him to get off the board, but now there's a run of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I'll tell you, this guy, he's projected. I was watching him. He's a right tackle when you watch him play at Wisconsin. And, but there's a lot of people that project him to play guard in the league. So let me get to my notes here, as I always do. But, yeah, he's one of those guys, when you watch him play, not really, really overly pretty the way that he does things. But, I mean, he is super, super, super tough when it comes to, he'll get on blocks, and he won't – I mean, he's like glue, Velcro, whatever you want to say. He sticks on guys. And, I have to say that, I mean, when you watch him play, the first game of the year was like Penn State, and then you watch him play towards the end, like to Ohio State and other people like that. Michigan, Penn State, those games, there's nothing sexy about his game, but he comes off the ball, the initial quickness, he's gonna get into his guy, he's gonna get push. There's a couple of snaps where he got knocked off balance a little bit and ended up on the ground, but overall I felt like he did a pretty good job of staying in position. He's a little bit of a wide base blocker, so sometimes that gets him in a little bit of trouble, but his grip strength, the way he blocks, I think is super impressive.
With the 105th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select
you go.
Congratulations to Danny Gray, local product out of
SMU zone.
SMU.
That's a guy, like, if it hadn't worked out for them where they got a receiver on day 1 or 2, that's a guy that I liked them trying to get on day 3. It doesn't matter now, but I think he's a good player.
Him and Reggie Roberson were two guys that out of SMU that could be in that conversation.
Yeah, Raiders were really high on him.
Maybe
I think the Raiders hope to get him on day 3.
Maybe slighter than what, or
he's
smaller.
6 foot 187. Yeah, but
not the smallest guy.
No,
but certainly
but
not big
but this guy. I mean, this guy makes explosive plays.
Yeah, he does.
Screens, drags, vertical balls. Super productive when he's finishing. He has a knack for bringing the ball down in clutch times. For a smaller guy, I thought he really did a good job of fighting for the ball. He doesn't let the defender bully him at all in the air. Defenders have trouble staying with him due to his speed. There's separation in a hurry. He can close the cushion. He's even faster. I mean, he's got those natural tracking skills downfield. At times he'll attack. He'll make grabs over the shoulder or in front of defenders. Just a super instinctive player. After catch, I mean, multiple gears when him running with the football.
I want to circle back really quickly to a player that was taken there by the Rams, Logan Bruss, the interior offensive lineman, maybe tackle out of Wisconsin. I think that was a later target for the Cowboys specifically. I've got it on good
He's
count.
a tough dude.
I had him in the final mock draft. I thought they were going to at least look at him day 3. I don't know how early. Yeah. Maybe 4th round. Maybe it could have lasted till the 5th, one of those 4 5th-round picks.
I bet they're not done taking a gander at the all offensive line with one. They got 6 picks tomorrow.
That's the thing. You got your guy Tyler Smith in the 1st round. You feel good about that, or at least his front office feels good about that. You don't have to go and double dip at the interior offensive line spot, but I think if they would have, I think Logan Bruss was certainly a guy that they could have had that conversation with. All right, that does it here for day 3 as the 49ers wrap things up. Final thoughts, Sam Williams at pick number 56, the edge rusher from Ole Miss. 88, Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama. The Cowboys have hit their 3 biggest needs. Now they have, tight end to look forward to tomorrow?
That's going to be hunting that, yeah.
Funny how that works. No musts, but the big 3 get checked off. 1, 2, 3.
Boom, boom, boom.
That's my big impression. Which, I mean, in totality, I feel good about it. Like, I feel good about what they got in totality.
I think the favorite for first pick tomorrow is tight end. Whoever their top tight end is.
Yeah. I think if we had come in this day and we just said, okay, they're going to get an end and they're going to get a receiver, but we probably thought the order was opposite.
Yep.
I think they got the 2 guys they absolutely wanted.
Yep.
I just think that it was a good day for them in that war room, I believe.
I tell people all the time, like, you go into a draft thinking like, oh, there's like, it could be any of these 60 guys, and up in the war room, it's really more like 5. It's really more like 5 that they're even thinking about taking, and I think they got 2 that were really high up in their estimations. So good for them.
Yeah,
and regardless of what the response may be elsewhere, they really like the guy they got in the 1st round.
Yeah.
I think
absolutely.
Yeah. They're very happy with their first 3 picks.
I'm a lot happier about it tonight than I probably was last night. I think
I got a lot more excited about it talking to people around the league last night and this morning who you got a sense that the Cowboys were not on an island on that player. There are a lot of people who think like in terms of the potential.
Tennessee tried to come get this guy.
Tennessee tried to come get him.
Jerry said we ain't doing that.
There is a feeling across the league that if you're talking about like, and I know Brian hates this term, ceiling. We'll use the word potential. A lot of people feel like the highest potential there in this draft class at the offensive line is with Tyler Smith.
Bama tried to come get him before he turned pro. So I don't know. That says something to me, honestly.
What time we draft tomorrow? 10 a.m.?
Something like that.
10 a.m.
10.
All right.
Right back at it. We've got a lot to do. The Cowboys have a ton of picks tomorrow, 4 of which in the 5th round. You've got 1 pick in the 4th round and 1 pick in the 6th round. And then we may be sitting for the final round. That's going to be some fun radio. I'll tell you that much right now. Be sure to join us 10 a.m., 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Special thanks to everybody who helped pull us off again tonight. Kevin Timmons, Chris Beam, Tim Collins, Jasmine Marshall, Alex Lilly for bringing in our great friends over at Miller Lite and hooking us up for the draft pick of Sam Williams at 56. We are not done yet. Still got day 3 to talk about tomorrow. 4 rounds to go.
Rounds, yeah.
Numbers are hard. That's going to do it for us here from the Star in Frisco. Bobby Belt for Brian Broaddus. For David Hellman, I'm Kyle Yeoman saying so long. We'll see you tomorrow on the Draft Show on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
I'm Karloftis.
This has been a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about this, Cowboys?